Okay, good morning, everyone. We're going to go ahead and we are going to call our August 18th, 2020 Lake County Board of Supervisors meeting to order. As tradition, we will go ahead and stand for a moment of silence. And do we have a moment of silence today? I know that I would like to do a moment of silence just for commemoration of the Clayton fire on August 13th that just passed. And are there other board members? I think there may be one more. Supervisor Brown, do you also have a dedication?
Yes, I'd like to ask that are we good? Okay.
Yes.
Ask that we use today's moment of silence to honor a good friend of ours, Paul Racine, business owner and family man here in Lakeport that was quite an addition to our community. And today actually would have been his 77th birthday.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Brown, would you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I will, thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to item number 4. Consideration of an extra items not appearing on the posted agenda. And today we do have one that has been proposed by Supervisor Brown. It's item 4.1. The extra item is consideration of an extra agenda item and discussion and possible direction of staff regarding use of county power generation assets during the ongoing extreme heat event. So today I'm going to bring this up to the board. Supervisor Brown, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So this came as a result of a call that I was on. I'm not sure if anyone else from the county was on that call because it's just set up that way. So
yeah, I was on the call listening.
Okay, so you're aware of the request that they had. It was on Sunday at 5:30, and they tried to encourage all larger entities, businesses, anybody that has alternative generation to run that during peak hours. Anyway, I'm not going to get into the details of it came up on Friday, and to be addressed during this, the heat wave, the red flag days that we're having currently. So that's the justification. It came up after the posting of the last agenda and needs to be addressed before the next available agenda.
Excellent. Thank you for bringing this to the board, Supervisor Brown.
That is a motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, there has been a motion and a second. Johanna, can you please do the roll call vote?
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you want to take it up real quick, or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I would like to take it up, so let's just jump right into it.
Yeah, so I spoke with Lars Ewing, who runs the buildings and grounds, as we all know, and has oversight over most, if not all, of the generators that are in the county, and talked to him about this a little bit. And what they're asking is that during these peak hours, during the red flag days, anytime that we can do it between the hours of 3 and 10, they're looking specifically between the hours of 5 and 8, but we can modify that however we want, to run these generators instead of power, even though there's not a power shutoff. And what that will accomplish is, obviously, if there's a cumulative effect throughout the state and everybody does that can, then we will avoid the rolling blackouts that ultimately affect all of those that don't have generators, and our elderly population, others that don't have that ability, who can't afford the extreme heat that's caused without air conditioning or fans or anything like that during these times. So I'm asking that the board give direction to staff to turn the generators on at 3 o'clock in the buildings that are being used, such as the courthouse or whatever, and then they can, we can shut them off after everyone leaves. And in the other buildings that we run them as much as we can. This provides an opportunity to check out the equipment, make sure everything's working right, so that we have all the bugs worked out, and anything that's going to go wrong, maybe will go wrong now rather than during a PSPS when we really need them. So I think there's some benefits to this. And then I would also ask that we send a letter out to the cities, to the hospitals, tribes, any entity, schools, any entity that would also possibly have the ability for generation during those hours. The governor has lifted the restrictions on when generators could be run. There are regulations in place that will not allow you to run generators if you're connected to PG&E or the grid some fashion, but he's relaxed that in order to allow us to do this. So that's my request.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. Greatly appreciate, like I said, you bringing this agenda item to the board. There is one follow-up thing. I just wanted to make sure that we definitely let the public know that we're going to do this. We're doing everything we can, and communication with PG&E has been, at least the phone calls have been answered. We've had some questions, but ultimately just want to talk just a little bit about who's control of this situation. It's actually Cal ISO,
correct.
Who runs the power grid, who's making these calls. And I just want to make sure that, everybody, I'm in complete support, but I just want to make sure ultimately too that, if they don't meet the amount of shedding that needs to happen off of the grid, there still may be some power outage. And I just wanted everybody to be aware that even though if we do this, it could still happen. I don't have a guarantee unless you got a guarantee, Supervisor Brown. I want to make the public aware that, yeah, we're all in on doing this. The governor's order says we should, but there still is a possibility there could be a shortage of power on the entire grid system. So I just wanted to make sure everybody understood that.
Correct. I'm glad you brought that up because it is a good point. PG&E takes a lot of shots over a lot of things. This is not their call. This is the grid that's run by the state of California through their ISO, and they do make the call. So I appreciate that. And there is no guarantee. I think it could be guaranteed that if we all did it throughout the state, we'd probably be okay. But there is no guarantee that it could happen. But I know. Special Districts has already implemented their own version of this, and so I think that we should follow suit with that and do everything that we can.
I completely agree with you. I just, like I said, just wanted to bring that up. So any other board members, concerns or questions at this point? Supervisor Sabatier?
I just have a quick question. Am I correct in believing that this event is supposed to be over by Wednesday or Thursday at the latest? So that's all we're asking for is potentially for generation to occur today, tomorrow, and possibly 1 or 2 days later, depending on if it lasts longer or not?
That is correct. As far as I'm just pulling up the weather
and while
forecast, and it's hard to tell because a week ago there was no prediction for thunder and lightning.
Right. So
there is no prediction, but it's excessive heat warning, red flag days, whatever the code is that they're using. Those are the only days that I'm requesting this on.
Right, and it's an issue of the system-wide, not just Lake County, because we're all interconnected in some way, shape, or form, so we all impact one another. I'm all for this. I do want to at least give leniency to our staff to make the decision of which generators can and cannot be turned on. I know that we struggled with our generator at the jail. And it just finalized some repairs not too long ago. So I want to make sure not to put that, I want to make sure that our staff has the ability to say it's ready to go and to be turned on for this specific reason versus right now is not the right time. So we do the most that we can, but not make an order to do it all.
I think so, and obviously we're not going to order the sheriff, and the sheriff's going to go along with what's best for his department at his direction, but any using that as an example, if we have a generator that we're afraid to run right now because we're afraid that it might break down, now is probably a good time for us to get it repaired, not wait until it does break down when it has to be run during PSPS. They were running it yesterday. There was a power outage yesterday, and I was out there and it came on, so they had to use it. It's necessary to run it at times anyway, but like I said, I'd rather have it, anything that's going to go wrong, I'd rather have it go wrong now so we can fix it. So.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I know the folks running in Lars and everybody in each facility understands the importance of this to keep this power on to our constituents, our most vulnerable. So I think this is a good project. Like I said, I'm in favor of it. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, is this something that we want to encourage the public to do too, or are we just only concerned about right now just giving direction to our staff?
I personally, I don't think it's necessary to ask the public to use their generators. I'm talking about, commercial and municipal entities that have the proper generation set up for it. Not just a generator that you bought at, Kelsville Lumber and you plugged in. I don't think that's effective right now. That's not my goal. It didn't sound like that was the goal of Cal OES on the call on Sunday.
Yeah, I think large consumers, I think is the focus.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll encourage like cities and tribes and whoever else that has big establishments to use them. I see. Okay, thanks.
Okay, any more comments from the board? Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I just want to say that there already is not an order, but a suggestion for how people should be utilizing their electricity on a personal level in their residence, whether that's not running your dryer and your washer, your dishwasher, and things of the kind. So I think there's already that level of advice and advisory out there for our residents. So I think this is definitely made for the larger users of electricity.
Okay. All right, if there's no more discussions or comments from, I see Lars. Go ahead, Lars. Lars Ewing has his hand up. Go ahead, Lars.
All right.
Good morning.
Good morning. Lars Ewing, Public Services Director. I just wanted to add maybe some information here that the county, within county facilities, we have 18 permanent standby generators. So those that are, not portable generators like Supervisor Brown talked about, but those that are basically we can flip a switch and they power that facility. We've identified 4 of those 18 that we would prefer not to switch over and use during these events. I did talk to Sheriff Martin. The jail is one of those. So the others are either remote and not likely to provide a whole lot of shedding of load on those powers. We're talking about telecommunications facilities up on the top of mountains. So, and just to comment on the, generators that may go out. We do maintenance on these and we do servicing, but inevitably something happens. And typically they're intended to run on a short-term basis, which is what this is. So it could be a good test if nothing else. In as much as it's possible, staff will go out and have those facilities run as late in the day as we can to try to shed that load. But I do want to comment a little bit on PG&E's microgrids, and this is not intended to it's not PG&E's call on these blackouts, but PG&E does here in their Hartley and their Clear Lake substation. They have generators there for the microgrids, and it's my understanding that they are not going to. They will only turn those on if there's a blackout. So it's not a preemptive run the generators to try to shed load on a mass scale. So in as much as I think it's worthy that we would do this on a facility by facility basis, I think it's worth bringing up to PG&E that they have that opportunity to do that here locally on an entire grid, 2 entire grids. Regardless, we'll do what the board directs, and we certainly can for those 14 generators. run them at least through this August 20th date that the executive order extends. And looking at the weather forecast beyond that, I think it's reasonable to assume that it would continue, over hundreds, over beyond the 20th. So nevertheless, I think it's worth a discussion with PG&E about the use of the generators that they just installed at those two substations.
So,
Thank you.
so
Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
I'm not sure if she's on the call or not, but I invited Melinda Rivera from PG&E. I told her about this yesterday afternoon as well, and then I sent her the link this morning, so I'm not sure if she's on the call or not, but that would be a good discussion that we could follow up with with her and as their representative.
And Supervisor Brown and Chair Simon, if I could follow up on that.
Go ahead, Lars.
Okay. I did talk to Melinda this morning, and she had indicated that in as much as she was not privy to the ins and outs of exactly what PG&E was planning, it was her understanding that PG&E did not intend to turn those generators on unless the blackout actually occurred, which if the blackout occurs, then the generators would kick on and that grid would be powered by generators. So it would not be coming on to shed load with the hope that they could prevent a rolling blackout. It was rather in response to a blackout that was already already occurring at that moment.
Okay, thank you very much for that update. But yes, great suggestion to follow up on that. I thought I saw some email, at least an email yesterday, that they were contemplating that. So they obviously have made a decision, but definitely a follow-up conversation with them needs to happen. As we know, on the call on Sunday, there was a potential yesterday also for some outages. Obviously, there wasn't one, at least in South County. I don't know. There may have been some in the other counties. Was any other district affected last night from 3 to 10?
I believe that there was correspondence that it had been canceled at about 8 o'clock, 8:30, due to the changes in the temperature in the area. So there was not a lot of energy
we
being
experienced
used.
was because of the abnormal thunderstorm and stuff that we had yesterday. So
Yeah.
I thought, Supervisor Brown, you said there was an outage in North Lakeport there at the jail. Or was that just a power line down?
I don't know. It was while I was there yesterday afternoon, the generators came on and it caused some complications. When they have their computers on, everything gets switched over. So I'm not sure what the cause of that was.
I know that when I spoke with Ms. Rivera from PG&E, she did state that there were some power outages, but they were mostly storm-related issues and not rolling blackout issues.
And this was around about 2 o'clock or so, 2 or 2:30.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Or no,
All right,
it was about 11.
go ahead,
I think it was about
Supervisor
11 o'clock. Yeah.
Okay. All right, if there's no more discussion from the board, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. We'll go ahead and open it up to the room, the virtual room. Yes, I see a couple of hands up, so go ahead.
All right, looks like the first hand we have up here is from Sally Peterson. Sally, I sent you an unmute request.
Hi, good
All right,
morning.
will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yes, this is Sally Peterson. I'm the Tribal Council Vice Chairwoman for Middletown Rancheria. And I just wanted to ask, we own and operate the Twin Pine Casino in South Lake County. We would be more than happy to participate in power shedding. Can you confirm the time again that you would need?
What they've asked for is the peak hours are from 3 to 10. They're asking for at least from 5 to 8. That was the most recent information that I had.
Okay.
In the evening.
I'm sure that we can do that to help lessen the possibility of blackouts for others.
Thank you.
Yeah, and we have reached out to PG&E, so we'll get that confirmed today, so.
Okay,
Okay,
thank you.
I see another hand up. Go ahead, Jake.
All right, the next hand we have up is from Brian Martin. I've sent you unmute requests.
Okay, Sheriff Brian Martin, go ahead.
I think I'm unmuted. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, yeah. I think this is a great idea. It'll do a whole lot to help, hopefully, if enough people participate. We will have, as Supervisor Sabatier commented and Supervisor Brown experienced firsthand, we do have generation out at the jail, but as Supervisor Brown observed, that it did cause some complications. The repairs that were done recently kind of bring that thing to a limping along stage, and it's pretty insufficient to run the facility as a standalone generator. There's a whole bunch of things that don't get turned on out there. And the same situation occurs at the dispatch center. We have employees that are basically confined to that building for the entirety of their shift, and they count on the kitchen in there to be able to prepare meals and whatnot. So with the exception of those two, the rest of our facilities, we're definitely going to participate in this and try to do what we can to help out. Thanks. It's a good call on to bring this to the board and have the county help out with the difficulties. Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff Martin. All right, do we have any, Jake, I don't see any other hands up.
No, that was our last raised hand.
All right, can you just go ahead and open the room then?
Yes, I will.
Virtual room?
All right, the floor has been unmuted. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
I'm Ben Hiddle. Can you
Hi,
hear me?
yes, we can hear you.
Hi, I actually put in a request about solar as well on this morning's minute.
No, you're in the public input portion, and you will, Ben, you will get your site when we get to that. We will get to your public input on the solar, definitely.
This kind of has to do with the same thing. May I just speak for 30 seconds? It'll be less than that.
If you want to speak about this item about running the generators, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, because some of the generators are already failing, could we get a public money or an employee looking at how much it would cost to replace the generators with solar and battery technology?
That is a separate item.
Yeah, that's, in your public input, obviously, as you heard from Lars Ewing, I know we have our public service department does a good job of looking at it. But yeah, we're talking specifically about generators on this item, which we currently have and are installed.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ben. Okay, is there any other comment from the room? Okay, Jake, hearing none. Is there any comment in the chambers on this item, Supervisor Sabatier?
I'm not seeing anybody that seems to have a comment.
Okay. Excellent. Well, let's bring it back to the board for action. Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Are we just looking for consensus or just a specific motion to allow our public?
I'd like to make a specific motion.
Okay.
Yeah, if I could.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Okay, I would move that we give direction to staff to authorize staff to implement alternative generators in all of our county facilities as needed at his discretion during these times of red flag warning. And I would also ask that the CAO's office send a letter to outside entities other than county that would include but not exclude anyone, as far as cities, hospitals, tribes, schools, and any other entities that we can think of that would be in the position of running alternative generator source energy during these blackout times, possible blackout times.
Second.
Excellent. And still concentrating on large volume businesses and other things.
Yeah, I think that would, I would throw out there just for the thought, there's some pear sheds that have that ability to, if they can, and any wineries that may be using generation as well.
Okay. So there is a motion and a second. And so Johanna, can we do the roll call vote?
Yes, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Aye.
Supervisor Scott. Aye. Supervisor Brown
Yes.
and Supervisor Simon.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So we're moving right along to the number 5, our approval of the consent agenda. Consent agenda items are usually non-controversial. And so do we have any items that need to be pulled from the board? from the consent agenda? All right. Not seeing any. We'll go ahead and open it up to the public. Are there any items that need to be pulled from the consent agenda by the public? I don't see any hands up. Jake, can you open the room, please?
Yes, I will unmute the floor here. The Zoom room has been unmuted. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay. Okay, if you'd like to remove something from the consent agenda, please speak up now. If not. Okay, not hearing anything, Jake, go ahead and close the room.
All right.
Can we please bring it back to board chambers? Supervisor Sabatier, is there anyone who'd like to pull anything in the room?
Does not appear anybody from the public wishes to pull an item.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, I'll move to approve the consent agenda, items 5.1 through 5.12.
Okay, is there a second?
Second. That sounded very dramatic.
I know. Thank you, Supervisor Sabatier. So there's a motion and a second.
Supervisor Crandall's
Please
watching
go-
Star Wars while
If you
we're
would please do a roll call vote.
here.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Aye.
Supervisor Scott? Aye. Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. I do know that we had, we're going to go to our 6.1 item, our 9:01 a.m. item, public input. I do know that we had one public input, Mr. Ben Hiddle. I know that he's here. So we'll go ahead and go to public input at this point.
Hi, good morning.
So good morning, Ben. Could you please state your name?
Hi, my name is Ben Hiddle.
Ben?
Hey, thanks for having me. This morning, it seems like this is a good follow-up for the PSPS and the issues that are happening with power generation in Lake County. And I'm wondering about having large-scale solar and large-scale batteries put in. I know we already have some large-scale alternative power at the geothermal plants. And how would that look for the county to get an employee or somebody to look at a system with, 10 acres or more of solar?
So, Mr. Chair,
Go ahead,
I
Supervisor
know we're not
Brown.
supposed to engage or respond or anything like that, but I just want to say that, we agree and we have always been working on that. In fact, Lake County is per capita the largest supplier of alternative energy in the state of California, with geothermal and our solar fields that are out in our special districts areas and that. So we've been ahead of that. Surprisingly, we've been ahead of that more than any other county in the state for years.
Yeah, and that's fantastic. And can we, is the permit going to be, I noticed when I was looking in the office, about my, I'm not 100% sure about all this. And so I'm just asking, is there any issues with putting 10 acres or more of solar around the county that you guys can think
that's the risk of me making my comment. We suddenly get into a conversation that we're not allowed to do.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, then do we have any solar that's larger than 3 megawatt systems yet?
we're not going to get into a conversation in public input.
Does anybody know of any? Because I went to the county yesterday at the planning and building and nobody seemed to know about this. That's why I'm here.
Ben, what district are you in, Ben?
I'm in Brown.
Thank you for that, Mo. So, give me a call.
Sorry.
Give me a call, Ben. and
Yeah, wait,
and
Ben,
I'll
you
cover that
can
with you.
call any one of us board members, obviously. So,
Okay.
but long-term vision, it is being spoken about in the county. So thank you very much, Ben,
Great.
for your comments, and reach out to one of the board members.
Yeah, I can fill you in on that, Ben. Give me a call or send me an email, and I'll be happy to follow up with you.
Appreciate it. Thanks, you guys.
Okay. For public input, obviously, Ben did his homework and he came in and filled out the application from the clerk's office. So during public input, if anyone wants to do public input, please contact the clerk's office and get the form filled out. I do see a hand up at this point. Sally Peterson.
Hi, good morning. I'm not sure if this is the proper forum, but I just wanted to ask the board.
Can you please state your name?
Oh.
During public input, we're not supposed to
I'm sorry.
engage in conversation.
Sorry.
So that's right.
This is Sally Peterson. My question was, has the board considered petitioning to
No.
the PG&E?
It's what he'll do is come and he'll mute him and we have no control really of it.
We hear something. If you could put something on mute, someone in the background.
We should be good now.
Okay.
My question was, is there an avenue for the board to petition to PG&E to implement the program that they used to have about power shedding? Because I know for the casino for Twin Pine, we could participate in a power shedding program that kind of helped the grid. And I was wondering if the board could inquire with PG&E about that?
Yeah, we will be following up with PG&E. Obviously, like I said, during public input, we're not supposed to engage in questions, but gladly take a phone call and we can definitely talk more about that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, seeing no more hands up in the room and we don't have any other papers filled out at this point. Would anybody so Jake, go ahead and close the room up and we'll go ahead and take it back to the chambers. I don't know if anyone in the room would like to make comment on this item or public input. If they would, they'd have to go get a piece of paper and fill it out with clerk. Supervisor Sabatier?
It does not look like we have public input. I believe the people here sitting down in attendance are here for specific agenda items.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we're going to go ahead and close public input and we're going to go to our 6.2 item, our 9:02 a.m. consideration of update on COVID-19. Dr. Pace, thank you for being patient. As always, there's something comes up, so we're trying to address that. So thank you. Go ahead, Dr. Pace.
Hi, good morning, Mr. Chair, supervisors. Thank you again for this chance to update everybody on the response in Lake County to the COVID outbreak. So we're now at 275 total cases, 21 are active, nobody's in the hospital right now. We're currently tracing 90 active contacts. So this is a little bit of a decrease in the number of cases that we've been seeing from previously. There's also a decrease in testing, so we're not sure whether this is testing related or whether it's an improvement in the number of cases. But clearly, we're not seeing anything worsening. The hospitals are not having a surge of patients, and so overall, we're doing well. Sonoma County, on the other hand, just next door, just as a context, is considered a hot spot around the state. They had 740 new infections in the last week, 6 new deaths, total of 57 deaths now, having problems in the nursing homes and the elder care facilities. California overall is starting to see some improvement. This was kind of being hinted at over the last couple of weeks, but it seems pretty clearly that the number of cases is declining, number of hospitalizations is declining, and so overall, it looks like some of that things are improving generally. In terms of the variance data, we are still doing well. We have the positivity rate was 4.5 on the last metric that came back from the state. We have, in terms of the watch list, there are 5 new counties that have been added to the watch list. So now there's a total of 43 out of the 58 counties around the state that are on the watch list. Two of the ones that were on it previously may be able to come off it, but there is no mechanism to come off it at this point. So the state is in the process of trying to figure out, before they were basically saying once you were on, you were going to stay on until something changed. But now they're considering letting counties come back off it once they get things under control. They haven't quite determined the mechanism for that yet. So in terms of the response locally, the data is looking better from the state. The bottleneck has been corrected, they think, and all that data has washed through us. We are working on continuing to adjust the data reporting. Sarah Marcos, the epidemiologist, is now helping us out, and she's actually going to get a new projection that's going to go on the portal, which is going to show what they call the epi curve, which is that curve you often see where it shows the number of cases each week. So that'll probably come up later this week. In terms of testing, we're seeing a significant improvement in the turnaround time of the testing. It's about 5 days now, 4 to 5 days, and so they've definitely made some improvements at the state level. We are looking at possibly getting some kind of point of care antigen machine, testing machine, so that we have a little more control locally, because they are clearly starting to project that they're not going to have the ability to keep up with the demand statewide, and so we're going to have to do some more creative problem solving locally. It does look like they're in discussions now about extending the state stand-up testing sites past September. So we'll see if that really pans out, but they're deep in negotiations with that now. In terms of contact tracing, that we have some state help and some local help now, and so things seem to be going fine with that at this point. The housing situation, there's no real change. The hospital surge is we don't have any patients in the hospital. In Sonoma County, they have something like 47 COVID-related hospitalizations on Sunday. So clearly there are some surge questions in terms of regional hospitals where we might send people, but at this point locally we're doing fine. And then in terms of the shelters, there's been a lot of work with DSS and OES working on, and Red Cross working on the sheltering questions. And the sheriff put out a video last week that has a lot of information on that. So I encourage people to get on that if they have questions or concerns. So in terms of the kind of the last piece of this is the sort of variance and reopening and long-term question. I think the question is what's going to be the back end of this? How are we going to see resolution? We don't really know. There's no clarity about that at all. There's new research coming out all the time that's sort of answering or trying to answer some of these questions about immunity. If somebody does have antibodies, are they immune? The latest indication is that at 3 months, if somebody was infected earlier, at 3 months, it still looks like they are showing good immunity and potentially would not get infected again. We don't know how long that's going to last, but that was reassuring. There's a lot of questions about herd immunity, and there's a lot of people doing research and modeling on that. And they, typically we usually think 60% or so of the population needs to have been infected and to not be able to get infected again for there to be, quote, herd immunity, where the virus will just kind of peter out in the population. At this point, there are people that are saying anywhere from 20% is adequate to 70%. So we really just don't know at this point. It is interesting to see that in New York, they're not getting a huge surge of cases at this point after what they had earlier. And they really are only showing, 15% kind of immunity or something like that. And it's in different pockets, but so we just don't know what's going to happen on that side. The vaccine question is very prominent. Apparently the feds are putting in something like $10 billion to try to get a vaccine up quickly. They're making quite a bit of progress on it. It seems like the experts are sort of projecting that if everything goes according to plan, they might have something available by January, but then they're going to have the logistical problems of getting it out to people and getting people vaccinated and everything that goes along with that. But there is some progress being made there. I would suspect there's probably not going to be significant immunity from population vaccinations until at least next summer, but we just really don't know at this point. The flu shots are something that we're really going to start pushing soon, because when the flu comes in and the COVID is there, the hospitals can get pretty heavily hit. And so there's a lot of concern about what we'll see later on in the fall with that. So we'll be strongly encouraging people to get flu shots. So I think really, I just think people really need to start planning for what this might look like as we go forward over the coming months around the economy, around schools, around housing, homelessness. All these things are going to become bigger and bigger issues, and I don't see from the public health point of view immediate end in sight. So I think that's all for now. I know Sarah's here till 10 o'clock. So if the epidemiologist, so there've been a lot of questions about the data in the last couple board sessions. And so if you want to ask her something specifically, she has to leave at 10, but she is on the call. So thank you very much.
Thank you for that report, Dr. Pace. All right, any question? Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
Thank you very much for that report, Dr. Pace. I was on the phone with the state yesterday, and I had some of the same comments and questions that you just stated today. I believe Santa Cruz and maybe San Diego are the two counties that you described have the opportunity to get off the watch list, and I was requesting we know what the triggers are to get on. Is it the exact same triggers but in reverse? Do we need to be 3 days into those better numbers before we get up? There's really no explanation, and we have to know that there's a way out, and not knowing that there's a way out is some of the same frustrations that some people share with me, which I agree with, that we don't know when things are going to end. We don't have a deadline because it's unknown. But these types of things from the state, I think, need to be a little bit more specific rather than seeming to be long-term. I also read in one of my CSAC emails that I received about this update that at this moment, they said the only concrete benefit, and I don't know if that means the only benefit or the benefit they seem to think is the only good thing, is opening up K through 12 when you get off the watch list. So I don't know if that means bars are allowed to open at one point or if restaurants can go back indoors. It seemed to be the only detail that was provided as far as getting off the watch list. So I'm not quite sure exactly what that looks like. I was excited to hear about it, and I've been missing some of the CSAC meetings due to longer meetings, or last week they had problems with technology as well. But I was happy to hear about the Verily contract extended till the end of September. Also excited to hear about some of the new saliva tests that are coming out, and hopefully that will help create a cheaper alternative and also a more rapid testing alternative for us to get test results. I'm looking at the numbers that you presented and that I've been following specifically to our county. It seems to be following a positive trend. I know that what we see in those numbers does not necessarily dictate the amount of work that your staff is doing, because even though maybe we found out that we have less active cases, you still need to do the contact tracing for those that may have taken a while for you to receive. And so I understand that, like you said, you're working on 90 plus cases at this moment, even though we only have 21 active cases. So all of my questions thus far, because of email back and forth, have been answered at this moment in time. I'm really happy with where we are and hope we can keep following this trend into staying positive and not getting worse. I do have one question for you, and this has been a back and forth a little bit that's been happening on email between Supervisor Scott, myself, and I know Supervisor Scott has been working with you, Dr. Pace, about this, and that's what is our plan and what is the status of the courthouse? Because I'm hearing a lot of complaints and concerns about what's happening on the 4th floor, and wondering if you can share with us what might be some of the solutions that will be implemented to ensure the social distancing is happening, and so on.
Sure. And just to clarify, one of the kind of questions you had in there was about the watch list. Currently, the way they've set it up is you can get off the watch list, and at that point the schools can open up, but none of the businesses sectors change at this point. That's what they're looking at possibly modifying. So, but at this point, that if anybody gets off the watch list, they can open up their schools, but they can't change anything with the business sectors. With the court, so we've been working a lot with the court. They've been very proactive in thinking about this and putting a lot of effort into it. You know, they're in a difficult situation, or a complex situation, I guess would be a better way to say it, which is they have these constitutional mandates to help the defendants get their rights met, and they also, but the setup was in a different era when we didn't have to worry about COVID. They've been trying to work with precautionary measures, and we've gone through these a lot, and they've put some protective things up, and they're working with masking and different things. I think the problem is the number of people. Sometimes we've had some discussions about potentially capping the number of people that are in the courtroom. I think they feel that a lot of it is somewhat. There is some space where people can wait outdoors, but it does look like the people are moving around a lot in the courtroom, and but there are some ways that people can avoid some of the congregation. There's been a lot of work around the jury trials and thinking about how to do that, and I think we're still in the process of that. I mean, I think there's a court person, Krista, who is the one who's really the most managing those things, and so if you want, I can help you get in touch with her. But we're trying to work with that. We're trying to balance the kind of legal rights of the folks that are needing trials and court activity with the safety mechanism, and I think that's we're trying to find the right balance with that.
And just a quick follow-up, with all those conversations, do you feel that you've seen an increase in safety by following different type of guidelines that they were before, or have those not been necessarily implemented yet?
They are, what I've seen is that they have been, it's been evolving and improving.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Any other questions or comments from the board at this time? Supervisor Scott?
Thank you, Dr. Pace. My only question is, you said that testing is down. Is there a higher threshold that people have to meet to be able to get those tests, or is it available for anybody regardless of their symptoms?
Well, that's a good question. Yeah, it's a little bit of a head scratcher why the demand is down. It's I think one thing is people were frustrated with the long turnaround time and feeling like it didn't really help to get tested, and so, but that seems to have been resolved now. I've heard some people say that they didn't want to get tested because they didn't want to get more positive cases in the county, and then we might get into trouble with the state. But I would really encourage people not to go that way. And then there's this third thing where it's a little bit unclear. There is some discussion that they've put some more barriers in the way of terms of asymptomatic people getting tested. Although I just talked to some people yesterday who said that they were able to get tested without any problem like that. So I think if people are wanting to get tested and they're getting screened out by Verily, I'd appreciate it if they let us know, because I'm not quite sure that's happening, but I've heard a few reports of it that it is and a few reports that it isn't. We would like people to get tested, and there's capacity. So if they're having trouble getting through the screening process and the application process, please contact us at the health department, and we'll help you get in.
Okay, any more questions from the board at this point, or comments? Okay, seeing none, we'll go ahead and open it up to the public. I don't see any hands up at this point in the room. Jake, can you please open the room?
Yes, I will unmute the floor here. The floor has been unmuted in Zoom. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, hearing none, Jake, we'll go ahead and close the room. And we'll bring it back to the board chambers. Or Supervisor Sabatier, would anyone like to make a comment in the board chambers?
It does not appear that anybody wants to make a comment on this item.
Okay. All right, we'll bring it, all right, then we'll close it and bring it back to the board. Are there any final comments from the board? Okay, I'll finish with just a final comment. It's something to think about that came up obviously at our reopening committee that we have each week that was put together by Dr. Pace, and looking at the long-term recovery for businesses and other things dealing with this COVID-19 as we move through the winter months. I know we've got some background music going on, but it's just something I think that we need to bring back to the board and consider as we move forward. I know the reopening committee, obviously there are a lot of partners, stakeholders, both cities, 2 representatives from the Board of Supervisors, Public Health, obviously, the school superintendents. But when we're talking about long-term recovery of the county and the businesses as we move through the winter months, obviously, I think it's another discussion we need to bring back to the board, look at putting something together. Obviously, the Blue Collar Committee, other business entities have also had somewhat of an influence on how we've done with the reopening. But ultimately, the recovery comes back to the board, I think, for a general discussion. So I think that will be something that comes back to the board here before the end of August, and we'll look to, talk about that as long-term recovery and how we deal with this through the winter months. Because ultimately, as we know and what we've learned, the next time, if something does have to happen, it'll look completely different than it did on March 18th. So, I just wanted to make that comment at the end here about reopening committee. Okay, Dr. Pace, thank you very much for everything that your department is doing. I know you guys are tired and stretched thin, but thank you very much. I want to thank Willie Spada, all the folks that are working to get the testing done. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Pace.
Thank you.
Okay, I will, I know we're going to go right into our next item here, but I did have a question of the board. Is there a need for a 5-minute break before we start our timed items?
Yeah, I would appreciate that.
Okay, let's go ahead and we'll take a 5-minute break, and then we'll come back. And so we'll be back here at, let's just say 10 o'clock, 10 a.m. We'll start up with our timed items. All right, perfect. Thank you. Just for the public, we are taking a break for just 5 minutes. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the meeting at 10:02 a.m. See, Supervisor Brown is making his way back to the diocese. So we're going to go ahead and move right into our 6.3 item, our 10 a.m. item, a presentation of an annual report on the activities of the Lake County Resource Conservation District.
Good morning, Chair.
Go ahead, Susan.
Yes, good morning, Chair. I'm sorry to interrupt. Victoria Brandon is on the Zoom line with a presentation, and another member of the district by the name of Harry Lambs is also in the Zoom room.
Welcome, Victoria, and welcome, Harry.
Thank you, Moak. Harry is actually the president of the Resource Conservation District, and Harry, you've got the capacity to unmute at will and join in and tell me I'm telling something wrong, or add your own additions to this. I've got a PowerPoint and I'm going to get it going here. Let's see, share screen, and there we go. That should do it. And put it there. Okay. The first few slides that I've got here are kind of a recap of what an RCD is, and I'm sure this is going to be really familiar to the board who've heard it several times before, but I'd like to take the opportunity to spread the word of what we are and what we do to members of the community. I see we've got 60 or 70 people on the line, so this is a great opportunity. We are actually a kind of a hybrid organization. We're local, we deal with local conservation issues, but we're actually classified as a special district of the state of California. All of this started back in Dust Bowl days when the Federal Soil Conservation Service, which is now the NRCS, was started. And it was felt necessary to have local activities that were coordinated according to local needs. So soil conservation districts were established. And the name was changed from Soil to Resource in 1971 to match an expanded mandate that had gotten way beyond soils at that point. And it includes fish and wildlife and fire prevention and invasive species, and particularly taking a kind of a watershed approach to pretty much everything that goes on. And so consistent with that mandate, we do soil and water conservation programs. We do a lot of wildlife habitat enhancement and restoration. We're heavily involved in invasive species management, watershed restoration coordination, planning for conservation throughout our region. We have educational programs, and here in Lake County, we also sponsor the Fire Safe Council coordinator, Lori Hutchinson. Come on, well. There. This is a portrait of our directors. In the center is Ron Yoder, who was our director for District 3 until several months ago when he very, very tragically passed away. And we're looking to fill that seat. Also from left to right, that's Mary Jo Velasquez, Harry Lyons, me, Ron, Shula Shoup, Bill Lincoln, and Jim Bridges. So 2020, our activities were pretty seriously interfered with because of COVID. And some of these things in this list I'm going to be talking about in a little more length, but I do want to mention all of them. We do an annual weed tour. It was going to be held in the middle of May this year at Anderson Marsh, as it was last year, and was canceled because of COVID. Field Days in the Creek is up at the Mendocino National Forest. Most of the presentation is done by the forest personnel, but we coordinate it. It's for middle schools, for 4th and 5th graders in the Upper Lake area, and it's a half a day out on the forest at the campsite up there, Middle Creek campsite, here, with a bunch of presentations about natural history. I've got this reversed. That Field Days in the Creek is at Middletown, and that's the kind of presentation it is. Kids in the Creek is the one that's up in Upper Lake. And both of them had to be canceled because of COVID. One was going to be in April and the other one in May. Native Plant Project is kind of suspended. We've been doing this for a couple of years, and we'll talk about it a little more length a little bit later. But we do a sales of native plants in coordination with the master gardeners at the Ag Center. And it seemed really imprudent to encourage people to come out in what would have been early May and do plant sales to the general public, especially since all of our volunteers are seniors. Frank Meisenbach Scholarship, we'll talk about it later. Trout in the Classroom, we're doing wildfire recovery and reforestation, that's continuing. And the big projects there are 8 Mile Valley Project, Goats Rue eradication, Trailside Park and Highway 53 reforestation under Caltrans grants for mitigation that they've got to do for oak woodland removal. And also, the CDFA has got a Healthy Soils initiative where they're trying to encourage farmers to use practices which are restorative for the land and will promote healthy soil and particularly carbon sequestration. And although we did not participate directly, Mendocino RCD did, and they were reaching out to us to do outreach to Lake County farmers. Unfortunately, the meeting that was planned for that at the Eli Stage Stop had to be canceled because of COVID. And we tried to do it by Zoom, but it wasn't very effective. And we're hoping to be able to resume this perhaps in the fall. Okay, so here's the plant list for some pictures of some of the plants we have available. And we're hoping, as I say, to be able to resume this project, to be able to encourage people to use native plants, which have so many advantages. And as you can see, they are plenty beautiful. And so this page is continuing to be posted on our website as kind of an encouragement for better days to come and the things that people can accomplish with these materials. Frank Meisenbach Scholarship, East Lake RCD longtime director Frank Meisenbach was really concerned about education. And when he retired from East Lake, and then we lost him also back about 5 years ago, we established a scholarship for local high school and junior college graduates who were going on to study research, resource conservation or agriculture. And this year we gave one of these $500 scholarships to Rain Lynn Reese, who is a Middletown High School graduating senior. She hopes to become a veterinarian. And we were really glad to be able to continue that virtually despite the impediments. Now, our Trout in the Classroom program has been ongoing since before the Resource Conservation District existed here in Lake County. It was the Westlake project for a number of years, and Westlake Director Tony Blyleven is now an associate director of our organization, and he runs it. And last year he had recruited 5 teachers. 3 of them were repeating, and 2 of them were brand new, to conduct this program where aquariums are distributed to classrooms under the supervision of the teachers, who all have to go through a training program to participate. And then eggs are distributed to those classrooms. Tony does all this. And then the students raise the eggs to an age where they can be released in a stream near their school. And it's got all kinds of educational components, aside from being really lots of fun for the kids who get seriously attached to their individual fish. They learn about water quality. They do stream habitat study at the same time. They can appreciate water resources. It helps them develop conservation ethics. They grow to understand ecosystems and why it's important to have a healthy ecosystem so that it can support the fish. They actually do firsthand science, and they get then to let their trout loose in a stream near their school. And Tony had distributed the aquaria and the eggs just as the shutdown started. And our board just assumed that this project was dead for the year. We couldn't see how it could go on, thinking that most that could happen would maybe the teachers would take the aquaria home so the eggs wouldn't just die. But actually what they managed to do was conduct the whole program virtually. The teachers did take the aquaria home, but instead of just looking after the fish, they did it all with virtual learning and broadcasting it to the students who were able to participate remotely. And they raised the trout to the age where they could be released. And then they went out and released them remotely, but were filming the whole thing for the students, so they were able to be part of the whole activity. And I think this was a really remarkable achievement in difficult circumstances. And now this is the program. That's Tony telling the directors all about this about a year ago. So any of the 5 classes raised their trout, they released their trout, the students were participating virtually. And here is a movie, which I hope I managed to make work. It's the first time I've ever done this in a PowerPoint. These are the trout in the aquaria. And there they are swimming around. Unfortunately, I don't have any pictures of the actual release, but there you get to see live fish. And we're about to be done with live fish. Okay. So reforestation. The RCD got involved heavily with reforestation after the Valley Fire. We were approached to sponsor a program where we could act as wholesalers and have seedlings, conifer seedlings raised to our specifications of a species mix that was suggested by local foresters, and arranged to bring them to Lake County and keep them in cold storage until they could be planted and distribute them to private landowners. This was in parallel to the programs which the BLM and the National Forest were also doing. And particularly the first couple of years, CAL FIRE up on Cobb Mountain at the demonstration forest. In any case, through 2017 and 2020, we distributed 240,000 mixed conifer seedlings. This was funded primarily from Lake County Rising, which is the wine grape and association and vineyard and wineries, with a lot of funding from the Lake County Rotary Club Association, and with all sorts of practical assistance from NRCS, who helped find the landowners who wanted to replant. El Dorado and Mendocino RCDs. El Dorado grew a lot of the seedlings for us, and Mendocino helped with forestry advice. Greg Giusti was advising the project throughout, and Scully Pack had 100,000 each the first 2 years, 40,000 the third year. And at that point, we were thinking that we could extend the program. By that time, the ranch fire was happening, and we knew there was going to be continued demand from that area. But we ran up against a big problem in that there had been so much demand for replanting conifers in Lake County and surrounding because of all the terrible fires that the seed bank was pretty much exhausted. And for the 2020 planting season, which these were seedlings we had to order in December of 2018, we were only able to obtain 18,000 seedlings, almost all of them ponderosa pine. And most of those went to landowners in the ranch fire area. In any case, the seedlings were delivered on February 6th. They were put in cold storage at Scully's, and we were able to get them all distributed and in the ground over the next 10 days. Unfortunately, February was pretty dry, but the rains in March gave them a real boost. And we have been told that the success rate has been pretty good. Success rate in past years has been really quite excellent. That there's been good survival, and they're coming back, and the land is starting to recover. So that part of the reforestation project is on hold. We were not able to get any seeds for planting next year, and whether we will resume the project after that is going to depend on seed availability, which is still up in the air, and also on local demand, which seems to have fallen off a lot. The 8 Mile Valley project is something that has been going on since 2005. That actually, Greg Dills first started proposing this project back in the 90s. The 8 Mile Valley is the headwaters of Scotts Creek, 8 Mile Creek. And it's surrounded by BLM land, but it was reclaimed for agriculture in the beginning of the last century. And the stream beds were rerouted and channelized, and it resulted in a great deal of erosion. The sedimentation from that area is considered one of the major contributors to sedimentation into Clear Lake. And in 2005, the then Westlake RCD did a control project that looked very successful, a lot of replanting and a lot of willow structures that were going to root and control the water and generally correct things. But we had 250-year storm event over New Year's that year, and the whole thing washed out. And it has taken ever since to get a new project put together and get a partnership and get the funding to fix it. And this was a partnership between the Scotts Valley Band, the Lake County RCD, and the BLM. The project, the idea is, the main thing is to reduce sedimentation to Clear Lake by stabilizing the stream bed and restoring it. This will also increase habitat value in this area and will stabilize the banks and establish erosion control management for the future. So we started, the design has been going on for the last couple of years, but the actual work started in September of last year. And the RCD directors got a chance to tour the project site on October 3rd. And that you'll see is we're out on the site where you don't actually see but one little piece of heavy equipment there. They were massive earth moving equipment all over the place, really transforming this landscape. You see there our directors Shula Shoup and Bill Lincoln, and standing there with his hand out like he's saying wagons ho is project supervisors Larry Ray, who has been on the ground supervising all of this and designing it from the beginning. And behind him, I'm pretty sure that's Greg Dills, though I couldn't absolutely swear by it. In any case, this very eroded valley has been mitigated by going in there and putting in loads and loads and loads of heavy rock to stop the water and slow it down, and then grading the land with the idea that it will return to what it had originally been, which is rather than having streams that are cutting down through the landscape and then washing everything out, it will be a gradual slope so that the water can spread out evenly over the landscape. And when it does make a channel, it will be like it works in a delta, where it'll go one way one year and another way another year, and just generally increase the water in this whole area, which will increase the growth of riparian vegetation, which will hold onto the soil and restore it to what it used to be, which was a soil holding mechanism rather than a soil eroding mechanism. Was a very successful operation. It took place over a period of a few weeks, which was just flabbergasted us all how the transformation that was possible. But we knew all along that when the heavy rains came, some of this was going to wash out, and that is true. And we've just we're planning to get back up there in the spring, probably in March and April, to survey the site, see what work needed to be doing, and then get going on it as soon as possible. Unfortunately, COVID got in the way too, because BLM properties were all shut down, and there was just no access possible until June. So, I've actually Greg Dales took about 20 photographs up there showing what we need to do to fix it. And fortunately, the way this grant was set up, it's expected that the work is going on for at least another year to do the repairs, and then after this winter, repairs from whatever washes out there. Compared to what was there before, it's nothing much. It's all very rectifiable, but you can see in there how down cutting is beginning. So it's going to be necessary to plan out each one of these down cut areas, go in there with more rock, go in there with more grading, and generally fix it. And this is all going to happen probably starting in September. At least we now have got the plans out for what is needed, and are working with the contractors for the contract to actually do the labor that they are going to have to do. So that this I think is a really successful project that monitoring downstream is going to show how much this is acting to slow down the sedimentation into Clear Lake from this area, which was really pretty terrible. So the go-through eradication projects in the same area. This is a federally listed weed, which is really bad news. It was discovered at 8 Mile Valley in 2011 by the same Larry Ray who was up there working on the 8 Mile Valley project. And we delivered a plan of action, got it pretty much eradicated, but then had to go in and mop up the resprouts. And the RCD got an additional grant from CDFA, which is really concerned about this because if it gets down into the Delta, it could have a terrible effect on agriculture downstream. To do work this year and into next year. But the way that this eradication happens most effectively is to go in with hand crews early in the spring when the soil is still moist and it's coming up all over the place, and hand pull it. And then come back in during the summer a couple of times with herbicides. But at that point, because most of it's been hand pulled, only spot spraying is necessary. It enormously reduces the amount of herbicide that has to be applied by doing it in a two-stage process like this. But it's essential to get in there at the right time of year before it sets seed and while the soil is still moist so it can be dug up. And this should have started in probably March, certainly by April. And because of the COVID shutdown, we were not able to get in there till June. And we got a Civilian Conservation Corps crew in there, did great work, but the job still has more work needs to be done. And we need to get in there a couple more times throughout this season. And it's very difficult to find people to do the work. So we're really working on being able to move ahead with this. A kind of ironic thing, this whole 8 Mile area was pretty heavily burned over in the river fire, except for the goats rue, because it was riparian and moist, and so they were just flourishing patches in the middle of the charred landscape. So we're still working on reforestation, but in a different way. Caltrans, as you know, is doing a major widening of Highway 29, resulting in the removal of a lot of oak trees. And so they are required to mitigate this oak tree removal by doing replanting and approach the RCD to see if we could find suitable places for replanting. And we got a $600,000 grant to plant 7 acres of oak woodland. That's not just the oak trees, but associated native vegetation within Trailside Park in Middletown, which is, there, I knew I'd missed one. This was the reforestation area, reforestation efforts there that we did post Valley Fire. That was in the spring of 2017 when about 500 people showed up there to plant conifer seedlings that we contributed from the ones we had ordered that year. And there was another similar project the following year. So the conifers are getting replanted, but there was still a lot of oak woodland down there that was hit pretty hard. And so that's why we were doing this other project too. It began in October of 2019. We got seeds, we got native plant plugs that were raised to order, a lot of necessary equipment. The planting began in December, and it is an ongoing project. What's going on there now is watering. And our original idea was to truck in water to water these plantings throughout this summer. These are native plants, and once they're established, they will not need maintenance. But the first summer or two, it's necessary to maintain them. In any case, the suggestion has been made that for about what we're paying to truck in water, we can dig a well. And then this would be a permanent asset for the county at Trailside Park. And we're exploring that option right now, but it seems like it makes quite a bit of sense. We also got a little grant from Caltrans to plant some acorns on Highway 53. And this is a project that took place in last fall. And when you plant acorns, in contrast to planting young trees, they will take care of themselves. Assuming they got rained on after planting, they put down a deep taproot, and they will take care of themselves without further attention from us. So, what's next? So we're hoping that next year we're going to be able to go back to normal life and be able to resume our weed tour and our educational projects aimed at the schools. We're hoping to be able to regroup the native plant project. Go through, unfortunately, the CDFA grant was not exactly, it was time to suit the funding stream and not time to suit the actual necessity of invasive plant eradication. The funding is going to run out at the end of March, and the time to start taking the goats out of there isn't until April and May. So we're going to have to look for an alternative source of funding in order to continue that project. 8 Mile Valley, we've got at least another year of maintenance work and continued, depending on what happens next winter, continued restoration of anything that might be washing out. The Trailside plant project is ongoing for another 2 years to get those plants established. And we're also, this just started, came up within the past few weeks. We're hoping to work with the Risk Reduction Authority in order to update the Community Wildfire Protection Plan, which is 10 years old and needs to be brought up to date. And there's our website where these various projects are all described, and please pay us a visit. And there's my contact information. And we're open to questions. And Harry, you might want to jump in here too.
I think she froze
Oh.
again.
Jake, I don't know if you need to try and unmute Harry if he's trying to talk.
Yes, it looks like it. I just got him co-host.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Let me see. Yeah, I want to thank Victoria for that presentation. It's good to see a wrap up on how we're doing. I wanted to emphasize that a lot of this is in partnership with other organizations, and we're getting better and better at that. In Napa County, RCD, Sonoma, Marin, entire North Coast consortium of RCDs are working. We're getting grants written with these organizations for money from CAL FIRE for fire resiliency, and we're working with the clerk, the Clear Lake Environmental Research Center, and so a lot of coordination, cooperation, and Victoria has a lot to do with that. We have an active board, and I'm very thankful for all the work that they put in on this. And I also especially want to thank Victoria for letting an oceanographer like me see some fish swim around the noon. So that's a thrill. Appreciate the support of the Board of Supervisors, and we look forward to another year. We have a very careful, balanced approach to doing work in the epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry. Thank you very much, Harry and Victoria. Appreciate the presentation. Going to go ahead and open it up to the board. Are there any questions from the board at this point? Supervisor Brown?
Well, thank you, Victoria. That was great, and it's always been something I've been interested in because of the property that we've had in our family for generations, and the history of that. The resource conservation districts were actually created in the 1930s as a result of trying to correct the damage done through farming practices through the 1800s and then the turn of the century when tractors and all that started coming into play, and actually it ultimately caused the Dust Bowl because of the disking and the way the fences were placed and all that. And so the Resource Conservation District was implemented by President Roosevelt at the time in order to help correct all of that. But everybody knows what happened with the Dust Bowl. And so that's kind of the history of that I learned. And then in Lake County, as it was applied to Lake County, there was the Resource Conservation District started out in the 40s and 50s, and they were doing they were putting in a lot of ponds throughout different ranches, and we actually have a couple of those ponds on our property that was built by Henning Lindenblad back in those days. So those ponds are all over the county, and there's still water in them, in spite of the drought and all that. So they knew what they were doing back then. So it's something that I've always been interested in. One of the things that the questions I had was about the trout, the classroom, the trout in the classroom type thing. Given the way the schools are set up right now, are going to be set up with COVID, but even before that, we've got a large, very productive and active homeschool population, and it's grown substantially through COVID. I know a lot of families that are doing homeschool now as a result of this. And is there an inclusion with that group as well? Because that's exactly their type of thing, the hands-on, out in the field, out in the creek, out in the lake, doing that kind of stuff. And so I just want to make sure that they're included in that.
This has not come up before, but thanks for bringing it up. This program is not something we invented. We're tapping into something that's much larger. It's at least statewide. And one of the requirements is that the teachers who conduct these, have these aquaria and conduct these programs go through training. And that probably wouldn't be feasible for individual homeschoolers, but it might be possible to set up a kind of adjunct program where homeschoolers were able to participate in the program, which was being conducted by one of the trained teachers.
So one of the misconceptions that people have that aren't involved in homeschool is that each home has their own little program going on, and that's not the case. You could easily have a parent be taught how to do this, and then that parent would then bring a group of homeschoolers together. That's what they do. They collaborate together. They go on field trips together. They do all this stuff together. So it's not done independently in a vacuum, as a lot of people probably think that they do.
Well, as I said, Tony Blyleven runs this. It's his baby, and he's doing a wonderful job at it. So I'd suggest bringing that subject up with him.
I will. I know Tony.
Well, you can feed it through us. We can bring it up with him.
Yeah, of course.
Too.
No, I know Tony. I'll reach out to him. The other question I had was regarding the oak tree mitigation. I know Caltrans is working with you on, as you indicated, on the oak tree removal along Highway 175 by Trailside Park. But as anyone that travels the Highway 29 corridor, there's a project going on right now where probably 10 times that amount of oak trees were removed or are being removed for that the widening of that stretch by the S Ranch. And I'm wondering if there's a program with that one as well. I know they try to do mitigation in that area, and I'd be happy to help if there's any funding available through Caltrans for oak tree mitigation to find property with water that would adequately could be used to mitigate the number of oak trees that were taken out and replace them with the number that's recommended.
Yeah, I know they were looking to do a project with the Land Trust on that, where it would not be replanting, but putting a permanent conservation easement on oak woodlands that were in danger of development.
Okay.
And I'm not sure where the RCD does not have a project on that one right now. We're kind of stretched. We need more staff.
No, I get it. I just, this is the place to ask the questions.
But I know that is definitely in the works. They've got to mitigate for what they're doing.
And for any other developer, there is a requirement that I don't know if it's 3 to 1, I don't remember what it is, but there is a requirement. And I haven't heard that there's a requirement on this particular project, but it's likely that if they have funding available, that we could put something together. I know RCD's probably stretched a little bit, but there are other organizations that could do that as well. So I'd like to look into that a little bit more if we could.
Well, as I said, I know they were talking to the Land Trust about it a while back.
Okay. Well, Harry, you're wearing both hats, I'm sure. So I can talk to Harry maybe about that a little further.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions or comments from the board at this point? Supervisor Scott?
Thank you, Victoria and Harry, for all your great work on all these wonderful projects that many of us don't even know are going on and happening. So it's really great that we have 64 people right now listening to all the work that's being done. I would really like to have more information about the 8 Mile project. So maybe if you'd go out there again for a field trip to check it out, maybe see if I'm available to come out there. I'm just really interested.
Okay.
So keep me in the loop.
Yeah.
I'll write that down. If I don't write things down, they get lost.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
I just wanted to kind of give not a brief history, but I know that the RCD used to be, I believe, east and west, not north and south. And I can only imagine how much more difficult it was to be able to coordinate everything, being 2 separate entities, but doing the same type of work, and that being one and seeing the amount of work that's being done is very appreciated from my perspective. I'm also thinking in the future, and I don't know how this would work, but I'm looking at Supervisor Crandall right now on my screen, and I'm thinking about the 600-acre plus property we had just discussed the other day that might be provided to the county through a trust. And I know that that's gone through some potential burn scars and some other issues as well, and maybe there's a collaboration that can be founded in the future if that's something that fits within your scope of work as well. So I appreciate everything you do. We're here because we love our nature, our scenery, the grand beauty of it all from living in Lake County, and you are absolutely one of the best stewards of the work that needs to be done to keep it that way.
Thank you so much for those good words.
Thanks.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, are you talking about the potential John T. Klaus? Yes, okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, no, it would be, it's actually, that's one of the things that we discussed before in that meeting was, of course we have to look into the situation. However, once things start rolling along, if we take an interest and start taking ownership of that, there would be a group that would be needed to put together. And I couldn't think of anyone better to have on there than one of your representatives. So in order to ensure that the land is, is provided with the stewardship that you provide.
We're always looking for partnership opportunities.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then once we get further up, we'll make sure you're in the loop on that.
Excellent. All right, there are no more comments from the board. We can go ahead and open up for public comment. But before they do that, I just would like to once again thank Victoria and Harry for doing the presentation today. But the work that the RCD is doing here in Lake County is excellent. And I'm really excited about the opportunity for collaboration with the Risk Reduction Authority and the CWPP, which needs to be updated. So I'm excited about those conversations as they move forward. But everything that you're doing, obviously, and we've heard reports at different agencies or boards that we sit on, LAFCO, other things that we've done, we've heard different reports. So thank you very much, and we completely support you. So thank you, and appreciate the report today.
Thank you.
So we're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jake, I don't see any hands up in the room at this point, but if you could open up there we go. We got a hand up, Magdalena Valderrama. So we'll go ahead and start with Magdalena. Go ahead, Magdalena.
I've sent you an unmute request, Magdalena.
Yes, thank you. I've got it. Thank you.
Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yes. My name is Magdalena Valderrama. That's with 2 R's.
Thank you.
Sure. I very much appreciate the presentation that you gave, Victoria. I was had the benefit of your participating in our Wilder Than Wild screening at the Super Reese a couple of years ago, and I happen to represent the Siegler Springs Community Redevelopment Association, just for the record. I was really glad to be able to see all the great projects that are being done by the Resource Conservation District. It's been one of the deeper interests of mine, and I did see that that there was a a last item on what's up next regarding the update of the county community wildfire protection plan. And as you pointed out, that plan was last put together in 2009, and I was wondering what provisions are being made for the community input. So much has changed since then. It seems to me that the community perspective is very much needed now.
Absolutely. So I remember when that plan was put together and we had a series of workshops all over the county where people were bringing their local knowledge to bear on wildfire risk and proposals for mitigating them. And I think we're going to do the same thing again. This is at the very earliest organizational stages. The Risk Reduction Authority just reached out to us to see if we would be interested in being active participants in this. Since we do sponsor the Fire Safe Coordinator, it's a real natural fit. But this just literally came up last week. So there are no definite plans yet, but absolutely there will be public engagement as that process moves forward.
Thank you.
And we'll be looking to you to help put together some of those town halls.
Sure.
That's what you get for stepping up here.
Sure, okay, great.
Thank
And
you,
just
Ms.
thank you to the supervisors for the questions that you posed also. It was really informative to hear the answers.
Thank you, Magdalene. Okay, Jake, I don't see any other hands up at this point. Can we just open up the room and see if anyone has a comment at this point?
Yes, I will unmute the floor here. The Zoom floor has been unmuted. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake. Let's go ahead and close.
The phone.
Someone trying to make comment? All right, Jake, let's go ahead and we'll close the virtual room at this point. And we'll go ahead and bring it to the chambers. Supervisor Sabatier, do we have anyone like to comment on this item?
Yes, we do.
Excellent. Can you please give us your first and last name? But go ahead and
I'm Joan Moss. I'm a voting member of District 5. I want to add my voice to Rob Brown. It was sickening to see all the trees just obliterated between Kitts Corner and Cobb 175, and then up towards Cobb 175 a ways. It was just, many people spoke about it. And then a couple years ago, they took away the oaks that framed the road on Cobb 175 going into Middletown around Dry Creek Cutoff. The oaks made a bridge, and they were so beautiful. And I thought it was the sewer project, but it was Caltrans again, widening the road. And I want to ask how long it will take those acorns to replace those trees that seemed to be many, many stories high. And I want to bring up a new subject I've been concerned about and fearful of bringing up. I found it on the internet that California is sinking. Universities have studied the groundwater level, and parts of California are sinking 1.5 feet a year because the groundwater is not being recharged. And a programmer from KPFG said there's a book about it. And in the future, both the Midwest and of the United States and the Central Valley of California will be a desert because of the use of water. And I hate to bring this up with all the other disasters we're going through, but I do think we need to avoid wildfires, and we need to, in the future, address that California is itself sinking. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Joan.
And I believe that is the only comment from the public for this item.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Supervisor Sabatier. All right, what we're going to do then is we're going to go ahead and bring it back to the board for any final comments or questions. We'll go ahead and close public input and public comment. We'll go ahead and bring it back to the board. Are there any closing comments from the board members at this point?
I appreciate the report.
Yeah, thank you very much for the report. Very informative. Thank you. Yes, Victoria, go ahead.
I was
you were just waving?
waving. Before we close, I just want to say, I just noticed that our director, Mary Jo Velasquez, is also in the meeting. Wanted to acknowledge and thank her for her presence.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and end this item. Thank you very much for the presentation, and thank you for all the hard work that's being done here in Lake County. So we're going to go ahead and close this item out, and we're going to move to our next agenda item. Thank you very much, Victoria, and thank you, Harry. Okay, our next agenda item is item 6.4. It's our 10:30 a.m. item. It's an appeal to the Board of Supervisors on AB 20-01 of a major use permit, UP 1905, an initial study 1909 for APN 009-021-07. And this is going to be presented by Community Development, and I see Takara is on the line right now. So we'll go ahead and turn it over to Community Development. Supervisor.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Just by way of procedure, just to remind the public that testimony here will be sworn. Okay. Normally staff provides an overview of the matter and offers any documentary or oral evidence they wish to present. Then the appellant is allowed to present its evidence, followed by the project applicant if the applicant wishes to do so, and any public testimony. And then, of course, any rebuttal comments from either the appellant or community development staff. Your board has the opportunity then to take the matter under submission for an intended decision or for deliberation. And after the close of the hearing, you have 45 days to announce your decision on appeal that culminates with written findings, as you know. Today, your board can hear part or all of the hearing, depending upon how the board determines to manage the time of the board today or what transpires during the course of the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anita, and thank you for reminding me of the swearing in. We will start that. Takara, if you just give me 1 minute. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, for this item on the agenda, I need to accuse myself. I am a signatory on a letter of intent from Robinson Rancheria in regards to this project. So I'd like to recuse myself on this item.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Supervisor Crandall. Supervisor Brown?
So, Mr. Chair, just for procedure here, I know last week we went long and we had a lot to take care of, but in order for staff to have the breaks and the lunches and everything that they're legally required to get, I'm hoping that if I can't see that we're going to get through this thing before lunch, but we should identify a particular lunch time so people will know, and then we can come back. And then the other thing that I'm going to ask in advance, it may change, but after, we don't get our agenda, the public and the appellant and all the folks, the applicant, everybody needs to know this, that we don't get these agendas until Friday. Just the documents from the attorney alone was 140 pages. There's no way that we were able to get through this. And so there's a good possibility that, we may hear everything today and then take it under submission or continue it for another week. Because I want to make sure this is an important project, but it's also an important precedent for other projects that may come into the county like this. So I want to make sure that we give it everything it deserves. I don't want to kick it down the road. If I'm going to ask for some time, I'm talking about just this week. So I just want to make sure that it's not something that we rush into. It's in my district, but that's not relevant to that. I don't care about that. I would feel the same way no matter what district it's in. I think it's an important project, as we talked earlier about the power generation and all the issues that we have. I think it's timely. So I'm just saying that right up front. So.
All right, and I appreciate that conversation as far as managing time. So obviously we're just over 10:30 here, and sorry about that, 10:53, 10:50, almost 11 o'clock. So we are a little bit behind. So the thought would be moving forward, if we can, to take lunch around 12:30 to 1:30, and then come back from that. I'd like to get as much done as possible with this hearing, and then see what else we could get covered on the timed items between now and that time frame. I know it is going to probably a long item here, but that's kind of the thought for the scheduling as we move forward through into lunch and then a break, and then coming back and reconvening at 1:30. And so I don't know how long, obviously, the presentations will take. Do we have any idea, both from community development or from the other side?
Good morning.
Or the appellant?
Deputy Director of Community Development. Regarding the actual presentation, staff is prepared to give a brief presentation and to speak to any rebuttals that might come up. But staff actually would recommend, speaking to Supervisor Brown's earlier point, some additional time. We received the 110 pages worth of documentation from the appellant's lawyer around 4:30 p.m. yesterday, and staff has not had a chance to review it in detail, and we feel it would be prudent to be able to respond to that letter in addition to the staff report that we provided together all at once. So staff actually would prefer to continue this item to a date certain to have time to prepare a response, if that pleases the board.
Supervisor Sabatier?
I just wanted to share my thoughts on this. Number one, I think we should always make sure that we make the best decision and the right decision, which in hindsight might be different than what we think is right today. But at the same time, I understand that it's legal, but I'm getting frustrated at receiving these 100+ pages 24 hours before in a meeting when there's been 3 to 4 months to prepare these things. And I know we can't say no to that, but at the same time, no more surprise 100-page packet, please, because this is getting really frustrating. All it is a delay tactic, and that's all it is. These documents can be done beforehand. I'm just getting a little frustrated. It's coming up for our cannabis stuff, where we're going through the appeals. All of a sudden, we're getting all these new information the day before. It came up for our last appeal that we just did. It's just, it's getting old.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead, Anita.
Thank you, sir. Just for a point of order, I can still see Supervisor Crandall on the screen, and unfortunately, recusal means he has to be gone, I'm afraid.
Yeah, you have to leave. You have to, I don't know, Jake, if you can put Supervisor Crandall in another room, in a waiting room until this item's over?
He needs to be put in timeout. That's the way.
Yeah, there you go.
Not at all what I meant. It's just the point of the recusal.
Yeah, Jake, can you accomplish that? Get him into another waiting room or something?
Yeah, I will move him into a separate room, and I'll get that going right here.
Appreciate it if you can work together on that.
And certainly, Mr. Chair, I could also add that, your board determines what weight to give evidence and even argument, and timeliness is certainly an aspect of that, and you can consider the last-minute nature of submissions. Your board can also bifurcate the hearing and begin it today and give staff additional time if they feel there are points that they wish to respond to in that submittal. All of those things are truly up to your board, how you decide you'd like to proceed. So again, you could start with basic presentations and proceed next week. You could go through the whole thing. You could continue it from here. All of those choices are up to you as to how your board feels best to proceed here.
So that's what I'm just going to ask the board at this point. I know that Takara just said that, the 100-page document came in and they would like some more time to review. My question to the board is, would we like to continue this till next week and give the opportunity for the documents that have been presented at the last minute to be responded to? Obviously, I know we have the individuals, the Scotts Valley Band. I know they're here today also, not only the appellant, but also the applicant, and to see if that would be something that we'd be able to do, or would we like to hear some testimony today and then just give a extension of time for community development to respond to those. Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
So one of the things that the board's done in the past, over past years, and this is what I would like to do for myself, but I think we should hear it. I think we should hear it today. Let the appellant offer what they have. We don't have to close the hearing today. We can close part of it for, Anita can, give us advice on that. But I would like to hear what they have to say, and then I would like to, like I said, continue it so I can look at all this information, and maybe staff could too. If staff has another idea, I'm open to what they want as well. But then I want to go out and take a visit of the site as well, because I think where it is part of the concern of the appellant, and so I want to go out and put eyes on it as well.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Well, I am slightly conflicted because I'd love to keep moving forward no matter what, but I also don't want to put our staff in a position where they can't answer or rebuttal against an argument being made by the appellant. And I also don't want the appellant's voice to be the only voice heard when we leave, leaving us with a biased opinion because there's no counter argument or response to their argument. So I think that hearing from one side and not being able to respond on the other will leave us with a specific skewed opinion or bias on this project. And I think we need to be able to hear all sides at the same time simultaneously so that we can go ahead and make those decisions, or else we will think that the logic being used by the appellant might be...
Okay, maybe I wasn't clear. I'm not. That's not what I was asking for. I was asking for the appellant to go ahead and start. We could rebut with everything that's presented today.
But the appellant also has a 100-page document that's brand new that we're not ready to do a rebuttal.
Do we know that any of that information is in there, is not already been applied to the original appeal? I don't know. And if it is, we still have next week to respond to it as well. So it's not going to be, I'm not asking that we hear it today and then we just come back. That's not what I'm asking for. We're asking that we start the hearing today.
Yeah, I think I understood that. So, so I had agreement.
Does that make sense?
It
does.
Supervisor Scott, I don't know if you have one way or the other on this item, but just like to hear your...
I would like to start today. This is going to be a long process, and maybe see what we can get through today and bring it back without a decision, and bring it back next week. Okay.
All right. So then I think what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and we're going to hear start the hearing today, the appeal, and what we're going to go ahead and start with, obviously, anyone who may be testifying, we do need to swear folks in who may be testifying today or at a later date. But for today, we're going to go ahead and Johanna, if you please swear everyone in.
Is everyone raising their right hand? We'll assume they are. Do you
Mr. Chair, Jake might have to open the room to allow people to be able to hear the...
All right, Jake, would you please open the room? And if you are going to testify, if you have the ability to turn on the camera, we greatly appreciate that you do that.
I've sent out unmute requests to all participants.
And also in the boardroom, if anybody wishes to testify on this item, make sure to please also raise your hand and follow.
Okay, Johanna.
All right. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
We do.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, just one more thing.
Yes.
So the other item that we have, the second reading of the ordinance, we have some people here that are for that. Do you think that'll occur before lunch or not? I just want to let them know so they have the option of coming back. Is there a time that we might?
Yeah. My thought would be that we could start with that at 1:30 when we reconvene after lunch.
Okay.
We'll start with that item at 1:30.
Okay. Thank you.
It looks like someone has their hand raised. Should we, Chair Simon, should we address the raised hand first, or would you like me to go ahead and start?
No, what I would like to do, obviously, is you give your presentation, and then we'll allow the appellant to do that also. So as we move through the process, so go ahead, Takara.
Okay, so I'm going to share my screen in 1 second. Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, I can.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors, public who are attending virtually and in the chambers, if there's any. My name is Tokara Nicole Thomas, and I'm the Deputy Director for Community Development. And today we are going to speak to an appeal to the board for the bioenergy production facility. This is Appeal AB 20-01 of Major Use Permit UP 1905, Initial Study IS 1909. And just for a bit of housekeeping, I do have my team members, Mark Roberts, Principal Planner, and Victor Fernandez, Assistant Planner. They've assisted with preparing this appeal. So they are in the room with me. They're currently wearing their mask while I am not wearing my mask during speaking. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to walk through the proposed use that is being appealed today. The applicant is requesting approval of a major use permit for the development of a small-scale bioenergy production facility using the ARTIS system. This application went through the planning process and was approved by the Planning Commission in April after two separate meetings. It is now being appealed to the Board of Supervisors. That approval of the Planning Commission is being appealed to the Board of Supervisors today. This system will create biochar and syngas in a dustless, odorless, 2,000-foot contained space. The actual system is sealed and the syngas remains within the system and creates electricity. The system also produces biochar, which would then be used to create activated charcoal, which is eventually going to be used to create N95 masks to support the COVID-19 response per the applicant. The actual site where the proposed use is going to be located is split zone, rural residential, highway commercial, scenic combining district, design review combining. And the actual proposed use will only be located on the rural residential portion of the parcel, and the proposed use is an allowable use on the rural residential portion of the property. And throughout the presentation, in a few slides, we will show some pictures and graphics to depict that. Additionally, the entire proposed use is not visible from the scenic highway corridor, as is back on the back portion of the property, and there will be some screening with vegetation and tree line. And the actual structure will be created using earth tones. It will be a low profile, essentially, structure, so it will essentially kind of blend in with the background. So giving it even better mitigation to prevent it from being seen from the scenic corridor. And finally, the proposed use is approximately 1.5 miles away from the near subdivision, which is Clear Lake Riviera. So then the rest of the presentation, we're just going to walk through the actual permit request and basis for appeal. I gave you a high-level overview of the actual proposed use to kind of give some context, and now we're going to actually walk through some of the key points of the appellant and then staff's response. Some of those key points are the location, the zoning, the parcel size, the slope of the actual parcel, and the permit request process. And just on screen, I put together a brief map to show the actual zoning. Right here in blue is the actual project parcel. I don't know if you can see my cursor. And this kind of shows the split zoning. This portion is commercial highway, this portion is rural residential, and this is where the actual proposed use will be located. So moving on, we're going to start walking through the actual appellate's position. The number one item that we're going to walk through is that the approval of this this use permit by the Planning Commission is an abuse of the zoning system. Staff's response to that is that this is standard planning theory and practices. The actual property is split zone, and the proposed use is permitted within the rural residential zoning, which is an allowable use for property Article 27. And then there's actually Article 68, which provides the actual definition for power generation facilities, which is a further definition of this allowable use. And here, again on screen, is a repeat of the graphic, but I really just want to point out that the actual proposed use is going to be the back of the parcel and is approximately 1.5 miles away from the nearest subdivision, which is also consistent with the zoning ordinance as well, that power generation facilities must be at least 0.5 mile away from the nearest subdivision. There are some additional sub-bullet points in that article, but the high level is that the proposed use for a power generation facility must be at least 0.5 mile away from a nearest subdivision. We just want to point out that there will not be any development within the commercial highway district, which is this red hash portion at the top of the screen. And that, again, it's an allowable use within the zoning ordinance. Further response to the appellate's response, we put in full the actual article definition and sections about power generation facility. And if you bear with me, I'm just going to read that in full for all of us. Per Article 27, power generation facility is an allowable use. Article 27 refers to electrical generation. However, Article 68, which is the definition, provides an expanded definition of a power generation facility. And in full, Article 68, Section 21-68P14, power generation. Any electrical generating facility using thermal, wind, or water energy, including but not limited to biomass plants, wind farms, coal-fired plants, or thermal power plants. Staff feels that this is this proposed use is consistent with Article 68, Section 21-68, specifically the section biomass plants, as the actual use will take woody, dense material, chip it, feed it into the artist system. That material will be heated. There will not be any open flames, and then it'll have two outputs. One would be the biochar, and then the other one will be the syngas, the syngas will also stay within the enclosed system and will create electrical power, which will then kind of create a feedback loop, which will then additionally power the artist system. So it's a closed feedback system, as staff understands it. The next position of the appellant is that the proposed use is visible from the highway scenic corridor. Staff feels that the tree line, which will remain per the applicant, will screen the proposed use. And the first 400 feet of the parcel is commercial highway, which is right here. So on the left side of the screen, just to help orient you, you have a site plan, which is a bird's eye view looking down of the parcel. So this portion right here, which is the CH portion of the parcel, is approximately 400 feet. So that's another buffer. In the front of that 400 feet, you'll have a tree line. And then the actual proposed use will be in the back of the parcel, which is approximately 900 feet away from the intersection of Red Hills and Highway 20. And then on the right-hand side, you have a picture of the actual intersection showing you that there's that tree line, and then this orange arrow is kind of pointing towards where the actual structure will be located. So staff is confident that these mitigation measures will help screen the proposed use from the scenic corridor portion of highway right here. The next one we're going to walk through pretty extensively. The appellate's position is that the project appears to be fast-tracked through the approval process. This project was extensively reviewed by staff. The typical review of a use permit is approximately 6 to 12 months. This actual use permit went through approximately a 15-month review process. The major use permit was submitted to CDD staff on February 11, 2019. There were 2 review periods, which is not necessarily typical, but not necessarily unusual either. We typically do 1 review period of a use permit application by federal, state, and local agencies asking for comments. For this specific use permit, we did 2. One in February of 2019 and one in June of 2019. And approximately 30 agencies reviewed this use permit and provided comments back to staff, which were then incorporated into the actual use permit application and staff's analysis. And then there was a rigorous CEQA analysis followed as well. The typical process is approximately 180 days. This use permit process used every single day of that 180-day time frame to review this process. After that CEQA process, we determined that the initial study resulted in a mitigated negative declaration, which was sent to the state clearinghouse, federal, state, and local agencies for review as well. And then we sent a notice to all properties within 725 feet of the proposed use, again allowing an ample opportunity for concerned parties to provide comment and be a part of this use permit process as well. Finally, the use permit process was reviewed twice by the Lake County Planning Commission. The first time, April 19, when it was continued, and then finally on April 23rd, where it was approved after a lengthy presentation and discussion by staff and the applicant. Finally, it was approved on April 23rd, which essentially is 15 months after it was submitted. Again, I just want to reiterate that the typical review process for a use permit is approximately 6 to 12 months, and this permit process was 15 months. So staff feels that it was not fast-tracked through the approval process. If anything, it took unusually long to get through the permit review process. The next few we're going to kind of run through relatively quickly. So if I'm going too fast, anyone can just chime in and kind of get me to slow down. The first appellate position is that there will be noise and dust impacts. Staff feels that because the actual structure will be enclosed, the actual system will be enclosed within a 2,000-foot structure, that would definitely mitigate the noise and dust impacts. There will be some biomass, some woody materials that's going to be in a pile next to the structure, and that actual woody material will be used to be fed into the structure, and it will be chipped beforehand. Water will be used to spray that chipping operation continuously to help keep down dust. And additionally, the structure, the 2,000-foot structure with the artist system will help dampen any noise, and that the system is completely contained. Finally, staff determined that the noise will be a less than significant impact, as there will be short-term noise due to construction-related noise, and that will be mitigated within the county's noise standards, as well as the actual operation of the artist system, which is what is being proposed today. The project is too close to a subdivision. The ordinance states that the power generation facility cannot be within half a mile of the nearest subdivision. That is the next position point that the appellant raised. Staff feels that the actual proposed use is more than enough distance away from the nearest subdivision, which is Clear Lake Riviera. The project is located approximately 6,800 feet away from that subdivision, which equates to about 1.5 miles. So this is well over the ordinance limit of half a mile. The next appellate point raised was odor and smoke. The artist system is a completely sealed system that does not release emissions. The system does produce syngas, but staff's understanding is that that gas remains in the system, which is completely sealed, and it produces biochar. So staff does not feel there will be any smoke. Additionally, the system does not use flame or any open flames. It uses heated sensors within that field system. And then finally, as I just stated again, I just want to reiterate, the gas that is produced is kept within the system and creates electricity, which further fuels the system, the self-contained system. And then finally, the power generation is not allowed in residential and does not match the ordinance definition as outlined in Article 27. Staff feels that because the parcel is split zone rural residential and commercial highway, and that the actual proposed use will be located on the rural residential portion of the parcel, that it is consistent. And while Article 27 is explicit to say power generation facility is only for electricity, when you go to Article 68, which is the definition and provides an extended use, that actual definition of power generation facility is consistent with the biochar ARTIS system, since the system will be creating syngas, which will create electricity, and the biochar, which is a biomass product, which staff feels consistent with Article 68. And finally, again, I've reiterated it several times, and I'll just say it again here, the proposed use will be fully within the rural residential zoning, which if you look at the table for rural residential, power generation facility is allowed use. Next, we're going to walk through really briefly the environmental analysis. After the CEQA evaluation, staff determined that an initial study was necessary, which results in a mitigated negative declaration. Staff determined that all impacts can be mitigated through mitigation measures and conditions of approval, and a majority of the mitigation measures are either less than significant, and staff feels that this is consistent with adopting a mitigated negative declaration, which is IS 1909. So the findings for approval, just to walk through that briefly, on April 23rd, 2020, the planning commission made the required findings of approval for the following: major use permit UP 1905, that the initial study for the project will provide sufficient mitigation measures to assure that no adverse environmental impacts would result. This essentially is just a reiteration of what I just said on slide number 11. The planning commission agreed with staff's determination for the initial study. So today's staff's recommendation is that the Board of Supervisors provide an appeal denial, file number AB20-01, that the Board of Supervisors approve major use permit UP 19-05, and that the Board of Supervisors adopt the mitigated negative declaration IS 19-09. And with that, that concludes my presentation. As I stated before, I am available for questions. Mark Roberts, the principal planner, is in the room with me as well. And Victor Fernandez, the assistant planner, is in the room as well. And I believe Scott DeLeon, who is the interim director of community development, is on as well. As well as I saw Thomas Jordan, the applicant, in the Zoom room.
Okay, excellent. All right, do we have a presentation? Mr. Jordan, were you planning on speaking on this item as a presentation, or?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I was planning to speak, but as I understand from Ms. Grant, the legal counsel, the applicant opposing the project goes first.
Okay.
If I understood correctly.
The appellant.
The appellant. Okay, all right. So we'll go ahead and, Anita, did you have another comment?
No, sir, I was just confirming Mr. Jordan's understanding. The project applicant certainly gets an opportunity to speak. Normally your board gets the lay of the land, if you will, through the presentations of first staff and then the appellant, and then you take further evidence. All
right, then we're going to go ahead and move to the appellant at this point.
I do have a couple questions of Takara, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
Okay, so a couple things that you said, and I had read them in there, but I was unclear. The chipping operation itself, the physical, you bring in the brush, the logs, everything that comes in, the chipping occurs on site, but indoors.
Correct.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry, Thomas. Thomas is shaking his head no. I'm sorry, I'm incorrect. Thomas, could you help me out here?
Ms. Thomas, I'd be delighted to. Supervisor Brown.
Can you get closer to the microphone, Tom? You're really muffled.
I'm challenged by technology, Supervisor Brown. Is that better?
No. I'll just try to be attentive.
I think the question was, Thomas, whether the entire chipping operation occurs indoor.
I think he heard my question. I just didn't hear, I don't know that I can hear his answer. Go ahead.
Yes, I have an answer. The original process is exactly as you described it, Supervisor Brown. The original idea was to bring in brushed material in its raw form, cut out by PG&E to start with, and it's loggers and arborists, tree cutters, and things of that nature. We have since revised that proposal based upon the concerns of dust and the experience that we had, the unfortunate experience we had with the PG&E operation. Our new proposal is that the material will be brought in to the site in standard size chip form. That is to say, it will be chipped already.
Okay.
We will then have a second chipping process on the site because the size of the chip we need for the operation is less than 1/2 an inch, ideally a 1/4 inch in size. And so the standard stuff chip material comes in between 1 and 3 inches in size. So there is a secondary chipping operation that will require the chipping to be brought in. We're anticipating that chipping to be brought in ideally once a week in a large load, or we can do it once a day in smaller loads, depending on what we can work out with the truckers and the landscape or the tree cutters. So that chipping does occur outside. It will then be by conveyor belt put into a hopper that is inside the facility, and from there it runs into the Artist 100 sealed units. Did you hear that answer?
It does, and basically both of you are right. There's going to be some chipping done, but it's not going to be the raw material. But that will be done outside. That's the plan, to do that outside.
Yes. That second chipping will occur outside, right next to the building. We have proposed to put a fence around, as we indicated in our supplemental submission, recognizing the concern for noise and the chipper being on the outside. We're going to have it behind a fence buffered by the building on one side and fencing on the other, all with the idea to reduce that noise. And because it is a chip material, instead of the original operation running many hours a day, we do not anticipate it running more than 2 or 3 hours a day, but we're asking for a 4-hour window to get that chipping completed.
Okay, thank you. The other question I had was the concern about smoke that you spoke of. Is Doug Gerhardt, is he going to be available to weigh in on that at all? Here's the from what I've checked and what I've found out, this isn't a type of operation where we could say, hey, I'd like to go look at one of these close by, because there isn't one. And so it's unique in that area. And so I just want to make sure that staff that deals with smoke and dust and all that has really looked at the equipment and it has no concerns with that. So I know planning staff has, but Doug is our air quality guy. So
Supervisor Brown, if I'm hearing you correctly, are you requesting that there be a site visit to a similar system?
No, I've already requested that, but that's not a possibility. I'm not looking at that. I threw that out there as an example of something that I've already looked into, but I want to make sure that our air quality staff has vetted, all any concerns that they may have. Doug does that with geothermal. He does it with anything that's involved with dust, smoke, sometimes smell, things like that. So, and this definitely is his area. And I just want to, again, we got this information on Friday afternoon, some of it, the agenda item, and so I haven't had a chance to even discuss it with Doug, but I didn't know if Doug was going to be available to answer any questions today. And then while I'm asking questions, the length of time for the permit, what is the length of time on it? Usually they have an expiration on them.
Yes, it's,
It'd be if it's not used within 2 years. If it's like not used, hi, this is Mark Roberts, principal planner. If it's not used within 2 years, the use permit becomes null and void. But once approved, the use permit's generally invested. It's approved for life of the project for as long as it keeps occurring.
Were you able to hear that response?
Yeah, I heard that, and okay, so the life of the project. So, because we don't do that, sometimes we have put and I'm not suggesting that, but I know that we have in the past for mining operations and the quarries, the Red Rock Quarry, and those folks have a time limit on their use permit. So I was just curious about that. So, okay, thank you.
And I just saw Mr. Doug Gearhart pop into the meeting room.
Great.
And we did send this project out to the Lake County Air Quality Management District for a request for review, and they did provide a comment. I don't know if Mr. Gearhart would like to speak to that. And that was dated on March 8, 2019.
Thank you. Doug, if you're in the room, if you could answer Supervisor Brown's question, if you had looked at this project. Thank you, Doug. Go ahead.
Well, I missed the first part of his question because I was on a phone call. We're kind of short-staffed right now. So could you repeat what the question was that you were looking for a specific answer on?
The question I had was, since this is a novel idea. I mean, it is, but it isn't. There isn't one close by that you can go check on, or you can call the air quality director in another county and see how it worked out. There's nothing like that, from what I understand. So I just want to make sure that you've had the opportunity to completely vet the project, the area, the equipment that's being used, and all that. And again, we got the agenda item on Friday, and so I didn't get a chance to see what if any comments that you had on that, or any restrictions or requirements in the use permit.
Okay, a couple answers there for you. No, there aren't any other systems like this yet. There's been a lot of interest around the state, so there's a lot of discussions going on, and there is actually a significant push at the state to get projects like this. Considering as long as the locations are good and everything, but the idea is to promote these things on a statewide basis is what the state is looking at. We don't, that it's a good idea. Location is key in this case. Now, whether we have reviewed the equipment, no, we have not. We've seen the basic CEQA documents, but once the project goes through CEQA, then it will go out for another public process through the Air District permitting. So that's when we get into the details of every piece of equipment, every piece of operation. We do all of our calculations. We take public comment. We do legal notice on it. Again, it's a whole separate legal process through the Health and Safety Code permitting process. Now, we have in general looked at the project, and overall we think the idea is good. It has a lot of the restrictions that would prevent significant impacts. There may be additional restrictions that we determine are necessary when we get to the final review and calculating all the emissions and the impact, the immediate impacts in the neighborhood. But that part of the project or process hasn't started yet.
So, and I can remember distinctly you and I having these conversations when there was literally smoke in the air from the Valley Fire about what to do with all this stuff. And this was one of the suggestions that had come up. And I remember, you talking about the new technology and that there was a lot of stuff. So you'd obviously done some research on it. So what you're saying is that even no matter what the outcome of today is, if the appeal is denied, then there will still be another point of review for air quality. And will that include also recommendations in there to review the project on a regular basis, whether it be biannual or annual, whatever you typically do?
Well, for us, the permitting process it's an annual permit, which gets it's renewed annually. But each year, specifically, it goes under, every permit gets reviewed for compliance and, public nuisance issues and things. So if they are not operating properly, then there will be plenty of time to review and either implement more stringent measures, come up with a solution that prevents the impacts.
Okay.
So that does get a normal review process.
So regardless of the life of the use permit, there's still a review permit process through air quality. Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Yeah, I actually had similar questions. One was mainly to extrapolate a little bit more information to make sure the public was aware, the chipping situation, so that's been settled. But the dust part also is the road, and I believe that the road already is being worked on to be brought up to asphalt condition. And I would believe that 4290 and 4291 are the rules and regulations that are being followed, and this is a commercial activity, therefore this would have to follow a commercial road. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. So at least for the trucks coming in and out, which I know was part of the issue coming from the appellant, that this would not be an issue of creating more dust with a road that is now up to commercial standards. And then I also was thinking about the air quality control portion, because I know for our conversations that we've had in the past, that, for instance, and I know it's not a same project, it's a much larger project, but the geothermal has a specific fee that they pay every year so that they can be studied and tracked, and data can be collected, so that we make sure that there's nothing out of the ordinary that's coming out that would be hazardous to our environment, hazardous to our air. And wondering if there was something similar, and is that what you're talking about, Mr. Gerhardt, about following up and reviewing that on an annual basis for this project?
Go ahead, Doug. You're on mute again, Doug. There you go. Nope. Nope. You're back on mute.
There we go. Had to wait for the right thing to pop up. Yes, in all cases with air district permits, there's annual fees which pay for the permitting and basic inspections. There is also, if needed, fees that we can charge to do source testing and other more significant evaluations should that need come up.
And I think that right there, that makes me feel very comfortable for the sense that we can continue and make sure that we're doing this responsibly. I think that bringing in a new idea is exactly what we're always looking for, and being the kind of the ground zero for so many of our fires and so much biomass being left over in our communities. I think that it's very proper for us to be one of the leading counties to create this and making it happen. So as far as all the stuff that I've seen from the appellant coming up, which is the zoning issues, the odor, smoke, noise, dust issues, everything's been discussed, and I appreciate the logic and reasoning behind it, and I'm ready to listen to more.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any more questions directly for the applicant? All right, go ahead, Carl.
Sorry about that. I need to amend my recommendations. I made the PowerPoint before I got that 110-page letter. We do need to respond to that letter in full. So I am going to amend my recommendations that we continue the discussion today, and then we convene to a date certain so that staff will have time to respond to that letter. I just wanted to make sure that that was captured and was top of mind for us.
Okay, thank you. Thomas, you know, I know we had some specific questions, and I know we had some directors answered. So what I think we're going to do, we're going to continue on. Thomas, you'll have your opportunity. Once we do community development has done the presentation, we're going to move to the appellant at this point so they can present their argument. And then I definitely will get back to you on that, Thomas. So, all right, so let's go ahead and go to the appellant at this point. So go ahead. And I don't want to see, go ahead. I want to give the wrong name here. I apologize.
So I'm sorry, this is Jake. I do need to know who to unmute here.
I think you're going to mean, I think his title at this point is Laptop PAPC.
Okay, okay.
Good morning, board members. Sorry about the name on my Zoom. I wasn't able to change that. But my real name is John Kinsey, and I'm an attorney with a law firm named Wanger Jones Helsley, and I represent various landowners, including Beckstoffer Vineyards, the appellant, and Shane Ridge Vineyards. So obviously, we understand the concerns raised about the length of the submission. Unfortunately, I've only had a couple months with this project, and there's been a lot to learn about it, in addition to a lot of information that we've had to get from staff to help us understand this. So we do appreciate your indulgence. And frankly, the issues that we're raising in there are important, and so we're glad that you're taking the opportunity to evaluate those. Ultimately, this county and the industry have made a significant investment in the local wine industry, and that includes the Red Hills AVA. It's a unique wine growing region that, frankly, from a geological and agricultural perspective, rivals Stag's Leap in Napa, and it really is an important area for agritourism and for business. And my clients really do have concerns, not just about the project itself, but where it's located, most importantly. Unfortunately, it seems like there's still some confusion about what the project might be. And we understand that, that's frustrating because this has been in the hopper for a while. But really, this project and the review of it isn't fully cooked. A lot of modifications that are being suggested. And I want to be clear, there are no mitigation measures for most project modifications that require that to be so. And concern is that the project isn't fully cooked, and a lot of these project modifications came about after the initial study negative declaration was circulated. It's an experimental project, as the county understands. It's unique, and it screams out that an environmental impact report should be prepared for this. If you don't know ultimately what this project is going to look like, if you can't see an exemplar somewhere nearby, if you're having concerns, and many of them are documented given exactly what's happened with the neighbors with the current hammer mill operation, you need to take a step back and do a full environmental impact report for this project. Obviously, I've submitted comments. I'm not going to go through those in detail, but I did want to clarify a couple of critically important items. I wanted to clarify the fact that in many instances, counties and staff and board are entitled to deference. That's not the case when a negative declaration is prepared. You cannot approve or you cannot adopt a negative declaration where there is a fair argument that the project may have a significant effect on the environment. And where you have two experts saying the opposite things about whether or not there's going to be a significant impact, the county must prepare an EIR. That's Public Resources Code 21080 Subdivision D and CEQA Guidelines 15064 Subdivision F1.
Can you give that again?
Sure.
Slower.
Public Resources Code 21080 Subdivision D, and more importantly, and I think most clearly stated in CEQA Guidelines, Section 15064 Subdivision F1. Again, under the case law, when there's a battle of the experts, you must prepare an EIR. And here we not only have expert evidence included with my document, you're going to hear from members of the community and in additional comments that were received that the type of project that you're considering here has documented and prior adverse impacts on neighbors. You'll see pictures, and these pictures are included in some of the other submissions by other parties of wood chips for an operation that occurred outside, that there's really no mitigation to prevent here, and that actually flowing on to nearby properties, affecting businesses, affecting health. And frankly, that's not the type of project that should be allowed in a residential area. I understand that there is this kind of loophole in the major permit process, but going to put, and you're going to establish a precedent of putting energy generation, electric generation in a residential neighborhood, it should be commensurate with residential uses. Solar, for example, on rooftops, a solar farm adjacent to a residential neighborhood, but not a biogas property or project that involves wood chipping that's going to flow onto other properties. I did want to address very briefly the fact that there is a commercial scenic corridor nearby. In the highway commercial zoning district, the facilities at issue simply are. Look, however, at the footprint of this project is actually going to tie into utilities. Part of the footprint to be on highway commercial zoning, and the loophole that staff is relying upon simply isn't allowed within that zoning district. In addition, that's specifically within the scenic corridor. Now, going back to the expert studies, I mentioned previously that when you have a battle of the experts, you have to do an EIR. You not only have the testimony of the neighbors, but you have an expert report on noise. And that's, regardless of the mitigation, there will be a potentially significant environmental effect. As such, you have to do an EIR. But it's not just noise that we have expert reports on. We have an air quality specialist who said, again, there are potentially significant impacts. In addition, we submitted experts on agriculture. And his opinion, our expert there, Mr. Nelson, is that yes, there will be potentially significant impacts on agriculture, including pathogen drift. And this drift is something that's been documented. We know it's going to happen because it's happened in the past. So ultimately, this county should not set the precedent of including this type of facility in a bucolic area that's used for agritourism, residential properties, and agricultural land use for the production of wine grapes. If you do want a facility like this, and it sounds like, there are other reasons why the county wants this, and I understand that, but it's incumbent upon the county to put that in the right location. There's significant, in fact, an abundance of industrial property already zoned industrial next to uses that really would have no issue with a facility like this, that are frankly next to highways, easy to get to, where this facility would be far better located in an area where it wouldn't have adverse impacts on nearby residents, health impacts on them. It wouldn't have adverse impacts on agritourism, agriculture, and you wouldn't be experimenting with an experimental, unique facility adjacent to people, their livelihoods, and their lives and health. So, regardless of the merits of this facility for other reasons, this is a wrong location to experiment with your constituents. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Hey, thank you very much. Go ahead, Supervisor Brown.
So you made a comment, and I'm curious about this because I can't find another facility around that's similar to this, but you mentioned that pathogen drift, it's, in your words, where it's happened in the past. And you're not talking about a facility like this, but in other forms, through wildfire or whatever. What is it you referred to?
Right, there are two separate concepts there. The first, with respect to pathogen drift, is when you have this type of urban land use, industrial land use with kind of biological materials coming on site and then drifting on to nearby agricultural properties. This is explained in full in Mr. Nelson's report that's appended to my letter. But there are, and because of the wind here and because of the location of the property next to all these vineyards, the issue pathogens, whether, and Mr. Nelson can explain this a little bit further, but there is a significant there's a significant concern and a likelihood that these pathogens could migrate from on-site onto the vineyards. And that's not just pathogens, we're talking about dust, and the dust has been documented from the existing hammer mill and the existing wood chipping operations.
It used to be existing. It's not existing any longer.
Showing that there are those types of impacts. Okay. So that's what I meant.
Yeah. Okay. And I get that. But when you said it's happened in the past, we're referring to this facility, and I'm just curious if there was a facility that you're aware of where it's happened in the past. But you're talking about in general other types of drift, the chipping program that was there that's not there any longer, and anything else. So.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you.
Gotcha.
Okay, any more questions from the board at this point? Other side, okay. All right, now what we're gonna do, we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna move into the opportunity. I know what I'll do is I will go to Thomas Jordan. I know that folks who have sworn in on both sides of this issue will get an opportunity to speak. But what I would like to do at this point is go back to Thomas Jordan. If you can unmute yourself, Thomas, there you go.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let me try to be responsive to the questions and the concerns that I've raised. And I think to start with, there is a tremendous misconception by the appellants on the size of this operation. I think they have in their minds a biomass operation, probably a 1, 2, 3, or 4 megawatt unit that actually uses a burning technique, old technology of burning material, heating it up to around 200 degrees Celsius to boil water, to create steam, to run generators, to generate electricity. With that kind of process, you of course are going to create smoke. You would, at that level of burning and that heat, you are going to create GHGs, and you can create other pathogens that he's alluded to in his presentation. The system we're talking about here is incredibly much smaller. We're talking about a 200 kilowatt unit. PG&E currently is talking and has discussed and has put into place right now in this county, as you understand from the discussion this morning, 5 megawatt units run by diesel, old technology to generate electricity, all with the kinds of concerns that the opponents are raising. Our system is not that. It's much smaller, 4% of the size of a 5 megawatt system. These are very small systems. They have to be. They operate inside a 2,000 square foot building. That's a medium-sized house, fully contained, fully enclosed with walls. A roof of 16 feet high, less than the height of a 2-story building. Set 160 feet from the center of the roadway when the code, as I recall, only requires us to be set 60 feet away from the roadway. Pictures we just sent to you already in the application, if you were to look at them, shooting down from Leisure Winery and on top of Red Hills Road looking down, you can't even see the 16-foot pole that we have put into the center of the building, where it will stand. We have given you artist renditions to show you how the building would be set up against the program. So thinking in terms of size, the terms of industrial facility, industrial complex, industrial use are really a misnomer. The definition of power generation using a generation facility is more appropriate because of the smallness of the size that we're looking at here. They're concerned about air quality. The assumption is, therefore, that there's something that is being released into the air. The system is worked on pyrolysis in a sealed vacuum containers, for lack of a better word. That process, heated up over 600 degrees Celsius, breaks that material down into two components, a syngas, as Ms. Thomas has said, and into the biochar. What she did not say, which might help you understand, is the syngas is primarily hydrogen and carbon monoxide. Neither of those are GHGs, neither of those contain dioxins. None of that is released into the atmosphere because it is contained and captured. It wants to be captured because it's a flammable gas and it is used to generate electricity running generators. The generators that are in the program that is proposed by or presented to you by the opposition are way out of proportion to the size of the generators we will be using to generate 200 kilowatts of energy. Our two generators, each one of them fits in a box 11 feet by 6.5 feet by 2.6 feet with a catalytic silencer as well. So they are contained equally in the process. So that the idea that we are creating incredible noise that will be continual, that will be a nuisance, ironically to our own residents on our own property as indicated, is not apparent in any mathematical computation that we've been able to determine. The manufacturer of the generators, Gillette Generators, claim and state that their studies show that the generators will operate noise levels below the standard acceptable noise levels. So we do not really see anything in the process which we can talk about incredible noise. The opposition just now alluded to connection to electricity. That is true. The whole object of this opportunity is to patch into the electrical grid so that we are providing another source of energy, an alternative source of energy to the grid. That connection is right there contiguous to our property with the existing power pole. The connection will be underground from our unit to the power pole, up the power pole, through transformers, taken back into the power distribution system. So the idea that somehow we are creating a mag web of electrical wiring running all over the area is not real and not realistic to envision. Again, by size, our system is 1/25. Our whole project is 1/25 of the acreage of the rural residential area of 25 acres. We are using less than an acre, of which 28,000 square feet was originally intended to be the storage area for material to be brought in. Again, envision at the beginning that we would bring in raw material, chip it all on site, have it in bunches, chip it all down, and then chip it a second time. All of that has been revised based upon the concerns and the experience of a project that we are not directly involved in. That is the PG&E project that has been relocated over to, I forgot the name of the street that it's over by you, Supervisor Brown, I apologize. Black Rock.
Bottle Rock Road.
Right?
Bottle Rock Road.
Bottle Rock Road, thank you very much. That project is completely different in size and magnitude. They use a completely different operational process. They use tub grinders. We're using small chippers. That tub grinder is the biggest in the industry. It runs at completely different decibel levels. The dust that it creates is higher because they use a 30-foot boom to transfer the material into their trucks. We're using a front loader that transfers it from the pile to the chipper. From the chipper, it will go on a conveyor belt. None of that height is anything near or considered to the extent. We also indicated in that process for air quality that we are using water. We can use water to spray down the dust material or the material in the event that that dust process does occur, which we believe will not occur to any extent that has been envisioned and experienced by our neighbors in the program that PG&E operated on our facility. So you need to differentiate that program from this project because they are entirely different in size and magnitude. That project took 4+ acres. We are on less than an acre, which now will be even less because we're bringing in chip material. So there is no comparison of size. There's no comparison of the hours of operation. There's no comparison in the size of the equipment that is used. There is simply no comparison between the two. In terms of air quality, let me remind you, this does not create smoke. We are not burning material. We are heating material because we are using a system called pyrolysis. Pyrolysis does not use oxygen as a source, and so you cannot create a burn. You can only heat the material and break it down. When you heat material over 600 degrees Celsius, you break it down into its original chemical components. Again, as I said, the syngas, hydrogen, carbon monoxide, and the carbon, which is the basic material of life, is broken down and ends up to be the biochar. That process, the gas that is produced, the best I can tell you to equate it in your minds would be to think of natural gas, something we don't have up here in this county, but in large parts of the United States. Think of natural gas, or even think of your propane gas burning on a gas stove. Where is the smoke? Where is the GHGs? Where are the dioxins? None of that exists. It isn't there because that is a pure gas that is being burned. It's a flammable gas. It provides the energy that heats your frying pans or your pots of boiling water. In our case, it will be used to run two small generators, the size of which I've already explained to you, and which is in our proposal. So the idea that they've used an air quality expert to go out and look at a project that is in no way replicating of what we are doing in this project is a fallacious argument. That argument that you have two experts comparing, it's not true because they're not comparing the same thing. They're comparing oranges to apples or any other kinds of fruits that you want to put in your comparison idea. So, in summary, we've done everything as he's indicated, realizing that there was more concern. We did not take in consideration the taste testing rooms opening at 11 o'clock and that noise could be a concern for them. Hearing that consideration in the planning commission meetings, we said, yes, we can reduce the process by bringing in chip material. We can reduce the process time so that noise can be down to a minimum. Again, we think it can be less than 2 to 3 hours a day. In terms of trucking, our original proposal had multiple trucks. We've talked to the haulers. They can provide us the material we need on 1 truck a day. The biochar takes 4 days of operation to create 5 ton, which is equivalent to a truck going out. So in short, we estimate that there will be 1.3 trucks moving in and out of the site a day. This is not a huge trucking operation. This is a very small project facility operation. This is the points I'm trying to reemphasize with you in this presentation. And so when you look again at the air quality, there is no air quality issue other than possible dust from small areas of chip material held in piles. Those piles will be small because, as I say, if we bring in 5 ton a day, we're looking at probably 15 times 75 cubic yards. This is not a lot. Over at Bottle Rock right now, they're probably over up to the 500 to 750 cubic yards of material held on that property right now. So you can see in terms, again, size and scope, we're looking at very different projects, very different outcomes. And again, I think this is the misconception that is being presented to you when you're looking at the PG&E operation versus an operation that we are proposing. So again, we do not believe there are air quality issues because there's no smoke, there's no odor because it's an odorless gas. We do not believe the noise will be excessive because we're taking every mitigating attempt to reduce noise and keep it under the standards that are allowed by the county. We do not accept the idea that there are pathogens. In fact, one would ask the question whether what pathogens are used in the pesticides and herbicides that are used in the grape industry. Those might be more deleterious than any pathogen that we would be producing because we simply are not producing any. The project size, again, is the important thing to remember. So I probably talked way too long, and I apologize for you, and I apologize that you had to endure this appeal hearing to begin with. But I think it's given us an opportunity to understand the purpose of what we're trying to do. We're trying to create an alternative form of generating electricity that can be replicated, as Supervisor Sabatier indicated, throughout the county and other small sites where demand for this kind of energy could be very effective for them, keep them in operation during the types of brownouts that we were supposed to have had yesterday, and the PSPSs that we inevitably will have in years to come. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Thomas. Are any questions from the board? Okay, seeing none. I know that we had folks that had sworn in. At this time, we're going to go ahead and take testimony from the folks that were sworn in on this item, the appeal here. So I think we have a list. I see a couple of hands up. We're going to go ahead and start with those individuals that were sworn in this morning. So go ahead. Please state your name.
So I'm going to start with the top of the list. Looks like the first name we have here is Clint Nelson.
Okay.
Looks like you're unmuted, Clint. Will you please confirm your first and last name as a sound check?
Yeah, Clint Nelson.
Great, we can hear you. Thank you.
Terrific. First, let me approach some topics that were brought up here quickly. I just want to remind the Board of Supervisors that this passed the Planning Commission 3-2. So it was a split vote and it barely got out of the Planning Department. From there, I have some other bullet points here as everybody was speaking, so give me 1 minute as I thumb through all this. Let's see. So in regards to the air quality, that's not so much a concern about the smoke being produced because this is a smokeless, enclosed, potential novel biofuel facility. But however, there's still chipping that's going to occur. And it's that pulverization and secondary chipping of all the material that PG&E brings over that is the concern. Talking about the pest and disease pressures, it's known that vineyards go out of their way to mitigate dust pressures, and dust brings in both mites and other fungal pathogens that are incredibly dangerous and impacting the quality of the vineyards to an extent to where we wouldn't be able to market that fruit in the long term if those dust measures are not mitigated from the chipping and pulverization of the wood brought in by PG&E. So to say that there is no air quality issue, that's a misnomer or misleading statement. Nuisance to only the people that live on that property is also a misnomer. There are neighbors adjacent to the property that live there full time, and they've been complaining about this to the local air quality board as well as other groups. And so that's disappointing to hear that it's only going to impact, or noise will only impact local or stakeholders in this project when there's people that live across the street that are going to be impacted, and there are people that live downwind from this project that are going to be impacted, and that are on this call today that will tell you about their experiences dealing with the dust and drift from all the chipping and grinding that's gone on. So with that said, I have some other points I want to talk about, but I prepared a little document to talk about. So serving as a viticulture expert today, I've spent the better part of the last decade in the viticulture research, outreach, and education. My qualifications include a BS in biology, a MS in viticulture, and enology with multiple peer-reviewed publications, as well as numerous seminars on grape health. With that said, I want to thank all of you for your time as I get into this because I have a little talk here and it might take more of our lunchtime. So a brief history to give everyone perspective here. 50 years ago, Andy Beckstoffer started cultivating wine grapes in the Napa Valley. His vision and forward thinking revolutionized the industry as he developed heritage vineyards like Tokelon and Oakville into national treasures based purely on marketing and perception of superior quality fruit. So today, the grapes from those vineyard areas are some of the most highly sought after wine grapes in the world, and they sell for upwards of $5 to 8 times the county average. So I bring that up for a reason. 2 decades ago, Andy brought that same forward thinking and vision to Lake County, where he started investing in the special volcanic mountain terrain that is known as the Red Hills American Viticulture Area, or AVA. Unfortunately, the Red Hills vineyards that the company has been investing tens of millions of dollars in over the past 2 decades and upwards of $50 million the past 4 years with new developments are adjacent to this proposed site. And the impacts on vineyard health and marketability of what is essentially a functioning wood mill after they get through chipping all that already chipped debris brought in by PG&E is considered an industrial complex in my mind, and they're captured into the submitted reports. So as I bring up those submitted reports, I'd like everybody to be able to look at the exhibits at the end of the report that show from multiple vantage points the storage of wood in the past and where this facility will be located from our vineyards, where I have to take clients and winemakers and show them the potential fruit that they can buy. So it's going to be very, very difficult for me, even if this is a facility that's not producing any smoke, it's producing dust, to market and sell wine grapes in the adjacent blocks to this facility. So the reason I bring these items up is not to discuss the oral history of the brand, but to explain the importance of developing a wine region and the impacts that a designated area have on wine and wine grape value. Andy, like many of us here on this meeting today, see the incredible potential of the Red Hills area. So the prospects, if nurtured and cultivated correctly, could make this area into the next great wine region of California. And I don't think having a wood mill and a power generating facility as small as you guys are trying to describe it, or as in any means in this area, is an appropriate location. So to put this another way, the vineyards located near the project align with other high quality areas like John brought up earlier, relating to Stag's Leap, AVA, and Napa. So this is a superior or incredibly valuable grape growing area. Why would we want to tarnish it with something that belongs in a different area altogether and not in this scenic corridor, which can be seen from multiple vantage points? But here's a statement that I want to make. Ask any great winemaker or experienced grower, and they'll tell you that there are 2 types of qualities. There's perceived and real. And so with that being said, the submitted report describes how climate and terrain drive the measurable quality aspects of this growing region, but the perceived quality is what brings in the money. So needless to say, the aesthetics of industrial facility in the heart of the Red Hills AVA corridor will only detract, diminish, and tarnish the perceived quality, and this will undermine all the investment and marketing undertaken by local growers. So regardless of pest pressures, disease mitigation efforts, and vine losses due to disease and insects brought in by this project from the secondary chipping of already chipped wood, this gut punch to the AVA will allow a domino effect on wine grape growers across the county. So some of you might not know this, but most grape contracts are built on the county average of cost per ton of grapes. And the Cabernet from the Red Hills AVA is some of the most prized fruit in the county of Lake. If the buyers do not want to pay for as much due to the proximity of their vineyard blocks to the proposed industrial facility, then the entire county will suffer because the average price per ton of grapes sold will decrease, therefore impacting the county average price per ton. This will in turn cost local growers thousands of dollars, if not more. And so next I want to jump into the hospitality sector. The visual, audible, and potential olfactory impacts of this project do not only impact wine grape growers, but wineries and homeowners as well. I'll let others touch on the impact of home values and non-wine related businesses, but this project effectively puts an industrial complex at the gateway of downtown Kelseyville, the up-and-coming Canocti Resorts, and multiple homeowners associations. That letter that went out to people within a 720-foot radius is, I know it's a county ordinance, but that's a very small radius for a project like this, and should have been produced to much more people out there in the community, because I know the local homeowners associations are not happy about this project, and other people in the business sector of Kelseyville. So as stated earlier, the perceived quality of wine and wine grapes is even greater felt in the tasting rooms. Similar to the reason why many of us live here, prospective repeat visitors demand the atmosphere and vistas of a scenic rural landscape. And this facility, no doubt about it, can be seen when entering the wineries and can be seen from multiple vineyard points. So this project will only detract and diminish the ability of tasting rooms to deliver an experience that compels visitors to return. Repeat visiting is critical to the sustainability of local small production wineries because upwards of 60% of sales come out of the tasting room directly from consumers. So lastly, as I stated in the report, and is known that dust can transport vineyard diseases and insect pressures, many vineyard companies spend upwards of 10% of their total annual budget mitigating dust pressures. Across our 1,800 acres adjacent to this project, upwards of $200,000 a year are spent solely on controlling dust and decreasing the impacts of dust on vine health. So I hope it's blatantly obvious that this is an ultra-premium wine grape growing area, and we are not only concerned but alarmed that this project made it through the planning department by, again, a split decision of 3-2. This is a very serious issue for wine grape growers, and I'm happy to go into greater detail if needed. So with that said, the other thing that I'm concerned about is urban decay. What happens when PG&E decides not to continue trucking wood debris to this facility? How in the world are you guys going to be able to ship it twice to a chipping facility and then to the yard and be able to sustain that in a profitable manner? I don't think that's feasible. So with all that said, I'd be happy to take questions.
I don't see any questions at this point or hands raised. So what we'd like to do obviously is keep moving through the folks who would like to give testimony. I see we have 3 hands up. Jake, can we go to the next hand up?
Yes, I'll move on to the next hand here. It looks like the next hand we have up is from Mary Walter.
Mr. Chair, when did you say we were going to take a break, or?
At 12:30, we're going to go to lunch. So
Gotcha.
I just would like to say with the folks that are talking, what I'd like to do is see if we can get through those 3 hands that we had up and move through it. So go ahead, Supervisor Brown, continue your comment.
I just had a question.
Go ahead. Was that it?
I asked it and you answered it.
Okay, excellent. And we are, just for the folks online, we are going to take a break at 12:30. So go ahead with the next testimony.
All right, looks like you're unmuted, Mary Walter. Will you please give us a sound check from your first and last name?
Yeah, this is Matthew Walter. I'm on my wife's computer, who's Mary Walter.
Okay, we got you.
All right. Again, it's Matthew Walter, and I'm partial owner of Key Lease Corporation, which is doing business as Eagle Nest Storage, which is a property right next door to this small-scale bioenergy facility. And I have not been involved in this because when I received the paperwork several months ago, it sounded pretty innocuous when you say a small-scale bioenergy production facility. Well, since it's been in operation, this wood chipping, and I don't know what else goes on there, it's been an assault on our business. It is incredible, the noise. It's incredible, the dust. And we've called PG&E, we've called quality air control, nothing's happened. Our employees have gone over there and met with the people there, and they said something like, oh, we knew there was going to be problems, but nothing ever changed. And we have noise pollution, we have air pollution. I don't even know what the employees are ingesting right now, but I have pictures in my letter that I sent to you, that this is anything but a problem for us. And to try to minimize it, it's just a small scale operation. It's impacting us dramatically. And I don't want to have this because it's really impacting our business dramatically. Now, the health and safety of our employees is another thing that's the major concern. I'm going to quote what one of my employees said about the dust and debris. He said, it has a similar effect of fiberglass on our skin and eyes, causing burning. We have suffered from fevers, headaches, burning eyes, issues with mouth and airways, resulting in swelling and bumps on the tongue and mouth areas. Left without feelings of debris on the throat that causes coughing, choking, coughing up phlegm, and general irritation of lungs. This has got to be addressed. And it's not going to go away, even though someone was talking how the operation is so small over there. The wind blows. People don't always follow the procedures. I'm not an environmentalist. I've been involved in businesses for years. But this business operation is impacting us dramatically. With that being said, I really do not want this use permit to go through.
Yeah, Supervisor Brown, and then I'll go to Spate. You both raise your hand at the same time.
So I got a question of Mr. Walter. He said nothing's been done, but it's my understanding the operation is not even there anymore. It's been gone since May. Am I wrong?
I don't know, but I know for the last several months.
You made a comment that nothing's been done, so I figured you would know.
In February, and we had pictures from February, I know. I was out there in December. So while it was operating, it was a big problem for us.
Okay, so just to be clear, you're talking about the chipping operation it's unrelated to the biomass application that's being presented here. I mean, there's going to be some chipping. I get that. It's not completely unrelated, but you said you made these complaints and all of these irritations and stuff as if they're going on right now currently, that nothing's been done yet. I'm pretty familiar with it because they've moved to Bottle Rock Road. They haven't been there since May. So am I wrong in that, or is there another operation that's occurring there that I'm not aware of?
I don't know that for a fact. You're correct.
Okay. I think it's
talking
relevant.
to my staff, and I was out there in December and January when it was in full blown operation.
Okay.
Is it the way you guys are talking though? The wood shipping is going to come back in some form.
No, I think they made it pretty clear that it's identifiably different if it's allowed back in there. So.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to bring up that same point. We seem to be discussing, and this includes the attorneys representing Beckstoffer here, the appellant, that we're saying we have proof of something when then at the same time we're also agreeing that this doesn't exist. And so what proof are we talking about other than similar type of power generation that doesn't use the same technology? And then we're talking about an operation that used to exist, but yet we're talking about an application that has yet to exist, because this is why we're here, to give it a final approval or a final denial. And so, I mean, it just seems to me like we're providing evidence of things that are not necessarily relevant to the subject matter that we're discussing here. And it's getting a little both frustrating and confusing to discuss this when it seems like we're talking about three different topics altogether. I want to make sure we stay on the topic that we have in front of us. I can definitely say that, yes, there will be some chipping based on the information that we have, both in documents and both in the verbal from the applicant himself. That if there are some concerns about the chipping, I know that there's a document that I'm missing that we need to have, and I just don't see the conditions of approval. And with the conditions of approval, I'd be able to understand better what the mitigations are for that. And I just don't think that there are that there are zero possible mitigations out there to prevent dust from having an impact. I will also state that while I do appreciate the changes that the vineyards and grape growers have done in our community, I definitely would say be very weary of using the word drift and the use against this project when I keep hearing the word drift being used for issues coming along with vineyards. And I know that vineyards are doing their best possible to prevent those things, and I'm going to make an assumption that the applicant here will do the best job possible to prevent those things as well. And we need to look at the subject at hand that is in front of us and not start comparing, as the applicant said, apples to oranges, because I think all it does is obfuscate the entire thing as to what we're focusing on. The biomass project looks to me to be a enclosed environment entirely, and there was even agreement from Mr. Nelson that that is not the issue, the chipping is the issue. I think that I'm somewhat now happy that we are going to move on till next week, hopefully, if not too long after that, to bring this back, because the conditions of approval missing from our documentation is an important part to ensure that the mitigations being used for this project are going to be adequate enough. And so we need to make sure we receive that. But I just think that there's a lot of talk to confuse us and confuse the public rather than making sure that we're staying focused on the project at hand. I think that a 2,000 square foot building can't possibly be something that's going to turn people away from going to a winery for wine tasting. I just don't see that. I think there's, unfortunately, we have a lot of work to do in our communities, and if those things aren't turning away those people at that moment in time, by the time they get to the winery, it's a different perspective that they have. So I think we're bringing up some stuff that's not very, in my mind, not very relevant. And the whole zoning issue, at this moment, if the property was split between commercial highway scenic and rural residential, then we wouldn't have the argument about the commercial highway. And so they are on the portion of the property that is rural residential. Rural residential allows for this use. It's about whether that use is going to be conducive to mitigated impacts for all surrounding areas. And I think that we just need to stay focused.
Okay, and as, has been said by both here, as we move forward, sticking to the item, obviously that is on the agenda. So we are going to take a break at 12:30 here. So what I'd like to do is get back to any testimony. Obviously, we are going to take a lunch at 12:30 and recess this hearing. Anita, you can tell me, I think it would be called a recess or a break on this hearing, and then reconvene, like I said, at 1:30. And we do have another item we're going to be working on. So go ahead, let's try and work through here until 12:30. So go ahead. The next testimony here.
Okay, so the next testimony we have is from Terry Logston. I've sent you a unmute request. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Good afternoon. This is Terry Logston.
Thank you. We can hear you.
Great. I'm the environmental director for the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians. And I have to say that in my position, which is funded primarily by the Environmental Protection Agency, I would not be in support of this project if it had what I would consider any adverse effects on health of tribal members who live at this property. One of the most interesting aspects of this technology is the creation of biochar. And biochar is a soil amendment highly sought after by agricultural operations. It's been in use for thousands of years. More and more vineyards are using it around the United States because it lessens the amount of water that's required to be used, and it lessens the amount of nutrients that need to be applied to vineyards. Additionally, there's no particulate emissions from this. And while they've scaled back the type of wood chipping operations that would be there, it's very, very, very small. And I know that we would do everything to keep any dust, from leaving the property and from impacting our residents. So those are just very quickly why I'm absolutely in support of this project. And as your board discussed earlier this morning about the use of generators to minimize the impact to the grid, this technology produces electricity 24/7 at night when the solar panels go offline. This is exactly the type of renewable energy that Lake County needs. And the fact that it helps reduce the amount of woody biomass and hazardous fuels is just a win-win for not only the Scotts Valley Band of Pomo Indians, but for the county as a whole. And so I hope your board supports this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Okay, Jake, let's move through. I think we got about 3 minutes on this one, and we are going to take a lunch break at 12:30.
So, okay, the next hand we have up is Clay Shannon. I've sent you an unmute request, Clay Shannon. Well, looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name? Doesn't sound like we're getting any audio from you. Will you please check any hardware mutes you might have on your device? Maybe are you using a phone by chance? And I do have, it looks like we're not hearing you. We're gonna have to have you check out your mic there. Mr. Chair, I do have,
Okay, let's go to the next, let's see if we can get the next one up, okay?
I do have another participant who wishes to speak, who's not able to raise their hand. I believe this is Greg over here.
And was Greg, if you can just confirm whether or not you were sworn in this morning to give testimony?
He's using a phone. I'm just trying to send an unmute request to Greg here. Greg Gilbert.
Okay, Jake, while we're trying to figure out that, we're going on 12:30 right now. I got 12:29. Anita, I would just like to ask you, we would just be taking a recess and bringing this up after lunch, and we'll continue with testimony. I just want to make sure I'm using the right terminology as a recess of the appeal or a break.
A recess is fine, sir, and if you want to just give the attendees a time estimate, if you want them back at 1:30, that's perfectly acceptable. I know you have another item at 1:30, but...
Yeah, I would say most likely with the item that we have, we are going to address the item at 1:30 hour. Say that number. We are going to go right into our second reading, which is item 7.2. We're going to take up at 1:30. I hope we can get through that. So I would estimate around 2 p.m. or, to be back by 2 p.m. and then we'll reconvene this appeal hearing. So at this time, what we're going to do is we're going to take lunch. For those folks who do want to give testimony and are having technical issues, please see if we can get those figured out in the meantime. But at this time, we are going to take a lunch. We'll reconvene at 1:30. We'll take up our 7.2 item at that time, and then we will continue with the appeal hearing. Okay, we're going to go ahead and reconvene our August 18th meeting at 1:30. And as I said before we went on break, we're going to go ahead and take up our item 7.2. This is the second reading to adopt the ordinance of the County of Lake to provide for graduated levels of enforcement of public health orders through education and training and the imposition of the administrative fines. Let's put on, I don't know if you want to speak a few minutes on it, Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, as you noticed, we're back with this item that was initiated last week, the ordinance for education. I'm going to pull it up real quick. For education, enforcement and public health orders through education and training, and the imposition of administrative fines. A couple things. There's been a lot of dialogue, of course, after we've discussed this, that there are going to be like fines initiated. The way this is written, it gives time for correction. It gives 5 days for correction initially. It gives 10 days for correction after that. And then there's an appeal process. So there's 3 steps before anyone even comes close to getting a fine. So that's one of the things I'd like to clear up. The other is there's a lot of worry that there's possibly going to be an enforcement officer, whoever the board chooses, is going to come to residences. Well, that's nowhere listed in the ordinance. There won't be anyone coming to anyone's residences enforcing masks or anything like that. And so that I just wanted to clear those things up. There's also another thing I'd like to point out is there's a sunset in this ordinance as well. So if October 1st is the sunset date, so this will go away. If the board just doesn't try to bring it back like around this time next year, if there's like a serious pandemic still going on, the board chooses to bring it back, they would have to come back around this time in order to keep it going, or it just sunsets and goes away. So I just wanted to add that and just put that, make that available to be known.
Okay. Thank you very much, Supervisor Crandall. Supervisor Brown?
So thanks, Eddie, for that clarification, because there has been a lot of questions that have come up that I've heard, and I'm sure all the board members have. And so what we may not have done is walk through the process of what exactly this thing does. There's a lot of assumptions, and people's mind always go to the worst place, me included, and we've been right some of the time, enough to where we need to ask these questions. So maybe with Anita's help and the help of Moak and Eddie, who kind of crafted this or brought it to the board, we're part of the committee to craft it. You can explain to us after today, assuming that it goes through today, what happens from here on, because we haven't even talked about a budget for hiring employees. Who are the employees going to be? Or are they going to have arrest and citation power ultimately? There's been no discussion about that, although there's been a lot of assumptions. So I'm just hoping somebody can shed a little light.
Somebody's got to mute, or Jake, can we mute something in the background there? We can't hear.
It's Dr. Pace scratching his mustache. So, no. So if somebody can answer that for me, I'd appreciate it as far as the timeline goes, because I know there's a
Mr. Chair, did you want me to answer that, or would you prefer?
Go ahead, Anita.
All right, well, the enforcement officers here are going to be the Health Services Director, Community Development Director, their designees, which means their employees, or any officials that your board would designate to enforce. The first prong of this is informal enforcement, and if an enforcement officer believes a violation has occurred, they contact the responsible party, who is in this case the violator, and works with them to try to, through training and information, get the violation corrected. There's a period of not less than 5 days to correct that violation and to get into compliance. And if compliance occurs, then nothing further happens. There's nothing on file at that point. There's no formal action. It's just an informal action. If that informal action is unsuccessful, then the enforcement officer issues a notice of violation, giving it another 10 days, as Supervisor Crandall mentioned, to correct that violation. Now, the administrative fine is permissive. It's not a mandate. It says the enforcement officer may impose a fine. And can only do so if it's included in the notice and the person fails to correct the violation within the time frame specified in that notice of violation. So then the ordinance goes on to discuss the contents, the service, the administrative fines themselves, 100, 200, 500. The 500 is for a third violation within 1 year of the first. The hearing process itself is the appeal, at which time the person who's been served with the notice of violation can come to the board and explain why the violation either is incorrect, there was no violation, or extenuating circumstances or whatever. The board then can uphold it, modify it, or dismiss it. So there's quite a long period of time. You'll notice there's a section that says final order. The notice of violation becomes a final order on the day the board announces a decision on the appeal, or if no appeal is filed on the date the time to appeal has expired. So that's a very long period of time before any violation could even be charged. And again, as Supervisor Crandall mentioned, there's also a sunset clause, October 1, 2021. So slightly more than a year from now. So that is how it is set. The ordinance itself, if the ordinance is offered for passage today and there are at least 3 votes, the ordinance will not become effective until 30 days later. I'm assuming that during that 30 days, there'll be presentations made to your board during open meetings as to funding and who's going to be taking the laboring or et cetera, et cetera. This simply puts the process in place. In other words, administrative fines may be charged. But once again, it's not a mandate. It doesn't have to be charged with every violation. It's a permissive. So I think that's it in a nutshell, unless you have questions.
Supervisor Brown, go ahead.
Yeah, if I could. Okay, so 30 days from today, assuming it passes, that's the 18th of, or 17th of September.
Yep.
Yes.
So, and then when are our budget hearings? I was just looking at my calendar. I don't see it in here, but I know.
It's right around then.
Yeah, it's right around that time.
Yep,
And I'm
exactly
assuming that
around
Carol
that time.
has some plans, and Denise Pomeroy, since it's going to be, she's actually the one that's going to be running the program according to the ordinance. She'll come with some recommendations on staffing this up and who's going to be doing it and who's going to be running it and who's going to be doing the training. That budget hearing will take place sometime around September, so hiring and training would occur probably no less than a month after that. So they really they probably won't even really start doing any enforcement, whether it be just education or going out and talking to people until sometime the middle or end of October at the earliest.
No, I think your timeframes are about right, Supervisor Brown. That's why, obviously we would like this thing to go through today, hopefully with the support of the board, at least 3. And yeah, those are the timeframes, obviously, that we're looking at. In the meantime, we still will be working on the education that we've all committed to, going out and talking with folks. And ultimately, this would be something by that time. If the education hasn't sunk in, things aren't moving forward, then this is another tool that could be used down the road. So I think you laid out the timeframes as they are. Okay. And it is going to be a process that we work through.
Okay, I just wanted to lay it out there for the public a little better because it's, people are, they're concerned. Oh, and that's the other thing too. So you said they won't be going to people's houses. So does that mean if somebody has a family gathering or a wedding at their house or on their property or anything like that, that they don't have to live in fear of having somebody come in and crash the wedding and break it all up and all that?
I don't see anything in this ordinance that specifies that. That's from my understanding.
I just want to make sure because I know everybody has a different understanding about, how they envision it, but, it's something that's it's a legitimate fear that people have based on conversations and meetings and, socialist media and all that. So I think, it's reasonable for people to have that concern. I just want to make sure they understand what will and will not occur, given everything that's going on.
I think, ultimately, EJ, I would definitely agree. There may be some instances. Let's just talk through a scenario. If you own if you're let's say an Airbnb, which is a business, has a business license, an Airbnb or something like that is, having large scale events with no masking, other types of things like that. I think there definitely would be an opportunity to talk to the business owner or the homeowner about what's being done in our community, how it could be done safely and those types of things, I think, with large groups and other stuff. So, absolutely focusing on the, more of the business and community aspect than the residential and those types of things as you're asking, Supervisor Brown. At least that's, the intention I see that I would have with this is that's exactly what it would be.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Yes, Anita?
I can tell you that there's nothing in this ordinance that by virtue of the ordinance allows anyone to go onto somebody's property without permission. There's absolutely nothing.
Okay.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Well, just for clarification, it does not state business property, it states private property, which most businesses are on private property, so I
Right.
get it why it has to say the difference between public property and private property. But there's nothing that delineates between a residential private property versus a commercial private property. And so just wanted to make sure that that was understood, because I understand the conversation, and I will say I actually kind of don't understand the conversation, because our number one issue with passing the virus on is large gatherings, and we're saying that we're not going to do anything about that. So I kind of don't understand why now we're saying it's only businesses when we have such a small amount of numbers that are directly correlated to that. So I'm open to listen to more before I speak entirely on this item, but I just wanted to make sure that you recognize that there is no delineation within this document.
Mr. Chair, again, if I may, your board did make changes on the face of the document last week to clarify that it was not simply to businesses, but to all members of the public. Certainly under the responsible party, it doesn't limit it to businesses. So there were changes that your board made to make clear that this was not limited to businesses.
So last week's changes were to go and to enter private residences.
No, last week's changes were to show that the ordinance itself, that a violation could occur by private citizens with large gatherings. And, you know, certainly if something occurs in a public park, or the distinction may be you can't walk into someone's private backyard, but again, not without consent. But of course, the public health officer has other powers and authorities distinct from this.
But he had those even without the ordinance.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right, any more questions or clarifying from board members? Supervisor Sabatier?
So I get it that there's a termination date, a sunset clause, which is really far, and so I'm going to ask for two things. One, that we don't wait till October of 2021 to review how this is working. And two, I know it says when we decide to cancel this, that we can cancel it at any time, basically, by the vote of the board. But I feel that something that makes sense to me is a trigger. If we go down below 1% positivity rate, if we go down to 0% positivity rate, what is our trigger to say that this is no longer necessary? Because there is none. And so if we don't have a case for 2 weeks, then maybe that's a trigger. If we don't have a rise in positivity rate in whatever amount of time, I don't know, I'm just kind of making it up as I go, but at the same time, there's no trigger to say when this is over other than October 31st or by the vote of the board, which means, I mean, it's not something that I don't think anybody intends to do, but we can bring it in next week and say, hey, we want to vote to see if this is done. But I think it needs to make logical sense as to why this is done, and right now it just seems very open-ended, and October 2021 is very far. So I'd like to have a review process to see how things are working, and I'd like to have triggers to see when this logically makes sense to terminate. And I'm just gonna put it out there again, that I don't think this makes sense as an ordinance where we're going to wait 30 to 60 days for it to take action. I think that we need to look at a tiered system, just offering what I offered last week again, which is if we are doing what we're doing right now, which is looking like we're managing it and looking like we're trending to stay where we are, that we are already behaving in a way that is adequate enough to keep moving forward. If it gets to the point where it gets worse, then we can go ahead and implement this before we get ourselves on the watch list Just wanted to reiterate my thoughts from last week because I still think it makes logical sense. The state has a trigger point before they take certain actions. We should have trigger points before we take certain actions.
Appreciate that point of view. I know last week we had the same discussion moving forward. I think this is the right path to move forward with this. And, I think we come back to the board and get, something done quickly has already been challenging at this point. I think establishing it now for the long-term course, I completely agree with bringing this back as a board to be reviewed, say in the middle of, October, November, or right after the first of the year. And I think we can just do that as a board member. Anyone can do that as we move through it. So, as it's written, myself, I'm ready to move forward and get this approved and start to come back and really look how we're going to draft this thing and look how we're going to work through this winter with everything else that's going to be going on. Supervisor Crandall?
Yeah, I'd be willing to come back. I know that other counties that have implemented different ordinances, they set different timelines, like either 3 months or 6 months, to come back and discuss to make sure that they could address it to see where they're at with it. I know that that's been done in other places too. That way, we're not just leaving it to a full year, because in essence, if we were to wait till October 1st, 2021, we would have to, in order to ensure we tried to, if we were to decide to implement the ordinance further, we would have to do something by next August, like around this time. And that is pretty far out, and I agree with Supervisor Sabatier. I don't mind coming back at a different time, like you said, Supervisor's time in January or something like that, or even November. However, as long as we're looking at it and discussing.
I see Supervisor Brown, and then I'll go to you, Supervisor Scott.
So, in all fairness to Bruno and his request, last week, and we had our bloody battle. It's been done, but the decision was made, and I'm hoping that facts had something to do with it. And if it did, then the facts that were presented have been changed dramatically based on more accurate information that's been presented as far as the rate of spread, the rate of infection, the rate of positivity, and all that. And I think Bruno's done a lot of work over the last week or so to identify actual numbers, and so that should be considered. And so, Anita, would any changes to add triggers to this be a substantial enough of a substantial change to where it would have to be read again? Because I think all he's asking for is a couple of additions to be made to it, not that we bring it back again or anything like that. Is that right?
And Anita would be able to answer that, not me.
But that's what you're asking for.
I'm looking for a trigger that pulls this back rather than continuously moving on. I think that our numbers show where we are, not what we choose to do.
Right. So that's what
Okay, Anita, I don't know if you can answer.
Yes, sir.
Anita, go ahead, if you can answer the question.
I think that given the nature of this, making a change to the ordinance such as described would not be difficult. However, I think it would require advancing the ordinance one more week, just because it would change the trigger and the public should be able to comment on that and consider it. So if a change were to be made by your board today, that's completely up to you. But other than correcting a typo, generally speaking, or just a misused word somewhere, other than that, it should be advanced one further week, would be my recommendation.
Okay. Supervisor Scott?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. So I just want to say, in light of that, could we establish a date now to bring it back for review? Because instead of saying that any board member can bring it back at any time, I think if we just establish that date, that's not part of the ordinance. That's just an acknowledgement of when we're going to bring it back for review.
You can certainly do that. You can direct staff to bring it back to you on any date your board chooses.
Pick one.
Okay, yeah, I think, obviously, I think bringing it back sooner than later is definitely something that has been discussed by multiple board members. So would that be a motion that we would make, or just establish a date and put it in the document, or just direction to staff, Anita?
I think in light of this and just to make sure everyone's comfortable, a motion would probably be a good idea.
Okay.
And if I may just respond to that real quick.
Go ahead, Bruno.
The idea of a date, I think, works really well, especially if we know that it might take 60 days for it to be implemented. 60 days from now would be October 18th. If we can look at maybe the end of November or December 1st, that way at least there's enough data to say this is how things are going, rather than looking at it before it even started or has any data that can be collected. So I would offer December 1st.
Mr. Chair, if I could, I'd just like to remind your board, of course, this will have to be coming back to you in advance of that, because any actions that are going to be taken with regard to staffing, et cetera, all of that's going to have to be vetted by and approved by your board. So there could be 2 times with the December date. Your board will look at it 2 times yet this year.
Yeah.
Maybe more.
Yeah, probably more is what I think as we roll it out. But I think what we're talking about, the date after implementation, things are rolling out, and I would agree with the December 1st, definitely. But there will be multiple times that is brought back to the board between now and when this thing rolls out for implementation. So I completely agree with the December 1st date being a suggestion. I don't know the rest of the council, Supervisor Crank. Actually, I apologize. I got to go to Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Scott, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I do agree. We need to be bringing this back, as we've seen with many ordinances. After we implement it, we find things that we need to tweak in it. My question would be, when we bring this, or if it passes today and we do bring this back after it's been implemented, when we make changes on that ordinance, would those changes be effective immediately, or would we have to wait another 30 days for those changes to occur?
Well, Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Anita.
Thank you. It would be an amendment to the ordinance, so the changes would have to wait. Now, of course, if you found something that justified a brand new urgency ordinance, that would be something else. But changes to this particular ordinance would require 2 reads in 30 days.
Okay.
After it's approved. Changes today would just be advanced 1 week.
Thank you, Anita. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, I'd be open to the December 1st date. By then, we'll also know a lot more when it comes to numbers, because as I've been noticing within the past 8 weeks or so, even further, at times we would get numbers and we would, assume that we're doing we're having a certain outcome, and then eventually we're finding out different things. Like, for example, they were counting a case in Mendocino and a case here. And so I think those quirks will all hopefully be ironed out by then, and we'll have better numbers that I know that we could have for data purposes, and we'll be able to determine what is successful and what's not.
Okay. All right. Any more discussion from the board at this point? Okay, seeing none, we're going to go ahead and open it up to public comment. Jake, if you could please open the room.
Yes, I will unmute the floor here. We do have hands raised here.
Yes, let's go. Yeah, I apologize. Let's go to the hands raised. We got 4 of them up. Let's work through that list.
All right, so the first hand we have raised here is Clay Shannon.
I think he may still be up from the hearing. Maybe not, but.
I don't think there were hands up before that, but Clay, I did send you an unmute request. Give it a second here to see if they comply.
He didn't take his hand down, did he?
No, I don't think he did.
Okay.
Jake, can we go to the next person in line?
They did just, did they have issues? I will go to the next hand up here, is Haji Wharf. Wharf? Looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yes, good afternoon, Supervisors. My name is Haji Wharf.
Thank you, we can hear you.
And I come to you from Upper Lake. As in previous weeks, I join you today in support of the graduated enforcement ordinance. I would have attended in person, but last week, half the audience were not wearing masks and I did not feel safe. That statement alone should give you pause. According to an AP poll conducted last month, 3 out of 4 Americans are in support of wearing masks to stop the spread of the coronavirus. With over 5 million infections nationwide and 170,000 deaths in just the last 6 months, the silent majority will no longer allow the belligerent minority to drown out our voices. I'm grateful for the 3 supervisors, Scott, Simon, and Crandall, whose reasoned convictions, trust in science, and rational leadership have gotten us to this point, despite the bluster and bravado of those who insist rugged individualism is the answer to an invisible, insidious, and indiscriminate enemy. I remind you, this conflict between science versus perceived injury to personal liberty is a very American struggle. The same battle has been fought perpetually over other issues such as seatbelts and smoking in public. In the end, science and the common good does win. So please know you are on the right side of history. The vast majority of your community is behind your decision today. I appreciate the time to express my views. That's it.
Okay, can we go through the next list here? The next name?
Yes, the next hand up I have is from Garage. I sent you an unmute request here. Looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name for us?
Hey, my name is Greg Rogers.
All right, we can hear you.
Great. I just would like to point out that initially in March, when we shut down to prevent the surge in hospitals, it was supposed to be for 2 weeks. And this board is talking about extending it for another year. That would be 2 years. And it seems pretty ambiguous at that point. I like the discussion that we're having in terms of the dates, but I don't really care for the discussion that the supervisor is pointing out that we have no way out for a watch list.
Seem to have lost you.
Seem to be distinguished bureaucratic dictators, dictates. So, thank you, Board of Supervisors, for being fighting the good fight. I know this is a difficult time. On June 18th, there were 3,700 cases reported in California. On the first, mandatory masking for 8 weeks or 4 periods of incubation. On August 12th, we have 11,645 cases reported in 1 day. Where is the science that states that mandatory masking is working and not making things worse? Where is the evidence-based science that states another year of masking is going to do anything but further divide the citizens and terrify the people into fear and anxiety? What are the long-term negative effects of wearing a mask? Where is this study? The New England Journal of Medicine on May 21st and the CDC and the WHO and Dr. Fauci and newly entered Dr. Scott Atlas agreed with the New England Journal of Medicine that stated, we know that wearing a mask outside healthcare facilities offers little, if any, protection from infection. Public health authorities define a significant exposure to COVID-19 as face-to-face contact within 6 feet with a patient with symptomatic COVID-19 that is sustained for at least a few minutes. Some say as much as 10, some say even as much as 30 minutes is required. The chance of COVID-19 from a passing interaction in a public space is therefore minimal. In many cases, the desire for widespread masking is a reflexive action to anxiety over the pandemic. Dr. Fauci agreed with this on March 7th, and he said, April 7th, when he said, healthy people should not be wearing masks. Preventing COVID-19 with the mask is like preventing mosquitoes in your yard with a picket fence. That's Dr. Fauci. Dr. Scott Atlas, who recently joined the coronavirus task force, stated early on, Masks should only be used for 2 reasons and 2 reasons only. If you are going to be coughed on because you work in the healthcare industry, or 2, if you are going to cough on someone else if you are sick. The New England Journal of Medicine and Dr. Scott Atlas have not changed their stance. There has been no study to change it. My wife and I have received hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of complaints from local employees who aren't willing to stand up for their HEPA rights and tell their employers that they are suffering from shortness of breath, dizziness and nausea, sore throat and headache from wearing the mask. Employees are scared to rock the boat, losing their jobs, intimidated to work, feeling constantly sick, and worried about being assaulted by members of the general public who are absolutely certain in their knowledge of coronavirus. The education board or some other entity from the county find this person's employer, and now she is not allowed her HEPA rights and is forced and intimidated to wear one, even though she feels sick all day long. She just complained about this to me yesterday. I had another complaint today.
If you can wrap it up, we'd greatly appreciate it. Kind of why.
The long-term effects of a mask: shortness of breath, dizziness and nausea, sore throat and headache, or the symptoms of COVID. You're asking us to increase our levels of CO2, carbon dioxide that we're breathing that's poisonous. It's causing shortness of breath, dizziness, nausea, sore throat, and headache. And it also takes our immune systems away. Dr. Jeff Barkey says in a 6-hour shift.
Okay, we're going to have you, I appreciate it. I know we're going to go ahead and have you wrap it up, please. Okay, let's go to our next public comment.
I did.
Hello?
Okay. Hello, Greg. Yeah, you guys were talking over each other. We need to make sure you guys don't talk over each other, so I did mute you.
Okay, I'm sorry. You asked me to wrap it up. I'll wrap it up. In short, you're taking away 30% of a person's oxygen levels in a 6-hour shift, up to 150% in a week. In your time frame, up to over 10,000% of their oxygen and their immune systems. And you're asking them to do the work of creating Social Security, unemployment benefits, sick pay, Medicare, and disability for everybody else under those conditions without an immune system that works properly. Dr. Scott Atlas, and I'll finish
If
with
you
this.
could,
Please let me finish.
I've asked you to wrap it up, so please.
I'm wrapping it up. This is it. Dr. Scott Atlas was appointed the president's coronavirus task force this past week, Wednesday, August 12th. He's the chief neuroradiologist at Stanford Medical Center, primary care physician, senior fellow at Hoover Institute, and an expert on public policy.
Okay.
He is uniquely qualified to provide input on our current state of affairs. He says you only should wear a mask if you are coughed on or going to be coughed on. I implore you to table this vote, consider the short and long-term health effects you are inflicting on hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of workers who won't stand up and say it because you have an education board that is going around and intimidating employers to force their not to exercise their HEPA rights, which they need. Their immune system.
We're going to go ahead and wrap this one up. Thank you very much. We appreciate you participating today. Jake, let's go to our next speaker.
Okay, the next speaker we have here is Dee Parker.
Okay, go ahead, Dee.
Good afternoon. Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for allowing us to speak today. I just want to thank Supervisor Sabatini and both of you gentlemen who are sitting in the room today. I want to thank you so much for protecting those who are not speaking up, those who feel that they can't speak up because they'll lose their jobs, or those who have been battered and bruised in this process. I am going to speak to the other 3 supervisors who seem to be a pack, who are so steadfastly going to do this. I'm just wondering if you realize what this looks like, or the perspective is to those silent minority, as the other person spoke. I believe it is actually a majority that's not speaking, but at some point they will. It looks like somebody somewhere has offended you, and you are fighting back with this ordinance. In doing what you're doing, in the ordinance, it says private property. It says if they are refused permission, that the health officer can obtain a warrant. I feel that this is not necessary. All of the numbers tell you that. The previous gentleman gave you huge amounts of resources to look at. I understand that there are some personal experiences with COVID, as many of us have had, but I do not believe this ordinance is warranted or needed at this time. I don't think it's going to be needed at any time if our county continues to go down in numbers. And I'm very thankful that it is, but that just says that the people in your constituencies are doing their jobs. Everybody's doing what they're supposed to do to help. And all you're doing is fanning the fuel in the flames to a group of individuals who are schoolyard bullying elders and medically exempt people and people they just, on their basis of what they know, are saying, oh, well, you don't qualify. And that's not okay. It's not okay for you to condone it, to encourage it. And that's what you're doing today. I realized last week, Dr. Pace said, oh, well, if you're medically exempt, you can go in. That is not true. That is not happening around this county in some areas. And you are aiding and abetting those people with their own personal policing of individuals. And you're not addressing it at all. You're not addressing what they're doing out in public. And you are supposed to be protecting us on the one hand, yet on the other hand, you are damaging us. I just find that abhorrent. And I'm just wondering how long before that supposedly minority group of people is going to raise up. I think that you will find that it's not a minority, it is a majority. And I hope that they will begin to organize and put things together to stop this. If our numbers were like other numbers in more congested cities, I could see a need for this, but I don't see the need at all. I've seen no confirmation other than your compliance and wanting to be just like all the other counties, which makes no sense to me. I don't see it being in the homeless community in itself. There's nothing happening there either way, but you don't address that. It just seems to me like there's an offense on the table and this is the opportunity to take care of it. I mean that and I submit that with full respect. And I just want to thank the two supervisors who have tried to put the brakes on, to put some checks and balances in place. I cannot express my appreciation for your leadership. I would ask that you table this until something or a trigger says that it's needed, because the amount of people who you're talking about, I don't think are as much as you think they are. I think that there are too many people talking to you about unrealistic situations. And I find that abhorrent. I find it inexcusable in leadership. So I respectfully would ask you, three supervisors who are pushing this hard, to reconsider your position and maybe talk to other people who would give you the other side of this coin that says it's not what you think. I don't even know if I'm communicating effectively, but I'm hoping that you're listening to the stats. Because your elder population and your medically vulnerable population are getting run over, and you have done nothing but say, well, it allows for medical exemption. And that's not what's happening on the street. And you are enabling these people to go out and be batterers and abusers of your community. And you can say all you want to that that's not happening, but that's not true. And as long as you don't deal with that, then you are enabling them. And in as much as you would enable someone in a domestic violence case. Thank you so much. I would ask you to table this.
Yep, heard that request. Thank you very much, Steve Parker. Jake, let's go to the next hand up.
All right, the next hand up we have is from Michael Green. Well, Michael, I sent you an unmute request. Oh, it looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
All right, if you can hear me, it's Michael Green.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. And again, just cutting to the chase, very strong support for the ordinance today, very strong opposition to any attempt to substantially change it that would require a delay and another first reading. The delays have gone on quite enough. Everyone's given their input. We have a well-crafted ordinance that is so light in its touch as to be so featherweight. I don't get what the drama is, to be honest. This is another tool in the toolbox. We need to get public health those tools. For those people who aren't seeing problems in our community, we see them each and every day. We do see heroes in our community who are doing a great job enforcing the COVID-19 protocols. We also see scofflaws. We see business owners that are going out of their way to not comply with the ordinance. We see customers that are going out of their way to make life difficult for those business owners that are complying. All we're asking for is a very reasonable, complaint-driven enforcement process to be created by the passage of today's ordinance and by the subsequent passage of a staffing plan to implement it. Again, everyone wants to relitigate masking, but the policy is there. It's a statewide order. It was the local public health order before that. And I don't know why we continue to litigate that single issue. We are not talking about masking by itself. We are talking about making public health orders and adopting them as county law for the duration of this crisis. If anyone is fostering fear about masking, it's those people that are opposed to this ordinance. I just want to point out that there was something on our consent agenda today that was so non-controversial, the wildfire smoke protection policy, in which the county wisely gives out N95 masks during wildfire emergencies, and they put up the big old HEPA filters in the hallways of the courthouse to make sure that their employees are protected from particulate matter from wildfires. And the tool they use that is a mask. And that passed with zero controversy, and if a wildfire broke out right now, you can bet darn sure people would be handing out N95s left and right. So I ask our supervisors to stick to their guns. Let's advance this today. Let's get the process started. You can come back in December and tweak it and do all you want, but let's get this puppy started. The delay has been long enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael Green.
Sounds like a campaign speech.
We'll go ahead and go to the next hand up, Supervisor Sabatier.
I just want to make sure that it's clear, because I've heard a couple of comments. The issue, in my opinion, is not whether the masking mandate is right or wrong. The issue is how to enforce the masking mandate. I am absolutely willing to wear a mask anytime that I'm out in a public area, especially when I'm indoors of a business. I do not believe that adding a fine will change the behavior. That is simply where I stand. I do not want to fight the mask idea. I do not want to fight the mask mandate. It is how it is that we approach trying to change behavior to comply with what the mandate is. And that is a separate discussion than the one that has been brought up multiple times.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, Jake, let's go to the next hand up.
Yes, the next hand up we have is from Clay Shannon again. They are unmuted. Clay, can you try giving us a sound check again? Yeah, it still sounds like you're experiencing technical difficulties there. We're gonna move on here. Right, Mr. Chair?
Jake, is it possible for you to send Clay Shannon through a text? Because he obviously seems to be able to put his hand up. If you can give him the phone number to call in to the Zoom meeting, so that later on, especially for, I'm sure he was here for the previous topic, so that he can also provide input for that.
I have been trying to communicate with Clay Shannon in the Zoom chats, but have not been replied to.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next hand up.
Okay, yeah, so the next hand up we have is from, it looks like it drops, actually.
It's off now?
Yeah, the other hand has been dropped.
Okay, Jake, let's go ahead and
I'm
yes.
sorry, it looks like it came back up. We have a hand up here from Frank. Frank, I sent you an unmute request. All right, looks like you're muted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Hi, Frank Deloso.
Yes, we
Okay,
can
go
hear
ahead, Frank.
Yeah, I don't know how my hand went back down, but anyways. So first of all, when this first started, it was only supposed to be a couple of weeks to slow the spread. It was never anything about eliminating the spread. And the other thing too is that we're in a season right now with in the summertime when the flu is less likely and stuff like that. If this were to get out, it would definitely get this thing over with a lot faster. I do realize that, yeah, one person that commented earlier that they were afraid to go to the courthouse because there was people not wearing masks. Well, I mean, there technically is a shelter in place still in order, so I don't even know why they're out of their house anyway. The other thing too is that I've been seeing things, someone had posted on Facebook that they were being discriminated against, even trying to get into the courthouse there to be in the meeting. And that person may be there right now, but there needs to be some education on people's health issues that so they're not discriminated against. Also on the state order, everyone keeps talking about the governor's mandate. But if you go and look on the website, there it says guidelines. It just says guidelines. And the governor himself said just a couple weeks ago that he can't mandate anything. He can only help influence. That's a quote from Gavin Newsom. And there's no, when you go on the state website, it's not signed by the governor. It's not signed, it doesn't have any witnesses or anything like that. And the only question that I would have to the board is if this.
I think we lost you, Frank.
It looks like he ended up muted there. Frank, I sent you another unmute request. Hello, Frank?
Okay, Jake, no.
Does this just immediately go away, or is this still in effect until your board says it is, or until October of next year? That's all I have to say. Well, I'm just letting you know, I'm still, as you can probably tell, opposed to you guys.
Yeah, I think we got that. Definitely, you're definitely opposed to the ordinance moving forward, Frank. I think some general discussion was we are going to look at it again in December 1st, but the sunset clause does take it out till October 2021. Okay, Jake, let's go to the next one.
All right, the next hand that we have up here is from Galaxy Note 10 Plus. Galaxy Note, I sent you an unmute request.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Yeah, it's Johnny. I don't know why I did it this time, but yeah, Johnny Garcia. Just question. So this isn't going to be enforced for 60 days. Is that correct? If it passes today?
It would be a minimum of 30 days.
It takes 30 days for it to be implemented. During that time frame we're working, but yeah, potentially could be 60 days.
Okay, so I mean, that right there, if you guys are worried about everybody's safety, why does it take so long? Why wouldn't you guys make something fast? Why wouldn't you enact it tomorrow? I mean, what's going to happen in 60 days? Who's going to, I mean, it makes no sense. If you guys were truly worried about the safety of people and all this stuff, why does it take so long? I'm not really understanding that. And why does it have to be for a year? I don't understand that as well. That makes no sense. Nobody knows what's going to happen in a year. This freaking virus can drop off the planet of the earth tomorrow. I mean, you still going to enforce the masking? Or, I mean, you guys should have some, like Bruno was saying, like a trigger or something that's going to say, okay, well, this happened, let's drop it. It's quite confusing, to be honest. That's all I have to say is, I don't understand why it could take up to 60 days if you guys were truly worried about the safety of people and the health of people, and why it has to be implemented for a year.
Okay, Johnny, obviously, 1 year would give it a sunset clause. That's what we worked out about putting in discussion last week. We are going to be reviewing that, as we just said today, December 1st. Seems like something to be reviewed. And, you know, to implement something immediately, there are certain votes that are needed. An urgency ordinance needs 4/5 vote, and a regular ordinance needs just 3 votes out of the 5. So there are situations where we attempt to do something, and you got to just move along the lines in the past that are there.
And
hopefully that'll explain it to you.
What was the date of October 18th? Was that what I heard? Is that when it's expected to be enforced?
That's when it'll go into, that's when it'll be, it needs a 30-day time frame to be implemented, and during that time frame, you know, that's the date, 30 days from today.
No,
Okay, so-
no, the October 18th date was anticipated after the, September 17th is the 30 days. And then we're anticipating
about
having
that.
budget hearings, discussing where the money's gonna come from to pay for people, who the people are going to be, who they're gonna work for, all that kind of stuff, just anticipating a month of discussion for that. So we just threw a date out there of maybe around October 18th.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so nobody's gonna be getting fines until you guys sort it all out, basically.
Right.
So tomorrow, if you guys today be like, okay, yeah, let's implement it, tomorrow I can go to the store,
Right.
as I've been doing, and not gonna get in trouble, basically. Until you're 30 days, basically.
Well, yeah, if you're violating, yeah, if you're violating the order, yeah, really, yeah.
All right, that's all I wanted to know.
Okay,
Actually, he'll still have an extra like 22 days because he'll have to go through education process as well. So there's even more time for you to be corrected.
Yeah, it just proves that this ordinance is ridiculous.
well, it needs to be implemented down the road. You can't wait on this one. Jake, does that go all the way through? That goes through the hands up? Can you open the room?
Yeah, that is all the hands we have raised. I will, let's unmute the floor here. The floor is unmuted. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, Jake, go ahead and close the room. We'd like to bring it back to the board chambers. And Supervisor Sabatier, you'd like to see if we have folks that would like to comment in the board chambers?
Yes. If you could please come to the microphone.
Please state your first and last name.
Good afternoon. I'm Paula Mooney. And I'm proud to say I'm a retired Lake County teacher. My husband and I moved here in 1987 to farm vegetables and fruit. I am speaking to keep us off the watch list. Excuse me. I have heard people say their rights are being taken away as a reason they don't wear a mask. Wearing a mask is the most important thing we can do to prevent the spread of COVID-19. Preventing the spread of COVID-19 is what will keep Lake County off the watch list, unlike our neighboring counties. Dr. Pace reported today 43 out of 58 counties are on the watch list. Being on the watch list means more businesses will close, schools will not open, restaurants and all bars will close, hair and nail salons, barber shops, and churches will not be open. The state will tell us what will be open and closed if we end up on the watch list. Once Lake County is on the watch list and we lose local control, that is when our rights will really be taken away and it will be difficult to get off the watch list. I hope I am wrong. I hope I have all this wrong. I hope Lake County will not join over 90% of Californians on the watch list. It is time to think about our friends, family, and community.
Oh, that was an accident. Did you get a call from the
think I've gone over my 3 minutes. I've been timing myself. It is time to think about our friends, family, and community and their rights to be as healthy as can be. Thank you to everyone that is masking up, social distancing, avoiding large gatherings, and doing the right thing. Let's stay one of the 15 counties not on the watch list. Thank you for listening. Thank you, Grandma.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Anyone else wish to speak?
Hi, my name is Denise Lewis, and I am strongly opposed to this ordinance. And I'm strongly opposed on a couple of different reasons. And one of them is that businesses during this COVID have been so hard hit. They really have struggled and continue to struggle given all the things that are against them as far as different regulations with doing business and having to be shut down for so long. It really impacted profits, it impacted their ability to make their own house payments. I'm not a business owner, so I'm not speaking for myself. However, I care about business because I care about the economy of this community. We're a small community. Businesses have to struggle to survive here just on a normal day. They have to run at a faster pace than somebody elsewhere because of the draw of bigger businesses in more incorporated areas. Having a citation for for their customers not masking up or employees, possibly for myself, I do have a medical exemption. I don't look like I should have a medical exemption, however, I do. And I worry about myself personally at work that there will be a bias towards me. Somebody looks at me and says she's not masking up for this or that. But there is a medical exemption. For citing a businesses who have already been under the gun financially, I think is a very bad policy. It's a very bad policy, not only for businesses, but for our community and for the board members who support it. What you're creating by doing this is an environment that is hostile to businesses. You're asking them to be a policing agent. And their customers come in and they are tasked to serve customers, and there could be a medical exemptions for those customers coming in. I just strongly oppose the science for the past decade has been that the general public is not a masking is not a way to go for the general public. That's been the science. Now, all of a sudden, that's changed. And I think when you have when there is so much questions about it, and there is, because there have been no clinical trials that unseat the decade-long procedure that general masking for the public does not work. Little measurable.
Okay, if we could try and wrap it up here, I greatly appreciate it.
I will. So, one, because of the difference in because that is such a question, really, competing medical opinions, tasking a business with policing those is not a very good policy for for us to have here. And I strongly oppose it on that measure. Also, you cannot unring a bell. You're allowing the government into private business, private homes, and when you think of the government said just 2 weeks and it'll all be, just give us 2 weeks. And now here we are months later. You can imagine the concern that private citizens have regarding it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Val Lancaster from Lakeport. I want to just tell you a little experience I had when I walked in here this morning. I was met by the masked police at the front door of this courthouse, who grilled me for at least 2 minutes on how I did not have a medical exemption. He doesn't know my medical history. He doesn't know why I came in without a mask. He just kept telling me, see the door, see the sign, you're not exempt. He was going to tell me I could not come in, and I had to hold my ground, and I had to tell him that yes, I was allowed to come into this courthouse without a mask on. It's not his business to police me. I was shaking so bad. I can't even tell you. I've gone through that in so many different stores. And who's going to educate those stores that are not allowing, you know, a person that says they have a medical exemption in? Who's going to educate them? Because it's not happening. I literally go to the grocery store and I come here for the last 2 weeks, and that man at the front door, he said, you didn't speak last week. You didn't come in last week without a mask. I did. So, you know, might start educating your guards, your rent-a-cops out front. But I want to thank Bruno and I want to thank Rob for being here in person. You're not my reps. I wish you were. But you guys at least have the guts to look at the people, and you see me shaking and you hear my voice quivering, but at least you guys have the balls to be here. Because the other three don't. They hide behind their monitors, and they've already have their minds made up. We know they do. So I'm using my First Amendment right to tell you guys that this ordinance and this whole mask thing, it's a bunch of crap. And don't be surprised when you see the silent majority are not those who support this ordinance or any ordinance that limits our movements in a free country. Don't be surprised if you see law-abiding citizens, God-fearing law-abiding citizens become God-fearing law-abiding patriots who won't hesitate to stand up for their Fourth Amendment rights using their Second Amendment right. You three should be ashamed of yourselves.
Thank you for your comments today, Val. Thank you for cleaning the mic and the stand there, Supervisor Sabatier. With you sitting down, I think that signals that there's no one else left for public comment in the room.
Yeah, we are done with public comment in the boardroom.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to go ahead and close public comment on this issue and bring it back to the board. Bring it back to the board for final comments or action. Okay, seeing no final comments, we need some action to be taken on.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
The action, if your board chooses to take action, would be to offer the ordinance.
See, offer the ordinance, and then we will do a motion about bringing it back on December 1st.
Yes.
I offer the ordinance.
Johanna, the ordinance has been offered.
Okay. Supervisor Sabatier?
Nay.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now we'd entertain a motion to bring it back on December 1st. I think that was the date we had talked about. So go ahead, Supervisor Crandall.
So moved, I move to reassess and discuss on December 1st.
Second.
Is there a second? Seconded by Supervisor Scott. Okay, Johanna, can you go ahead and take the vote, the roll call vote? Johanna?
Oh, I think that's me here. Oh, sorry, 1 second.
I didn't even realize December 1st was actually a Tuesday. I just said December 1st because it sounded good.
Good job.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead, Johanna.
Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
No.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and go back to our 6.4 item. I know where we left off was testimony on 6.4. I know we'll give some folks, it's been a little while, so we'll give some folks to get reacclimated. But I do know that we had Mr. Shannon, he still had his hand up and was beginning to talk, and we'll see if he comes back. Yeah, I need to recuse. Okay, sorry about that, EJ.
Yeah, I just need Jake to put me in my room.
All right, I'm gonna isolate you again.
All right, Jake, and once we get that completed, I see Clay Shannon has his hand back up, and we'll start once EJ leaves the room.
Okay. In the breakout room.
All right, excellent. So we'll go ahead and start. I think it was Mr. Clay Shannon had his hand up. Have we fixed that audio situation?
Are you putting your hand up for this?
I have not been sworn in yet, but I do want to be sworn in and talk.
Hello?
Yes, Clay?
Yes, finally. I've been raising my
Okay.
hand. I feel like I'm in kindergarten, okay? Thank you for allowing me to speak. Good afternoon to everybody. And sorry for, I've been trying to get on here, but technical issues, and I'm not very smart. I'm not going to give you, I don't have any college degrees or anything to lean on, but, and I'm not going to talk about dust or chipping or 2,000 square foot building or zoning or biochar or noise or any of that stuff, because I think I've heard a lot about that, and we got a lot of professionals that know a lot about that stuff on both sides. I want to thank the County of Lake and everybody that's in it that have been really supportive to myself and my family for our ventures and our wine business and our tasting rooms and properties and all that, the ease of doing business in the county. And then also the people that were, the folks that were, I guess, appealing have been very supportive of our company and our family. And I just want to thank you all for this. When I heard about this, my daughter and I own a piece of property adjacent right across the street on Red Hills Road to the proposed bioenergy thing. And she recently moved out of the home. And no, it was not about this at all, okay? But it was because the long-term plan for her property, we had trademarked a name recently called Layla Ann, and we were gonna open up, or in the very near future, apply to put a tasting room on site in a winery eventually on what we call the Layla N property. And so Brooke Shannon owns that 20-acre property and a home there. And I own the property just adjacent to it to the east. So I'm speaking on behalf of Brooke and I, and I think on the other landowners there. Beautiful place, Lake County, we love it. From Sonoma County originally, we love it here. Couldn't get us to leave. And so, but you know what I think here, and I'm going to make it short and sweet. The Red Hills is definitely a great growing area. Clint had some awesome comments to say about what Andy Beckstoffer has done in the Napa Valley, and I know this to be true, and created value and we are helping to create value in the Red Hills. We very much would like to put a winery taste room there, but I think, you know, I love the tone, renewable energy. I love the project, but we got here, in my opinion, the right project in the wrong place. And the best analogy, I have two. And the first one's a little weird, but it's like me asking to put a slaughterhouse in the middle of Lakeport. It's not the right place. However, we could use a slaughterhouse. But there's a better terms for that. I'm not that politically correct. And it's also, another analogy would be, how about if I went and bought a home in a subdivision, and then I bought the neighbor home, and the other home, and another home, and I have 6 homes, and I tore them down, and I planted little landscape park-like vineyards inside the subdivision. Maybe it was in the Clear Lake Keys, maybe it was one entire finger of the Keys or a subdivision. The vineyards aren't gonna belong in the Keys, in the center of them, and the vineyards don't belong in the center of a subdivision. And I mean, that's just simple. I see a restaurant there. I see on that site on Red Hills, the corner, I see a restaurant, a hotel, which we could use, a vineyard, a winery. And I'm not going to argue about the truck traffic, because if we had a winery in the ag sector or whatever, there's trucks, there's traffic. It's not about that. It's just about the right project, which I support, but it's in the wrong place. And you know, look around there. We got Leisure up the hill, the tasting room, boutique. Hopefully you've everybody listening has been there. Beautiful place, very large investment. We have Andy Beckstoffer's vineyards are beautiful. You have our vineyards. We have the people up the hill from Brooks property, the Sunrims, gorgeous properties around there. The Thurston Creek properties across the road, down the road a little bit. Anyhow, it's a beautiful spot. And I just think it would be better served with a restaurant or a hotel, something like that. Other than that, I don't really. It's an industrial thing in the wrong area. And I mean, I wish I was smarter to say some more professional terms, but that's not me. It's not who we are, and that's really all I have to say.
I want to thank you for being patient. Obviously, we're all learning too. I'll be the first one to say this technology is always a challenge, but thank you for your words and thank you for your statement today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's go to the next hand up, Jake.
Yes, the next hand we have up is from Gabe Ray. Gabe, I've sent you a unmute request. All right, looks like you're unmuted. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Gabriel Ray.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm an enrolled member of Scottsville Band of Home Indians, also an elected official for the tribe as a tribal councilman. So on behalf of the tribe, I would request that the board overturn the appeal for a major use permit. That would allow us to move ahead and bring this clean renewable energy biomass biochar production facility to Lake County. I really do believe that this is just a misunderstanding of the technology, because I don't see how anyone could be against this project if you really knew the good that this project can do, not only for that site there or our tribe, this is good for the whole community. This facility could literally be saving people's lives, because what we are doing here is we are taking the fuel that fuels these wildland fires in our area. We would be taking that out of the area and taking that. So we could be saving property from houses from being lost. We're talking. You're hearing from the vineyards. It could be saving crops. I think. They talked about smoke taint. If you read about these fires in the past and how much money has, I mean, I think 2018, I read something saying there was $41 million in grapes lost due to the fire, the Mendocino complex fire. So this could be this would be good for everybody. And I don't see how anybody could be against this. And if people are just saying that, I mean, I don't even hear the people who are making this appeal are being against this project. They're talking about just not having it at this location. Well, we're a landless tribe. We're federally recognized, but we're landless. We're government funded. So we don't have any. This would be our first economic opportunity. We can't just up and move somewhere else. This is the only little piece of property that we have that would be able to fit something like this. So I mean, I feel like our tribe, we have done everything within our power to address all the concerns that have been presented to us, and we're willing to do more within our power. But we are not able to just up and move to a different location. We don't have the money to buy a different piece of property to make this happen at a different location. I don't know. It's just really disheartening. And then, basically this is like someone saying that, this is fine to do, but not in my backyard. And to me, that's like a kick in the face, because I'm Native American. I'm Pomo from Lake County. My ancestors have been here for thousands of years, and right now as I stated, we're a landless tribe. We don't have any property except for this little piece of property, and I take that as a kick in the face, kind of on top. And I don't mean it in a bad way. I really have no ill will towards anybody or anything. I really appreciate everybody's concerns. And like I said, we're more than happy to work with anybody on any of their concerns. We are hoping for a little bit of common ground and maybe some compromise. It feels like we're the only ones that are trying to do everything to make this work. And it's just, no matter what we do, it's not going to be good enough. That's what it seems like. And there is some confusion. People are confusing this with the project that was there. That was a PG&E project. That is not this project. But I would just really like to say that for people telling us that we don't belong there or it needs to go somewhere else. And, like I said, our people have been here for thousands of years, and, we've been murdered, raped, had our land stolen. Right now we were actually terminated as a tribe, where at one point we weren't even considered Native Americans. We had just been re-recognized and gained that right back in the 90s. This is why we're looking for, we haven't had land put back. So we don't have a reservation as most Native American tribes have. So I would just like to thank the Board of Supervisors for your time. I'd like to thank your staff for the work that they've done. I really thank anybody that had any issues for us to address, because we want to make this as best as it can be for everybody. We have 2 houses on that property. We would not be trying to put something up if it was a danger to them. We're talking about the land, air, water, anything like that, the environment. We'll do anything that we can to ensure the safety of our people and our neighbors. We want to be a good partner to the community. And as I said, I'm just praying for some common ground here and maybe some a little bit of consideration. Like I said, we're not millionaire, great vineyard growers. We can't just go buy another piece of property someplace. So that's all I have to say. Thanks again for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Gabriel. Okay, we have two more hands up here. Jake, let's go through these two.
All right, so actually we got this one from Gabe Gilbert here. Greg Gilbert, I'm sorry. Mix up the last name and your name. I've sent you an unmute request, Greg. Send another one here. All right, Greg, are you there? I've sent you an unmute request.
Okay, how about now, folks?
Oh, yeah, I can hear you. Will you please confirm your first and last name?
Sure. Thank you. It's Greg Gilbert.
All right.
Okay, so I will tell you that I'm working for the attorney you heard earlier. I did the air quality analysis for the attorney. I have a few comments just on the back end of what we just heard. If I want to, I'm going to make an analogy why this is so important that we get the details correctly. If I want to drive a car down Main Street, I need to take a test, a written test and a driving test. If I don't take the test, or let's just say I take the test, but I can't see because I've lost my sight, I'm probably not safe to be driving down that street. Now, that has nothing to do, really, with my wanting to support myself or to help my people. We're all in support of me being able to support myself, but not at the risk of others. The process here with CEQA, the Environmental Quality Act, is that we get the details correctly. And I would encourage the county, by the way, my heart goes out to the person who just spoke, I would encourage the county to help them find the appropriate site for this project. This project absolutely has merits, and I can tell you that as an air quality guy who's got 25 or 30 years in the business. It's got potential, but it doesn't belong where it's being cited. And I can tell you I've worked on lots of projects where you had a great idea in the wrong location and it ended up causing real issues. I think that's what's going to happen here. I want to bring to your attention a few items that were spoken to earlier. By the way, the woman who works for the county, and I'm sorry I was on my phone earlier, I couldn't catch her name, but the one who represented the project to you earlier made mistakes. It was clear that she was not familiar with the ISMND. She said that chipping would occur inside the building. That's absolutely incorrect. It will occur outside. Nobody today has mentioned hammer milling. You will be chipping and hammer milling with two separate operations and equipment. There's no information in the documents that pertain to the hammer milling. And by the way, the ISMND is the factual evidentiary basis on which you make decisions. It's not the information we heard today. The applicant told you that there will be no dioxins or other, I think, hazardous air pollutants, as we call them. Unless he's an industrial hygienist, I don't believe he's qualified to say that. And in fact, this will produce trace amounts of benzofurans and dioxins and other elements, which will go through the two gensets and the biogas. Now, maybe they'll be combusted by the gensets. Unfortunately, there's no information in the documents to show that that will happen. And I can't find any information about the engines, emissions controls. So the notion that we're giving opinions today is really not very relevant. What's relevant is the factual scientific information that's in the ISMND, and it is absolutely jeopardized. It contradicts itself at places. It's missing information. It's very speculative in that it has no emissions estimates. There's no hard information in there to be able for me to go to determine whether this is going to cause a localized exceedance of an air pollution standard, which is critical because under CEQA, you can't do that under Appendix G, which, by the way, I've included in my report, which I hope you all go through when you get the time. I sympathize with your being up against the wall here, but I would really encourage you to read the expert's testimony before you make any decisions. Raw materials will be brought to that site. We heard from the woman earlier today that you will only be chipping or processing chipped materials. That's not true. The ISMND says that you will be bringing woody, untreated waste to the site for processing also. So you will have two operations going, chipping, reducing large diameter chips that are brought in chip trucks, and then reducing just basically solid green bio-waste, green waste, limbs and trunks and trees and that kind of thing. That's going to create noise, it's going to create dust. You will absolutely have dust issues, I have no doubt of it. She also said that you will have water sprays to control those emissions. There is nothing in your ISMND that speaks to water sprays. Where did that come from? Again, if it's speculation or opinion, it cannot count. Now, what we need to do is get the mitigation set up to protect the locals, protect the environment. And by the way, the CEQA looks at environmental, economic, and social issues. It's not just environmental. But what we need to do is get the mitigations to work correctly for this project. And we just heard from the person from the tribe who said that they were interested in trying to make this the most effective project possible. You have actually a number of mitigations that have never been discussed or itemized or listed in any of your documents. They could take this project down in terms of its environmental impacts and probably overcome most of the concerns about it. But you need to do that in an MMRP, a mitigation and monitoring reporting plan. Without an MMRP, that's the instrument that makes the mitigations real and enforceable. You have no MMRP in your document. This is like saying you can't go more than 55 on the freeway and then never posting a 55-mile-an-hour speed sign. Do you expect people to abide by that? Additionally, there's nothing in your documentation that limits this project to the tons per day or the hours per day of operation or the individual duties, for instance, the chipping a couple of hours a day. No mention, by the way, of hammer milling, how long that would take. But without hard requirements, this thing could go to 4 or 5 times what's listed here. So if you think that you've got this handled with the 2 to 5 truckloads per day at 2 to 5 tons per load, you may be in for a big surprise. And by the way, I know of no gassing or syngassing operations that run 2 to 5 tons per load at 2 to 5 trips per day. They all run in 25-ton ship trucks. If you've been anywhere near the timber forest products business, you know that. Nobody runs small trucks like that. You can't do it economically. At any rate, you may see this project expand in real life far beyond what you've got here. And so I just warn you, again, if you want this to go forward, make sure that it has appropriate mitigations in an MMRP and limit the project to hard and fast conditions so that it doesn't have what we call project creep and go well beyond, ultimately well beyond, causing the county problems with complaints consistent with the complaints that happened earlier this year with the tub grinding operation there. And so smoke, another issue. No smoke from this project. That's absolutely incorrect. Diesels will create smoke, particulate emissions. By the way, this project has to identify the truck trips that will bring materials to the site and where they come from and their total vehicle miles traveled so that those emissions can be calculated. There's nothing in the documentation that says where those trucks are coming from. They will produce diesel. So will the chipper if it's running on diesel, which the document does appear to say it will. The hammer mill could be diesel, could be electric. The gen sets, they actually say that they'll run on diesel or syngas, but they can't run on both. It was an oversight. So there's a lack of clarity in the documentation. Last thing is that it says it's carbon neutral. That's absolutely not true because you haven't accounted for the carbon emissions that have to do with the electrical feed to the project. You haven't accounted for the carbon emissions for the vehicles that will come to and from the project over its lifetime. And I won't go on with any more details. I probably got you overloaded. Anyway, I just want to let you know this ISMND absolutely needs help. It needs to be done correctly. I'm happy to help in any way I can. And by the way, I've testified to supervisors. I used to work for them in air agencies. I don't want to see this thing turn out to be a project where you're getting complaints consistently from taxpayers who start demanding that you represent their interests. and taking action, because at that point it becomes virtually untenable. So the time to take this on and fix this is now, not later. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to speak to whatever I can. I would encourage you to read the comments in that 100 and some odd page document.
Supervisor Brown?
When the last speaker was speaking about the tribe, I wanted to talk about that, but I wanted to wait until we were all done. But then the next speaker gets up and he starts, talking about stuff that, he proved he's much smarter than I am. So I'll have to rely on some of that, or some of it I'll just let it go because I don't care about particulates and the numbers and all that kind of stuff. This isn't about the tribe. This is about private property. This is about anybody could buy this property. Anybody could put in any applicant can be anything. Private property has no, private property ownership has no seniority. You can buy private property tomorrow or today and own it just as much as if you bought it 100 years ago. So this is a hearing. I'm not trying to negate his comments, his sentiments, his emotion about it. I get it. I totally get it. But it's not a consideration that we're going to be making when it comes to this application. Just like I'll rely on our air quality expert who's not being paid by either side. That's what he does, and I'm hoping that he weighs in and gives us some information on what his recommendations would be. He's made it perfectly clear. I don't know where to begin. There's a lot of stuff that the last guy spoke about that I'm actually going to go through the video again because it's worthy of response and rebuttal, but I couldn't keep track of it. The guy was like an auctioneer trying to sell his product. The part about the shot he took at staff being mistaken, that big deal. We have staff who just came on a month ago that took on a project that started 15 months ago. She's trying to get caught up to make all this stuff work, and she made a misstatement. She wasn't mistaken. She made a misstatement. It was corrected. We moved on. So all of us probably should just get over it. I can talk about what I do know about, and that is not every truck has 25 tons on it. The trucks that are bringing the stuff to be chipped are bringing in sometimes just a ton. So we do have trucks out there. As far as being, I'm not sure what the qualification is, and he may be correct in this, I don't know. If you have to keep track of the truck traffic, the truck trips and where it's coming from and all that, I don't know how that works. I know that works when you're on a FEMA project and that, but I'm not sure how it works out with this. I know we don't keep track of how many trucks come and go from a vineyard, so I don't know, how much diesel is used for that. So I'm not sure if this is the same kind of thing, or if it's like any other business where they don't, you don't necessarily have to keep a log of where your truck came from. But there's, the thing that's valid about what he's saying is that we need to get this right before we move on to the next thing. I've said that about everything. I said it about the last ordinance. I say that about everything. Let's get it right now so that future boards, future landowners, this operation could be up and running. It could be sold to somebody else. They're the ones that, the permit goes with the life of the project, not the life of the landowner. So we need to make sure we get it right. And if it's going to happen, then we want to make sure that it happens right. And there are a lot of things that were stated today. I don't know if it's in the report. Like I said, we got it on Friday. Some of it we didn't get till last night. Some of it we're getting today. So until we go through it, I don't know what was included in there, what conditions should apply or not. And I'm going to rely on staff for that based on the information that we're getting today and that up until today and anything beyond that. So that includes air quality. Our air quality director is the one that I'm going to be putting the most weight on his opinion, his recommendation. And those are words that some people probably never thought they'd ever hear me say, but it is the case with this. I think he's the expert on that, the unbiased expert on that. And I want to hear what he has to say about it. If it's a problem, he'll let us know.
Thank you, Supervisor Brown. I know we are still doing statements. We don't have any more hands up at this point in the virtual room. And I would hope and this is not like public comment, so, you know, the folks that got sworn in before the hearing, do we have anybody in the board chambers at this point
There is somebody in the board
that would like to
chambers.
make comment?
There is somebody in the board chambers.
And they were sworn in?
They are requesting to be sworn in so that they can provide a testimony. And before that, if I may make a comment?
Go ahead, Supervisor Spatu.
So just for the last gentleman, I'm going to try not to repeat some of the stuff that Supervisor Brown said, but you know, if you want to convince us of something, please do not throw our staff under the bus. It's just not the most appropriate of ways. This is a brand new subject matter, and I'm sure our staff had to wrap their brains around it. I'm looking at the attachment right now for the specs on the Omni Bioenergy Artist system, as well as their Gillette generators. And so I'm not sure if he wasn't able to see these stats, but they have quite a bit of information as far as what's the output, what's the input, things like that. And to also, the tone and speed of talking to us when we have 140 pages we just received 24 hours ago, and to review that, that's not a motivational speech at all. And so I would appreciate a different tone next time, please.
Thank you, Supervisor. Okay, I do know that that Doug came up just before you commented. Doug, I don't know if you wanted to respond at all to Supervisor Brown's comments. Go ahead. You're still on mute, though.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, Doug.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate the comments. We do have a much better working relationship, so I appreciate that.
Are you talking about you and I, Doug? Is that what you're?
What's that?
Nothing, never mind.
Related to this issue, I haven't seen everything that was submitted. We haven't seen that yet. But as a general comment, we do look at all those things as part of the Air District permitting process. So vehicle miles traveled, the dust generation, all the equipment, each specific piece of equipment will be evaluated. We'll have restrictions based on emissions, rules and regulations for each of those. So in terms of what the use permit will have versus what the Air District permit will have, if it's not in the use permit, we will probably be covering it as well. And our restriction will be based on what the total production will be based on what the use permit allows. So we generally run, try and run those parallel so there's no confusion. So there will be a strict limit based on what they apply for with us. So, but just as a perspective, anytime now you probably will be going on generator for the courthouse, generator power based on this morning's discussion. The courthouse generator is a 600 kilowatt generator, and what they are putting in, proposing to put in are, I believe it was 274 or 174 kilowatt each. I think it was 274. So combined, it would be less than the generating capacity that you are currently using or will be using for the courthouse. And the courthouse, of course, is in a middle of a residential neighborhood in downtown Lakeport. So just as a perspective of scale on the generator itself, there are things that need to be done, and the generators have specific requirements. They have emission controls and things. So all that will be included in as we move forward with permitting, should this project move forward at this site or any other site.
Thank you, Doug. Thank you very much. Okay, I think you said you had someone in the room that did not get sworn in but wants to give testimony, so we will have to swear in, then we'll bring it obviously back to the board for deliberations. Johanna, can you swear in the individual in the boardroom?
Yes, are they raising their right hand?
They sure are.
Okay. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
John Moss, I want to read you a paragraph from the documents. I'm very glad that you're going to have a week to read everything in these documents. This is from the Eagles Nest employees. The Eagles Nest employees, which live close to this project next door, have consistently complained about the dust and debris emanating from the property, which will continue and grow worse upon the approval of the project. According to my employees, the dust and debris had a similar effect of fiberglass on our skin and eyes.
Joan, I know you're reading that from the files, but the individual who wrote that letter actually testified earlier.
This is
Those
public
exact
record
words.
materials. And in case you haven't read it yet,
Mr. Chair?
you plan to?
Mr. Chair, I don't mean to interrupt, Joan.
Yeah,
There's something
yeah.
else. Can we take a quick break and can you give me a call real quick? Something's come up that
Yes, absolutely.
we need to talk about.
Yeah, I think, yes.
Yeah.
Let's take a 5-minute break, Joan.
Okay.
We'll get back.
Joan, this has nothing to do with you, and I'm not being disrespectful. Just something came up. We need to chat.
These are the documents that you
there is-
received that you're going to be reading, correct?
Okay.
Yep, you can read that. Yes, you can read that when we come back, but just give us 1 minute, because I think, I know exactly what Mr. Brown wants to talk about. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, please.
And then I can finish. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, Joan, go ahead.
Thank you. 2 more sentences. We have suffered from fevers, headaches, burning of eyes, issues with mouth and airways resulting in swelling and bumps of the tongue and mouth area, left with a feeling of debris on throat that causes coughing, choking, coughing up phlegm, and general irritation of lungs. Sounds like the COVID. But these are the employees at the Eagles Nest Storage next door to the project. Thank you. I had more, but there's pressing issues. Thank you.
Joan, thank you for testimony today. All right, if there's no more testimony, which I don't see any, we're going to go ahead and close the appeal hearing at this point and bring it back to the board. If I could just interject, but once we take care of this issue, Anita, if you could help me out, this would be the first time we have to do something like this. But there is we have been made aware of a fire here, potentially close to Lake County and in our area. And what I would like to do is ask the board, once we take care of this issue, if we could table the items until next week, Anita, if we could close the meeting. So just a question.
Well, yes, sir. You can just simply continue this particular hearing to a time certain next week. The other items, I think they were, at least 1 or 2 of them were still timed. You can decide if you want to continue them over to timed. Yeah, you had 2, 6-5 and 6-6. The remaining items can all just be continued to next week, and you can adjourn the meeting.
Okay, and I did want to, I know Supervisor Scott had something on there, if that was a time-sensitive issue, and if it is, we may be able to reconvene and take care of that at a later day. Supervisor Scott?
Let me ask Carla and see if it is time sensitive, and I'll get back to you.
Okay, okay. All right, in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and bring it back to the board. We're going to close the hearing and bring it back to the board. And I think what I've heard throughout here, we've heard it, deliberations and other things. We are going to move to a certain date. Go ahead, Supervisor Sabatier.
I just wanted to suggest that if any of these items, including maybe Public Works, that if they let us know that it's urgent for us to get to it, that we can always reconvene with a special meeting later this week, rather than waiting all the way till Tuesday.
Absolutely. Yeah, either Thursday or Friday if it's needed. We'll work with Susan and any other departments that need to do it if it's needed. Okay, we're going to go ahead and bring it back. Obviously, we heard testimony today. We know there's a lot of materials that need to be reviewed, and there's been a request by Takara, obviously, where they need time to review and respond. So I think what we would do today is continue the hearing to a date certain in the future. And what we need to do is just get that date picked out here and then a motion made.
Yes, Chair, if I may.
Go ahead.
This is Takara Thomas. Staff will be requesting approximately 6 weeks. We feel that would be sufficient amount of time to go through the letter and provide a detailed point-by-point response. So that date would be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, September 22nd.
Okay. All right, thank you very much for that request. That seems to give us
Mr. Chair,
enough.
you may want to inquire of the applicant. That's a lengthy period of time.
Okay. Is Mr. Thomas Jordan, are you still on the line, Thomas? I see you're, go ahead, Thomas.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm still on the line, and I'm honestly appalled by the request for a 6-week delay. It's taken 118 days to go from the date of the appeal hearing on April 29th to get this hearing set. I've never been given an explanation as to why that is occurred. We know that staff is challenged with resources. We are going to run up against the problem of not then being able to do construction. If we hit that September date, we still have to get through building permits.
Okay. All right. So we heard the request from staff, and obviously we heard from the applicant that they would like to have it. I'm wondering if there is a meeting in between that would give sufficient time for staff, and would it be the applicant? I see September, we have a meeting date on September 1st and September 8th. I know 6 weeks was requested, board.
Would September 15th be amenable to the board and to the applicant? Staff is just concerned that it's a 110-page letter, and it's pretty significant. And based off of the fair use principle, we have to prepare a solid response. So we just really want to make sure that we are we're prepared to respond to that 110-page letter.
Okay. So I would ask that to the applicant at this point, if we moved it to September 15th, and would really push hard to make sure that.
Can I ask something, Mr. Chair, of Nita? Is there something that we can do to say, anything that's submitted right now is what's been submitted? Because on September 14th, I don't want to get another 80-page or 90 or 100-page letter. At some point, we have to stop accepting.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Anita.
Yes, you absolutely can say that you're closing the hearing for written submittals other than whatever submittals you require. If what you want is something in writing from staff, for example, you can do that. I was also going to say, you can also direct staff to come back with a procedural that limits the submission of material to X days before the hearing, so that you would not be, you wouldn't be challenged by an 11th hour submittal again. You may want to have staff come back with a protocol for that, because that will remove this as well. And then finally, when your board goes to deliberations, I didn't want to interrupt today, but there were some statements made in terms of the law that were a tad overblown that I would like to be able to describe to your board in more detail, and I will do that at the time of your next hearing. But yes, you can close the hearing today with the exception of whatever you want to hear about, and nothing other than that can be taken up other than your deliberations, if that's what your board wants to do.
Okay. I think that's a good path moving forward, for we're not having to run into this situation and pushing this thing down the road. I understand the frustration, but if we can do it and work together in collaboration, as we spoke today, to help move forward to get a decision, I think that's the best path forward. Still haven't heard from Tom. I know you weren't satisfied with 6 weeks. September 15th has been suggested, and hopefully we can move towards that direction, Thomas.
I appreciate the attempt to be concessionary, and in the light of that approach, I would hope we could get this decided one way or another on the 15th, so we can either move forward and figure out what we're doing.
Yeah, it'll be on, we'll make the motion, it'll be on the 15th today. So, all right, we're gonna go ahead and bring it back to the board for action.
Mr. Chair, you may also want to inquire of Johanna in terms of time, if that's even an issue on the 15th, so you can set it for a definite time as well.
Good question. Johanna, do you have it out to the 15th at this point?
I don't have anything on the 15th, so we could put it at 10 o'clock.
Okay, let's do 10 a.m. Will 10 a.m. work? Thomas and Carr?
It works for staff.
Mr.
Thomas?
Chairman, so 10 a.m. would be marvelous, would be a very good time for us. I was just wondering, does staff want assistance from us in responding to that 109-page letter? Our legal counsel is certainly willing to assist. But that would be at the direction of the invitation that your board would.
Yeah, you know, ultimately, I think that our staff needs to reply directly to that also. So I think they'll be doing that independently at this point. Anita, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Just making that offer available because they're obviously with.
Yeah.
Your board is going to have to open up the hearing on that item, so you can receive commentary from whomever it may help your board. That item, there's really no shutting it down. So if the appellant wants, or the applicant wants to provide a response, I think your board would accept it just as, you know, from the appellant on that issue, and then certainly from staff. But only as to that issue if that's the decision of your board.
All right. Okay, are we ready for a motion then? Board? We entertain a motion at this point. Moving it to September 15th.
Do we need a motion?
We'll be closing the hearing and then.
Sorry,
I move to continue this hearing to September 15th.
Okay. Second. Thank you.
At 10 a.m.?
At 10 a.m.
10 a.m.
Oh, that I can't.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. That's fine.
All right, there's been a motion and a second. Johanna?
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
He's not here.
Oh, he's gone. Okay,
I can
Supervisor
vote for him, though. He
Scott?
said I was okay.
Aye.
Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
And Supervisor Simon?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, Supervisor Scott?
I heard back from Carla, item 6.5 is time sensitive, but as long as we take it up next Tuesday, we'll be fine.
Okay.
What is it? I'm sorry, I don't have my agenda here in front of me.
The
What is it?
letter to Senator McGuire.
It's just a letter.
Okay, so
A letter
here's.
for vape taxes going to Senator
Okay,
McGuire.
so there's three of us here. Well, actually, Eddie's here too. I think the chair probably would rather get going, but we can still vote on that if you want. We can do that. I mean, that's up to you guys. There's four of us still here.
Actually, I would be fine with that, and then we guys close. Supervisor, Vice Chair, what I will do is, I'm gonna relinquish the meeting to you at this point, and, you know, what you guys can get through, I'd say get through, but I do wanna get out there and look at this thing. So,
Good idea.
I'm gonna go ahead and recuse myself from the meeting at this point, turn it over to Supervisor, Sabatier.
Okay. Be safe out there.
Yep, and I'll try to send emails and texts once I get, find out what's going on.
All right, thank you. Jake, is it possible to get Eddie back in here? Or Supervisor
I-
Crandall?
Yes, I will pull him back in there. Just waiting for direction. All right, he should be back in within 30 seconds here. 30 to 60.
Are you back in here, Supervisor Crandall?
Yes, I am.
All right.
I think. Am I?
Yes, okay, so we're back, and just in case you missed it, Chair Simon had to leave, and so we are just the four of us left over, and we're gonna go ahead and finish up this meeting. We are on item 6.5, our 11:30 a.m., and you can't see my grin under the mask, but it's perfectly timely. Consideration of letter to Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Aguiar Curry regarding the vape tax proposal presently under consideration. And Supervisor Scott, this is your item.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. As the representative of First Five Commission, I'm requesting that the board consider the attached letter to be sent to Senator McGuire and Assembly Member Aguiar Curry in support of our local First Five and its need for the vape tax revenue to continue providing critical services for our young children and their families and our community. I'm not sure. Yes, I see Carla Ritz. We do have our Executive Director, Carla Ritz of First Five with us today to further explain or to answer any questions that you might have.
Yes, I'm present. Would you like me to give a very brief overview?
Please.
You got it. Basically, the January budget that was proposed by the governor included a new tax on vaping products that contained tobacco or nicotine specifically. And it was deferred from the 2020 budget package to be addressed in August. And so now it is being looked at again. And our concern is that this tax does not follow the existing tax structure that exists for tobacco products, of which First Five Lake derives its existence. So Prop 10 was a tobacco tax in '98 that created First Five, and then since then, any additional tobacco taxes that have been enacted have also included backfill to Proposition 10, which is what's funding the work we do here in our community. This particular tax goes around that and does not provide any backfill, and all of the revenue would go toward California Highway Patrol and the CDTFA's stamp program and Medi-Cal. So we're asking that they reconsider the structure and not bypass the existing voter-approved tobacco tax structure.
Okay. Do we have any questions for either Supervisor Scott or Ms. Carla Fitz?
No, the only thing I have to say is, this is what happens when you rely on the thing that you're against to fund the thing that you're for. So, if we're doing it right, vaping and smoking are going to go away, so the funding will go away. So we figured out.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah.
Just that we've had that same conversation about, we're doing all this work to try to get people to stop smoking, but in the same sense, that money is provided to help our youngest people here in the community. So it's not lost on us.
And I'm sorry, I'm trying to pay attention to both the room and Zoom at the same time, so now I'm in a better place. Supervisor Crandall, I don't know if you had your hand up or not. I was ignoring the Zoom room for a little bit, just checking in.
No, I didn't have anything.
Okay. And so I will make a comment similar to Supervisor Brown. I love the bypasses voter will. I think that's always important to make sure that we don't bypass the voter will, especially on something that we've already passed and made a statement about. I don't have any issue with making sure that First Five maintains its funding, but at the same time, it almost seems like we're saying, it's almost like a contradiction, because it says a new nicotine-based vaping tax will negatively impact existing tobacco taxes. And then at the bottom, it says it is critical that First Five Lake receives its fair share of vape tax revenues. And so I almost see it as a contradicting statement right there. Not sure if that is something that can be explained to me as far as my inability to understand it correctly and not being a contradiction, or if maybe we can change that statement, because I want to support First Five in receiving its fair share. I think they do good work, especially at such a impressionable age, at that age 0 to 5. It's so important that we provide all the services we can to as many, if not all, of our children here in this community. So I don't know if there's an explanation for that other than what I'm reading.
It is a borderline contradiction in my opinion, in the sense that are not opposing the vape tax, right? We're saying if you're going to, or at least First Five isn't, if you're going to add an additional tax, stick with the structure you have. However, we also know that every single tax that's added onto any tobacco product causes all tobacco revenue to begin to decrease more. So we know that we're also, when we say this, we know that also means that revenue goes down. But morally, we'd still like to see people stop smoking and work out another way to fund our early childhood programming. But until then, we want to maintain this system and this structure that's already been established.
Okay. Okay. I'm okay with it. I think that the major points are made in there, and so looking to open it up for any other comment before I open it up for the public? Okay, open it up. There is nobody here in the boardroom, so Jake, if you can let me know if there's any hands up at this moment in Zoom.
We currently don't have any hands raised in Zoom.
Okay, let's go ahead and open up the Zoom room just in case somebody's unable to put their hands up.
All right.
If anybody has any comments.
All right, the floor is unmuted in Zoom. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, and hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board for either further discussion or action.
If you're ready, I'd like to make a motion.
Let's do it.
Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, I would like to approve letter to Senator McGuire and Assemblymember Aguirre-Curry regarding the vape tax proposal present. The under consideration authorize the chair to sign.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Scott, second by Supervisor Crandall. Joanna, if we could please get a roll call.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott,
Aye.
and Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much for that. Let's see, moving on to item, I believe we were on 6.6. Let me get back to that. Yeah, 6.6, our 11:45 a.m. item. Report on the status of preparations for the November 3rd, 2020 election, and B, request for the use of the board chambers for election purposes on November 3rd, 2020. I didn't look on Zoom to see if our registrar of voters is here with us. Looking who's in the room. And I don't see her name. Ms. Parker, is it possible for you to text Ms. Valadez and see if she is, or Director Valadez to see if she is available? And then we can come back to that. I'll go ahead and send that message to Ms. Parker in case she's not there in the room, and we'll go ahead and move on to item 7.3, consideration of the following appointment, Mental Health Board. And actually this would be Ms. Parker. Susan, are you here?
I don't think she needs to present it.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just an application that was run through that office, so.
Yep, and this is an application that is in your district.
Yep.
Any comments or questions about the applicant?
I have none. I'm familiar with the applicant, so I'm ready to make a motion whenever you're done with public input.
Okay, any public input from Zoom? Jake, any hands up?
We currently have no hands up.
Okay, and go ahead and just open the room real quick, just in case somebody's unable to put their hand up. See if anybody has a comment on this.
The Zoom floor is unmuted. If you would like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board for action. Supervisor Brown.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Chelsea Newton to the Mental Health Advisory Board.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Crandall. Joanna, can we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Sabatier,
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall,
Yes.
Supervisor Scott, and Supervisor Brown.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Motion passes. So we do have Director Valadez And also our retired registrar of voters, Diane Friedley, here in the room to speak to us on item 6.6. If you would like to please come up to the microphone once it has been sanitized. Do you want to set up a second microphone? And could we just have the ladies come and sit down on the chairs? That way, if it's a lengthy conversation, they have 2 different microphones and
Definitely.
they're already all set up. Thank you, Sam.
They was at the.
Sorry for being so timely
yeah,
for your items. I would say probably not, but it's up to you. Okay, Sam, are the microphones working?
Yep, mine is. Hello?
Perfect, perfect. And again, this is the item on the status of preparations for the November 3rd, 2020 election, and B, request for the use of the board chambers for election purposes on November 3rd, 2020. Director Valadez.
So thank you for the opportunity to give you an update on the upcoming November election. There's several items I'd like to address with you or make you aware of. So first of all Lake County voters will receive an official ballot in the mail as per Governor Newsom's executive order, and our official ballot printing vendor will deliver the official ballots to the San Francisco Sorting Center on October 5th, 2020, which is the first day vote-by-mail ballots may be issued to voters. As a convenience for voters, there will be a total of 5 securely installed ballot drop boxes for voters to deposit their voted ballots during the vote-by-mail voting period of October 5th through Election Day, November 3rd. The locations of the ballot drop boxes will be one in front of the courthouse and one in front of each of the 4 libraries in the county: Clear Lake, Lakeport, Middletown, and Upper Lake. Voted ballots deposited into the ballot boxes will be retrieved by 2 staff members 2 times a week during October 6th and 3 times a week immediately preceding Election Day, as well as 8 p.m. on Election Day, November 3rd. Sorry. The Registrar of Voters office will be open during regular business hours on Saturday, October 31st, and Sunday, November 1st, for voters to drop off their ballots or to be issued a new ballot as well. On Election Day, November 3rd, 22 of our polling place locations, which is the same number of polling place locations used in the March primary election, will be staffed for voters to drop off their ballots or to be issued a new ballot. Strict COVID-19 guidelines will need to be followed by polling place workers as well as voters for in-person voting. Disposable face masks will be provided to voters if needed, as well as disposable gloves and hand sanitizers. Vote by mail ballot versus a poll ballot. There is no difference between an official vote by mail ballot and a poll ballot. The same ballot format is used for both, and vote by mail ballots are counted first if received early enough to be processed. Poll ballots are counted on election night after the polls are closed. I would also like to address voters' concerns regarding the return and counting of vote by mail ballots. Due to possible postal service delays in the general election, as long as a voter's ballot is postmarked on or before Election Day, ballots will be accepted up to 17 days post-Election Day, which is 14 days more than the prior 3-day acceptance requirement. Also, voters are advised to request to have their ballots postmarked to issue that their ballot can be counted.
Oh, that was going to be my question, because not all mail is postmarked.
Right.
So, but you have to do that in order to have it counted.
That is an issue, the postmark. The post office very rarely postmarks anything anymore.
So you can't put it in your mailbox, you have to actually take it to the post office.
Well, we encourage voters to mail the ballot in 7 days before the election. But if you're mailing it 7 days closer to the election, then we ask when they call that they go up to the counter and ask for it to be postmarked.
especially if it's election day.
Yeah.
If they're delivering it on election day, used to be we couldn't count it, but we can count it now.
Right.
So as long as it's postmarked, there won't be a question
Yeah.
that it's received, if it's received 17 days after.
I'm sorry, what was your name?
My name's Diane.
And also voters are also able to drop off their ballot, their voted ballot at any vote center or any polling place in the state of California. So, you know, it doesn't have to be in Lake County.
Okay.
Yeah,
Anything further before I ask if there's any more questions or comments from the board?
Actually, there's one other thing that, that we should have touched on, I suppose. But the drop box on election night, there will be a team of 2 people at every location drop box. So directly at 8 o'clock, that drop box will be locked.
Just like any normal election?
Correct. Well, this is the first
Well, no,
time we've
this-
ever
yeah.
had drop boxes.
Right. Well, I mean, like it stops at 8 o'clock like a
It stops
standard
at 8
election where
o'clock,
that
yes.
would be the
Correct.
deadline.
Yeah.
Supervisor Brown?
Okay, so polling places are not a thing.
Oh, yes, they are.
They are going to be there.
We have the same number as we did in June,
So
or
you-
not, March, rather.
You can still go in and vote there? Okay,
Yes.
all right.
You can either bring your vote by mail ballot and vote it there, or if you want to surrender it and be issued another ballot, you can do that too.
Okay, for now, unless things get tightened up,
No, that's the plan.
no matter what. Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Because
It's
the
kind of-
only
there's a-
option,
You know, I mean, I like going in to vote. I like going and visit those people. This is my last election.
Well, you would just have to bring your unvoted, unopened, and surrender that ballot so that we can issue a regular ballot at the polls.
Okay,
if you don't
Otherwise,
surrender,
yeah, you'd
it's
vote provisional.
okay.
So
It's
the only,
tradition.
the only other option, if Maria didn't have the 22 polling place locations, if you'd have to have vote centers.
Yeah.
And Lake County can't have vote centers because it requires a 2,400 square foot building to have a vote center. That would pretty much limit us.
And there's requirements as far as having, in addition to the 2,400 square footage building, you have to have transportation close to it, and there's other requirements. So, and I think our voters are used to having their polling places, plus, you know, spreading out our registered voters into 22 locations is going to be better than into 4.
Okay. Any questions from Supervisor Scott or Supervisor Crandall? Supervisor Scott?
No question. Just thank you for all this hard work. I know it has not been easy to try to pull all this together, and just, you know, thank you again, and good luck with all of this.
Thank you.
I would like to mention something.
Supervisor Crandall?
You can go ahead.
Okay. So basically 22 polling places, 5 drop boxes, and the libraries, I take it, are going to be open on the day of election and will be open till 8, or?
It's going to be on the outside.
Oh, it's going to be on the outside.
It'll be accessible to anyone who has a disability, and it will be outside the building.
Okay.
So it does not have to be regular business hours.
Gotcha, but same thing, those will be picked up at 8 o'clock, and so that they're available during that Tuesday, November 3rd, all the way till then?
Yes,
Okay.
we'll have a schedule for pickup from each location, and then like she said, on election day, we'll have a group of 2 at each box where they'll close it off and retrieve the last of the ballots and bring them into the office.
And then obviously, number 1 is for everybody to check to make sure that their registration is up to date, that they have the right address, that they're choosing whether it's mail-in ballot or if they're going to go to the polling places, things like that. And I'm sure that there's a deadline for last day to register to vote.
So everybody will be mailed a ballot regardless of whether you're a vote by mail or a poll voter.
Okay.
The only difference is if you choose to go to the polls, you have to surrender your unvoted ballot. We'll have instructions like we always do with our vote by mail mailings. So inside their ballot, they'll have instructions for those that used to be poll voters that, you know, now are having to get a ballot. We'll have a little more special instructions for them. And in addition to that, we're going to do a mailing sometime next month to all registered voters, making them aware of all the changes as well.
So it would be a postcard mailing, right?
Yes, that's the intention.
And I believe that the last day to register to vote is
October
15 days
19th.
before, which was?
But October 19th is the last day to register to vote, and you could do it online or.
As a regular voter.
As a regular voter. But 14 days before the election, you can always come into our office if you didn't make the deadline and vote as they call it a conditional provisional voter, same day registration. You come to our office and you can take care of it then, or on election day, you could do the same thing at our office or at the polling places.
Okay. Thank you very much for all that information.
And there's one thing I'd like to mention.
Please.
I just want to refer to the California Constitution that all voting shall remain secret, and that we cannot retrieve a voter's ballot out of a precinct or whatever when they vote. So once a stub is removed from the ballot, it's not identifiable, period. And that's required, like I say, by the California Constitution.
Right. Okay.
And my other item or request is,
And hold on, before you move on to item B, any further comments or questions from our board before I open it up to the public?
I just wanted to say one thing, and I think I heard it correctly. So everyone's going to be mailed a ballot regardless if they're registered or not, correct?
Yes.
Yes, that is correct.
well, registered.
They have to be registered
They have to be
voters.
registered voters.
Yes.
All registered voters will receive a ballot in the mail regardless of whether you're a permanent vote by mail voter or a regular
Right.
poll voter, yes.
Okay, yeah, and that's what I meant. I just wanted to also make sure, a lot of people don't know this, and you stated it earlier, that if you don't bring that ballot, you will have to vote provisional, and then your office has to make sure that that ballot didn't come in.
Correct. Because there's no way for the poll voters to verify whether you've already voted or not, so.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure people heard that.
And also you might want to state the percentage that for vote by mail versus polls anyway.
Yes, our county is currently 76% vote by mail voters already, so only 24% are poll voters.
It's good information. Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to open it up to the Zoom room to see if there's any public comment on item A. Comment or questions?
We don't have any hands raised in the Zoom room.
Okay, let's go ahead and open it up just in case they can't do that.
All right. The floor is unmuted for Zoom. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, there doesn't seem to be any comments. Thank you, Jake. If you could please close it up, and we'll come back here for item B, a request from the registrar of voters.
So for the convenience as well as for voter convenience as well as to effectively follow the strict COVID-19 guidelines, I am requesting your board's use of the board chambers on election day, November 3rd. The second floor hallway does not allow for 6-foot distancing for voters to vote in person compared to the space available in the chambers. 2 staff members will be present to issue ballots and to maintain ballot security. And we'll also have additional workers to help with the maintaining of the social distancing and the sanitizing.
Okay. Any questions on that? On Zoom, supervisors, any questions? Okay. And my question, I guess, is more of just the difference. Typically, you would have 1 or 2 booths in the hallway right next to your department that would be available, and obviously that's what's not going to be allowed, allowing the 6-foot distancing. Therefore, using this area would be conducive to safe guidelines.
In addition to the accessible voting unit that we need to have as well, yes.
Okay. All right. No comment from the board, so looking to open it up for the public. Jake, let's just go ahead and open it up since I don't see a hand. Maybe you do.
Yeah, there's no hand raised, so I will unmute the floor here. The floor is unmuted. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
And seeing none, let's go ahead and bring it back to the board. And request for use, I'd say we're looking for a motion to approve the use of the board chambers, or different, waiting for action.
Mr. Chair, I move to approve the use of the board chambers for voting purposes on November 3rd, 2020.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Crandall and a second from Supervisor Scott. Joanna, if we can please get a roll call.
Yes. Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye, I love it.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown?
I heard the baby. I thought Bruno had already voted.
Sorry.
No, don't be sorry.
No, that's awesome.
No, we love it.
Mr. Vice Chair, what will the board do then on Tuesday, the board day?
Yes, it is a board day, and I believe that the request was an exchange of the board meeting in here. And I apologize if that was not made clear, that the board would meet solely on Zoom for that specific day of November 3rd.
It was made abundantly clear by just looking at Maria's eyes. I could tell that's what she was getting at. So, yeah. No,
Well, it's in the memo, it's just, it wasn't in the action.
I can't see her face because of the mask, but I could tell by her eyes that she wanted
There was a smile under there.
Yeah.
And everybody is still good with the motion that was just passed?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, seeing nods and hearing yes, then that means that everything is good to go. Thank you very much for the extra work that you're putting in to make this happen for us. November 3rd is going to be an important day for all of us, and now you have a much larger room to be able to make it happen.
And I encourage everybody to call our office and verify your voter information sooner rather than later. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Diane, thank you. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
All right, moving on to our last item, item 7.4, consideration of request to waive competitive bidding requirements and authorization to issue a purchase order for the purchase of an Elgin street sweeper. I think it's Elgin.
Elgin.
Elgin?
Yeah, you got to speak street sweepernese.
Okay, it's, okay. An Elgin street sweeper, I'm being told, for county road maintenance to Sourcewell in the amount of $276,715.30, and authorize the chair to sign. And if Scott DeLeon is available, there he is. Scott DeLeon, please, your item.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you very much. What we have for you today is the consideration and authorization to purchase this piece of equipment. It was shown in our adopted fiscal year 2021 budget for the purchase of this piece of equipment. The current machine we're using is a 2002 model. It has over 26,000 hours on it. It's beginning to be quite a maintenance issue for us, and we've had this scheduled to replace it this fiscal year. What we're asking you to do is to waive the competitive bidding requirements and utilize the purchase code number 38.4 cooperative purchases, and use Sourcewell use Sourcewell for the purchase of the piece of property, or I keep saying property, the piece of equipment. That does meet the county ordinance, and with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board?
No, just a comment. I can remember when we bought the one that we have. And because I made the statement then, and I'll make it now, that the street sweeper is one of those things where you don't notice when it's working, but you notice when it's not. And, we've had really good crews out there. They work, early hours. You never see them. And I remember when it blew up because it swept up some fertilizer or something. I don't remember what it was, but it was something that caused it to explode. And so we had to replace part of it. But other than that, it's been a pretty valuable piece of equipment.
We sweep about 5,000 miles a year with this machine. In addition to, we use it through our chip seal program and with our Durapatching. So it gets a lot of use. The one that we have, again, is really becoming unreliable, and Sourcewell brought, or Elgin actually brought and demonstrated this new piece of equipment. And allowed our operator to use it for the day, and it's a really nice machine, and we're excited to hopefully get it. So thank you.
Okay. Any further comments from or questions from the board? No, I do appreciate Director De Leon. I did ask him for some specifics, and I was actually a little bit blown away at the amount of miles that we do every single year with these with this machine. And I agree, it makes a huge difference. And obviously, having to get a new one because of a historical explosion that may have occurred might have helped push that along. But sometimes we need to upgrade and maintain our equipment, and sometimes maintenance is not always the possibility. So appreciate seeing this here, and appreciate knowing just how much work it does get. So I'm going to open it up for the public. Jake, let's just go ahead and open up the entire room, see if there's any comments.
All right, I'll unmute the floor here. The floor is unmuted. If you'd like to make a comment, please state your first and last name.
Okay, it's a very controversial topic. Thank you, Jake. Let's go ahead and close that room back up and bring it back to the board for action.
Move to approve as presented.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brown, second by Supervisor Crandall. Joanna, if you could please have our final roll call of the day.
Okay, Supervisor Sabatier?
Aye.
Supervisor Crandall?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
And Supervisor Brown?
Yes.
Thank you.
Motion passes. And I just wanted to check with Anita. The motion worked for saying that we bypass the bidding process and the approval of the payment?
Yes, I believe that Director De Leon covered all of that, and the motion was approval as presented, so
Okay.
you're fine.
Perfect. Just wanted to check in. All right. I believe that we have the rest of the agendas already done. And if I am correct, then we have no closed session and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Did you do your calendars, Mr. Chair?
Oh, we did miss the calendars. Supervisor Scott, would you like to start us with your weekly calendar?
Sure. Tomorrow I have phone calls and emails. I'll be returning to constituents. In the afternoon, I have a meeting at 1 for building homes and building lives here in Lake County. 2 o'clock, I have a West Shore Rec Center meeting. On Thursday at 9 o'clock, I have an executive COC meeting. On at 10 o'clock, I have a review panel with Agency with Aging, and a library meeting, law library meeting at noon on the 20th. And the rest of that's pretty open, and then just back here on Tuesday.
All right. Thank you very much. Supervisor Crandall?
Yes. Thursday, I have a LAC Lucerne Town Hall meeting. Friday, Blue Collar Committee meeting. Monday, I will have the COVID recovery, and I think that's, and then I think we have our Potter Valley
right.
for comment meeting, and then I meet with Carol, and Tuesday back here for the board.
Okay. Supervisor Brown?
I don't have a lot scheduled this week. I left it open. I have some things I need to take care of tomorrow and Thursday. Friday, I'm trying to work out a meeting with regarding the appeal that we just heard today. So I'll be meeting with those folks hopefully Friday morning.
Okay.
On site, take a look at it.
All right. Thank you very much. So for my calendar, tomorrow I'm going to be calling an energy consultant. Supervisor Crandall kind of gave me a little tip of something that's coming through that I need to discuss with him so we can see how we can benefit here the most in Lake County. And just to kind of give you a quick glimpse, I talked about it last time that Lake County has been designated on a special map for reimbursement of batteries, whether you have solar panels or not, because we had 2 or more PSPSs last year. We are now in a special category where you don't need to meet specific criteria to get refunded for a certain amount of money for battery backups. So talking to that consulting agency just to see what we can do. Later on, going to join a CC4C meeting, Citizens Caring for Clear Lake. Later in the afternoon, there's a marketing committee, which in the city of Clear Lake, we're doing a lot of activities surrounding art. Really looking forward to see if we get a grant application approved that the Rural Arts Initiative put in with the support from the city of Clear Lake. Really excited to see that go through. Meeting with a constituent later on that evening to Thursday morning. The EOC has been moved to Thursday, so I'll start my day off with that meeting, and later on a CSAC conference, and then even further on in the evening a Clear Lake City Council meeting, and then coming back here on the 24th to meet with the administration and Supervisor Crandall to talk about the Potter Valley project, and then having another CSAC call to get an update on what's going on with COVID-19, and back here on the 25th for our Tuesday meeting. And that's it for me, and unless I missed anything at all, our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Have a wonderful day. Thank you, Jake.